to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Can you believe it? Season 3 is finally here. So today we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes. Not gonna lie, it's probably gonna be an hour today with some beauty on the outside and some beauty on the inside as we kick off season 3, our Color Me James season. So my name is Wendy and I have been playing with makeup for a very long time. And so it is my privilege to share with you and get you excited and get you inside of season 3. So there are some exciting and some fun things headed your way. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to grab your makeup palette, your brushes, some lashes, and head on back for our easy makeup tutorial today. How can I create a soft, rosy glow that's going to be perfect for someone over 40? So are you ready? Check out this new intro video. A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. All right. I found those little star things and I was like, oh yes, I need that glitter and that sparkle in my life. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about it, but let's just go ahead and take a look at what we're going to be doing for season 3. So season 3, we are going to be jumping into Color Me James. That's now available in 3 different ways on my website, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. You can do perfect binding. You can do spiral binding. If you're a techie person, get after that ebook. So the ebook is in full color, all except for the coloring pages. So you can see it in its full glory. It is beautiful in my opinion. All right. So that is what we got going on for that. So today, this week, well, actually first let's start out with, oh, I don't actually have it on here. Okay, so we're going to start out with James 1:1, and that's what we're going to be doing this week. So we are going to have that. Oh, well, let me start out with it up here. Do I have it on there? No. Okay, so let me get it scrolling across the bottom of your screen there. So James 1:1. I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello! That is James 1:1. So that is what we are going to be working on this week. So you're going to start out in your book. You are going to begin page 19. That's this one right here. And that is going to be your guide throughout the week. Every different block is going to guide you through the day. To kick off every day, there'll be a little short video from me to kind of get you going, especially as we start to get into and used to the habit of practicing with our verse. And that practicing or those activities are what are going to help you to remember that verse. And so just a reminder that all of the products that are going to be used in today's live are going to be on the website. So let's say that, you know, you love an eyeshadow, which that palette that's right there, right there. That's what we're going to be using today. And that is the Juvia's Place, the Blushed Rose palette. So that can be, played down for a more neutral, natural look. That can be spunked up. We're going to be about in the middle of that today. So today you're going to need a light, a medium, and a couple of darks. They don't need to be like dark, just a little bit darker. We want some contrast between the light and that dark so we get that glam look. Glam appropriate for the over 40, 50 audience. Okay, so appropriate. That's kind of a bad word because, you know, if you like it, sparkle. If you don't sparkle. Up to you, totally. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to jump in with a full face makeup tutorial while we are going through the book of James. So let me get my chat turned on because I see there's a whole bunch of you in here today. So with all the things I got going on, I am not even going to try to have the YouTube thing running separate. But after this week, when I get a little more adjusted to all these things happening at one time, we'll be definitely using some of the fun things that are coming on YouTube. So we've got some special stickers. We've got some extra chat icons. There's all kind of fun. There's badges. It is going to be so fun. So for today, we're not going to do that because we're just kind of introducing that. So we're going to go over a little background of the book of James while we're doing our primer. So kind of, well, first off, we're going to be using the Urban Decay. This is the, Urban Decay. This is the all-nighter primer. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the book of James while we're doing that. So we're just going to use one pump of that. So kind of a background history of the book of James as we dive into that. James was actually, well, there's a couple of people that they think it is believed that wrote the book of James. I am going to be working with popular opinion, and that is that it was James, the half-brother of Jesus. When you look at Matthew 13:55, it talks about that. He was a leader of the church in Jerusalem, according to Acts 15:13. And so I just think when you look at all the different pieces, it's most logical that it was James, the half-brother of Jesus. So we're just going to run with that. It was most likely written somewhere between like 80, 44, 49, something before 60 for sure, for it to have been James. So this actually makes this one of the earliest New Testament books. So just kind of a little tidbit for you next time you're playing Bible trivia with someone. The audience is that it was written to Jewish Christians that were scattered throughout the Roman Empire. That's why he greets them saying, greetings to the 12 tribes scattered among the nations. And then what is James about? So what you're going to be diving into with the book of James, it is really just a practical guide to Christian living, to actually living out your genuine faith. This is It Cosmetics by Under Eye. I am the shade 11, light nude. So let me get the little string of that. There we go. It is emphasizing faith into action. So your actions, wisdom, and then your perseverance in the Christian life. So that is kind of an overview of what the book of James is about. Feel free to dive into, reading it for yourself. I would encourage you also to read the whole thing this week. Just from a top level, high level reading, just so you can get a lay of the land before you actually dive into doing chapter 1 this week. I think that'll be helpful to kind of see it in context. So what we're going to be doing in James 1, we are going to, obviously we have, now I got the hiccups. What is this? James is greeting in the first verse, which is where we are today. So the whole week this week, because we're kicking off a chapter, I'm going to be using the Juvia's Place, the JP 102. So because we only have one verse today, because it's the kickoff of the chapter, we're actually going to be spending a vast majority of our time just kind of looking at context. Who was it to? What was happening in history? And then specifically looking at verse 1. So I know there's not a whole lot of meat in there, but it matters because what he's saying and who he was talking to makes it relevant to you or not, and helps you to understand kind of what his thought was and why God was delivering those specific words to him. I am using the Juvia's Place I Am Magic Velvety Matte Foundation. This is the Maricao number 710. If you want to test these out before buying, I don't find that online the colors, I've tried several different websites color matching or shade matching. I don't feel like they do very well online, so I would encourage you to get to your nearest Ulta to try this out. You can actually test the product live. So we're going to use that is way too much. There we go. We're going to suck some of that back in there. There we go. A little bit of this is going to go a long way. We're just going to dab that all over the whole face. There we go. If you have not already ordered your copy of James yet, it does take a minute for, I think probably Amazon is the fastest shipping for it. But for you to be able to do all the Bible study and the coloring page and the puzzles and all that, you will need a copy of it. But in the meantime, the least expensive version of Color Me James is going to be the ebook, and that's delivered instantaneously. Well, as soon as I connect the two things this afternoon. But that one's delivered instantaneously. That way you would have it with you at any time. You can save the images to your phone and use them like flashcards. What else is exciting in there? And that, because it's the whole thing in ebook format, that will allow you to be able to go ahead and get started. Then when you get your book, you can just transfer what you've already written. So kind of a fun thing with that, if you're going to use the coloring feature in the ebook, you're going to need an app like Procreate. And I believe in the email that delivers you the book, there is links to all of this. But you're going to need an app like Procreate that'll actually let you color into an image or a PDF. And then to actually write into the journaling part of this as you go throughout the week, you're going to need an app like, I think it's called Goodreads, and that'll actually let you write and journal into that PDF document. We are going to be setting that with the Professional from Benefit Cosmetics. If you have very pale skin, this is probably not going to be such a great product for you because it does have a little bit of tint to it. So it's like on the edge of being able to work for me. So if you have fairer skin than I do, maybe not such a fun thing. Okay, so we're going to take that JP 101 tapered powder brush and we're just going to tap it in. It's going to get on there, but then you're going to tap it off back into the container. And we're going to start out by setting around our eyes first. And I don't know what the scent is on this, but it is just heavenly. I love the smell of this setting powder. And I know that has no bearing on the performance of the setting powder. But you know, if you're going to have a smell anyways, you might as well have a good smell. All right. We're going to set that. Okay. Remind me not to talk while I'm setting my makeup. Okay, so we're going to set that going down the center of the face first. Then we're going to set the side. Other side. Okay, so like I was saying, you're going to need something like Goodreads to actually be able to edit into it. Or your other choice would be you could print it out. But I think it would come out cheaper for you to just order a copy of the book rather than go to the effort of printing out. Number one, by the time you factor in paper and printer ink and all of that, I think you would end up behind. So that's just my personal opinion. Okay, so I didn't ask you yet. I've got so many extra people on here today, which is so exciting. So go ahead and tell me, where are you coming from today? I recognize some of you already, so that's fun. Love repeat people. And let me give you a shout out on here. We are gonna, now that we all have an even playing field, we're gonna add some contouring. So shadows and highlights where we want them. We're gonna be using the KVD. This is the Shade and Light Refillable Contour Palette. And we're gonna be living in like 3 different spots here today. So we're gonna be using these 2 here, but then we're gonna use just a tidge of that one right there. Just on the outside corner, just to kind of give a little punch. So we're going to start out with this dual-ended foundation brush from It Cosmetics. This end is the bronzer. This end is a highlighter. So the flat end of that, just give it a couple swipes in there. Going to go from the top of the ear and kind of curve that around to the corner of the nose, but not going past the color part of your eye here. So we're just going to give a little curve. We're going to stay up above the hollow of that cheek and then up the temple there. Ooh, y'all being quiet today. Either that or my chat's not working. It's one or the other. Okay, staying with the flat side, we're going to get just a little bit. And we're going to run that right along that hairline up here. And that's just going to give us a little bit of definition. Kind of, especially if you have a tall forehead, it's going to kind of make that not seem like such a vast space. Now we're going to switch to the side of that. That's going to go under the jawline. We're going to keep a neutral face. We're going to go from under the ear to about the corner of the mouth. We keep a neutral face so that you can actually get up underneath that jawline. And that's just going to accentuate that so that it looks like we have, you know, more beautiful neck and jawline than we actually do. Sticking with the small of that brush, we're going to go from the eye, running right down the side of that nose, and then just a little under the tip. So side of the nose, under the tip. Just going to narrow that nose ever so slightly. Okay, I promise we're going to dip in that outside shade. So we're going to be in this one right here. You're just going to go tap, tap, like literally just a little tiny bit. We're just going to go on that outside right there and up here. Just a little tiny, kind of an L. And with whatever you have left on there, just go ahead and get that up there. We're just adding a little tiny emphasis on the corner there. Now we're going to switch to our highlighter right in here, kind of on the side of it a little bit. Top of the cheek, right beside the eye socket. Same thing here, going down the center. And then you can blend that out just a little bit. Okay, so now we've got some color where we want it, or shading where we want it. We're going to set that brush aside. Well, possibly. And we are going to grab our all over blush brush, if I can get it here. There we go. This is a MAC, like 113 or 118 or something like that. This is the Juvia's Place Blush Volume 4. Today, because we've got a rosy glow look happening, I'm going to use the darker pink of this, but just a little bit. I just don't want to wash out. We need to push in a little bit color, but not be overwhelming. So we're going to take that blush brush, and you're just going to tap it like twice. These are very pigmented, so you don't need to get like a whole lot on there. Okay, so between the highlighter and the blush, right there, bring it up, blend it out. Do that again. It looks like I didn't quite tap enough on that one. There we go. We're only at one tap. I'm going to go up here along that hairline. And whatever you have left on there, go ahead and tap a little on the tip and a little on the chin. We're not really giving color there. We're just kind of, you know, making everything a happy family. There we go. Okay, so as we, talking about the Book of James again, as we step into future weeks and we look at chapter 1, kind of the end of it, we're going to be looking at trials that can come. We're going to look at faith. We're going to look at wisdom. And so we'll be hanging out in that kind of territory, asking for wisdom. There's joy in trials, rich versus poor in God's eyes, temptation and godliness, all kinds of, you know, fun stuff. All right. So let's go ahead and get into our lips now. And I am going to be using, this is the Juvia's Place Luxe Liner in Scorpio. And this is just kind of a nice, sort of a wine color. I just like, these blend out really, really nice, but they wear super well. So we're going to start out with this in our Cupid's bow. And it does kind of match my hair color just a little tiny bit. So we're going to be writing just on the outside of our lip line to gain as much real estate as we can without looking like we're coloring outside lines. There we go. So we're going to take it from where we've got the Cupid's bow ending, and then we're going to round it out to that outside corner. There we go. It's a harsh line right now, but hang with me. We'll fix it. And now we're going to go do the same thing on the other side. All right. I'm going to catch that center. Just kind of give us a point of reference here. And like I said, just below, just outside of that lip line. And now we're going to round that up to the outside corner. Nice. Now I want to give a little bit of ombre to the outside corners, not so much to the lip here. So we're going to take the liner and we're going to color about a third of the way in on the outside corner. Just make sure on the top and bottom, they end in about the same place. This is another thing I love about this, because it's a retractable, you don't have to sharpen it. Okay, so now we're just looking crazy, but hang in there, hang in there. So we've got about a third, well, it's not quite a third, it's like a quarter and a quarter, and so we've got about a half right there in the middle. But now we've got a lot of harsh lines. So I want you to take your middle finger, and we're just going to blend right there. Just ever so slightly. There you go. So we're just going to soften the edge of that a little bit. The more of that will also happen as we add our lipstick here in just a second, and then you'll see how it all miraculously goes together. So for right now, you're just looking like crazy. Okay, so I'm going to be using the MAC. This is the Maximal Matte Lipstick, and this is Snob. You can see just a nice kind of pink, a little bright, but not too much. We've got a lot of wine going on here, and it's all going to balance out. So I'm going to take that, and actually I used it yesterday, so let me wipe the tip of that off so I get a nice just tip color there. So we're going to take that, and we're going to start out in the center. I'm going to do the top and bottom in the center first. And let that pink really take hold. Now we're going to work to the outside edge. Make sure you got nice clean lines on the outside. And now you can really see that ombre as it goes out to the outside. So you got just a little bit of kind of definition and fun happening on your lips there. You could add a little bit of glitter to the center if you want to. Today I'm not going to do that, but that is an option that would just make this super fun. Okay, so let us go ahead and say our verse together. It is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes, scattered to kingdom come. Hello. And that is James 1:1. I don't know why I just love, when they add an explanation point in the Bible, I think it's just kind of weird to say it like, hello, because it's an exclamation point, which is how I just said that. So make sure that you are emphasizing that word. He is giving them a greeting. Those little things, those little inflections, those little intonations are part of what's going to help you memorize that verse. So make sure that you speak it. Pretend that you are James saying that, and that will help you a little bit in getting it memorized. So what are we doing? We are playing with the Blushed Rose palette from Juvia's Place. And let me get there we go. Okay, so here's where we're going to be today. Today we're going to be, these don't have shade names, so I'm just going to show you which ones. So we're going to start out here for just a little bit, and then we're going to work our way over here for just a little bit, and then we're going to live in these two for a second, and then we'll be using this one as our dark. So that's where we're going to be kind of hanging out today. So we are going to start out with a Morphe M433. And that is going to go in this one right here. You really just need this kind of on the tip. And this is just going to be our shadow color up here on the brow bone. So kind of a non-color color, just something to blend into. So we're just going to get that right up there on the very top. And blend that out. There we go. So we talked a little bit about what we're going to be experiencing in James 1. So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to have in James 2 while I try to find my next brush. There we go. Okay, so in James 2, we're going to be looking, well, really the end of 1 and then almost all the way through 2. We're going to be looking at true faith and how it shows itself in actions. I am using a Morphe M456, and we're going to be in this color right here. You definitely want to keep this brush out because we're going to come back to this one. So we're just going to swirl that tip there, and that's going to go from the inside corner. We're going to go all the way up to that first color we put on, and we're going to go about 3/4 of the way across. Get that nice rose gold in there, kind of a little peachy to it. And you can see that shimmery goodness. And again, we're just getting that up there into that first color. And then about 3/4 of the way across. And remember, keep this brush out. You're definitely going to need this one. Okay, nice. Now we're going to grab this is a smudger. This is a Morphe M321. And this one, we're going to start out, we'll come back to it, but we're going to start out with a little kind of a foundation of this color here. So we're just going to swirl the tip of that. And that is going to go right on that socket bone. So right where you can feel that bone, you're just going to ride on that right there. Now we're going to be blending this out and all that, so don't even worry about it. Then we're going to come in to about halfway. And then just kind of fill in that corner a little bit so you actually end up with a little bit of kind of a C shape right there. And just leave it looking crazy. We'll fix that in a minute. And now let's do that same thing on the other side. And then again, you're still just staying on that tip. And then we're going to come into about halfway. And then we're going to fill in that outside just a little bit. Okay. And we're going to set that brush aside, but we're going to come back to it, so don't let it get too far from you. We're going to grab a little bit of a smudger. This one's a little looser. This one is the Morphe M431. And we're going to go into this color right here. And this one you're going to kind of get on the side a little bit, kind of the tip and the side. And that's going to go right here, right between those two colors that you just did. We're going to use that to blend out and soften the edge of that darker one. And then go ahead and do that. Same thing on the other side. Get a little more color on there if you need to. And we're only going to leave a little bit of space between the brow and the colors that we're using. So I'm going to take that same brush and I'm going to go in this one right here. Same thing, just on the side there. And now between that color you just put and the lighter color you had to start with, go ahead and put that on the top of that as the gap between those two colors. Okay, I'm going to take the tip of this also, and I'm going to put it right here on the inside of that kind of C that we did. We're just going to give ourselves a little bit of pink here. Any fallout, make sure to take your fluffy brush. Just dust that away. We're going to come back with that second brush we used, which was the 456, back in here. And just kind of touch that up a little bit. Make sure you didn't have anything mess with that beautiful light color. And we want to make sure that we've got a nice crisp line there. We're not actually doing a cut crease, but it's kind of a mock cut crease. So I am going to be using, this is a Morphe M213. Except I just dropped it, so just a moment. That always happens at least once. Okay, so back to the M213. We're going to take that and we're going to get the tip of it right there on that darker color. And we're just going to follow that right here. Give a little crispness to that color. There you go. Same thing on the other side. And then I'm going to go ahead and take it from the outside corner here, just to make sure we've got a nice weight on that. There we go. So you can see we've got you can see where that crease is there. It's not actually a cut crease because we didn't cut into it, but it's what I would call a mock cut crease. Okay, so now we've got the top part. The lid is just about where we want it. So let's go ahead and play with some eyeliner, and then we'll do the underside of that. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my Killer Liner. This is from Too Faced. This is just a great black liner. We're going to do the liner before we do the under part, just because we want to kind of smudge and blend into it a little bit on the bottom. So we're going to go from the outside corner, and we're going to go just a little past halfway. We're just giving some weight to that outside corner. There we go. Now you can see, man, that makes my eyes look so blue. So we've got, weight on the outside, kind of a theme going here. Weight on the outside, weight on the outside. So now we're going to go from the outside corner about halfway, right on that lash line. And I'm going to go ahead and take my pencil, and on that waterline, just that outside third, I'm going to go ahead and give that a little bit of color on that waterline too. You can see how different that makes that from the two sides. Let's just give that extra little bit of emphasis right here. There we go. So now that we got a little something to play with down there, we're going to grab that M213, which we were just using. We're going to go in that dark color right here, just right on that tip. And now let's blend into that line we just had. We're going to go just a little bit past it. And we're just going to soften that line. Oh, sounds like my music just went a little crazy. There it goes. Okay, I don't know what that was. I'm going to use that same. We're going to go here into that nice rose gold. And let's get that on the inside. So we're just going to meet those two together. And then I'm going to take this lighter one here, and I'm going to put that right on the inside corner. Just because it's a little bit lighter, it'll sort of illuminate that area a little bit and just open it up. Now, while we're on that, we're going to grab the very first brush we used, which is the M433. We're going to just tap that a little bit in that lighter color we started with. And let's just run that on that brow and make sure that we're blended up nice and pretty up there. And you can kind of come down here on the inside a little bit, just to make sure that you've got some nice blending happening there. Wow, that is coming out super pretty. I am really liking that. Okay, so now we're going to add a little bit of liner on the top of that lid there. I'm going to be using the Too Faced Better Than Sex liner. Actually, I got a little bit of fallout here, so let's just dust that away. There we go. So now back to the Too Faced Better Than Sex liner. We're going to go from the outside corner all the way to the inside corner. We're just going to give us a little bit of a forgiveness line for those lashes. So outside corner all the way to the inside corner. Just a nice thin line right on your lash line. You can see how that just gives some definition to your eye there. And also when you put your lashes on, it's going to give you a little bit of forgiveness if you don't quite get it nestled up next to your regular lash. Okay, so all the way from the inside corner. Thin line. There we go, right on that lash line. Okay, so, oh my goodness, that really came out so pretty. Now I'm feeling like I need sparkle on my lip, but I didn't bring it over here. Okay, so you can always add on. So now you're going to do your brows. So whatever your brow product of choice is, you're going to go ahead and grab that. And then let's talk for just a brief moment about what's going to come at you in James chapter 3. So in James chapter 3, we're going to be talking about controlling the tongue and wisdom. So we're going to talk about the power of words. We're going to talk about heavenly wisdom versus earthly wisdom, true wisdom, humble, pure. What else we got? Peace loving. Yeah. So it's, like I said, it's just kind of it is a handbook for how to live out your faith. So now to your brows. Whatever brow product you have, you're going to use that here. For me, I got some kind of pink stuff happening, some wine cherry sort of thing. So I'm going to be using the Bad Gal Bang in Wild Plum. And that it's actually a mascara. So, if you want plum eyelashes, you can do that. But this is going to be my brow product. So I am just going to give a light here. Let me get my hair out of there. There we go. I'm just going to give a light covering on the brows there. Let those have some color. Let those get set. Whatever you're using, make sure that you've got a nice brow shape for that. So you can head over to the brow bar at Ulta and let them take care of it, help you pick the brow product for the desired look you want, and then show you how to use it as well. Okay, so again, we're going to do that same thing on the other side. This also looks really pretty if you do like a colored mascara on your lashes and then put a black lash on. It just looks kind of cool because you've got that like two-tone effect thing going on. My favorite is to do that with blue. I haven't actually done that in a while. Maybe we'll do that next week. So when you're using mascara on your brows, you are trying to make sure that you don't touch your skin. So you're really hovering above your skin. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but it's just a great way to get color in there. I've tried lip liners and eyeliners. I actually had I think it was a NYX lip liner that I used, and it works great. The only problem with that is because the pencil is smushier. I don't know if that's a word. Anyways, more smushy. It has a tendency to look kind of like you went with your brows. And I kind of like a little more airy, light, natural looking kind of thing going on. So there's that. Okay, so now we've got our brows going on. Hopefully you've got your brows set. Everything is good to go up there. So now we're going to fix our eyes. So I know I've been using a heated lash curler. Today I'm going to step back a little bit. We're just going to use, what are these? These are the Tweezer Man Great Grip Onyx curler something. Okay, so we're going to use this one. So when you use a lash curler like this, you want to make sure that you're pulled out just a little bit from your lash. You don't want to feel any pinching. So we're just going to set it and get it ready where we want it. We're going to make sure that we've got it pulled out. So give it kind of a test, squish before you actually crimp down. We're going to say our verse together as our timer for the lash. Because we're wearing false lashes, we don't really need to worry too much about the curling today. So we're just going to get ourselves ready. We're going to say that verse. Maybe we'll say it twice together. Okay, here we go. So you kind of crimped it a couple of times, and now we're going to crimp it down. We're going to say the verse together twice. Here we go. I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello! That's James 1:1. One more time. I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello! James 1:1. Okay, go ahead and curl the other side. No, actually, let's mascara it and then we'll do the other side because I might start talking and then our curl would fall. So we're going to grab that Bad Gal Bang mascara and we're just going to give a single nice light coat on the lashes. Because we're going to be adding the false lashes on, we don't need too much, but we do need our lashes to blend, and then the volume never hurts from giving yourself a little bit of mascara on there. Still going to make sure you sweep back on the tips. And you're going from root to tip with that mascara. Using the tip to catch the outside corner. There we go. So now we're going to curl the other eye and then we'll put the mascara on that. So here we go. Give you a little test crimp. Make sure you're not pinching your lid. And we're going to kind of pause for a sec. Wait till the verse rolls around and then we will say it together. Okay, here we go. You ready? I, James, a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. What is it? Hello! I just forgot my favorite word. James 1:1. Okay, one more time. I, James, a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello, James 1:1. Okay. Okay, so now again on this side, we're just going to give a light coat of mascara. You're going to go from root to tip. We're going to sweep back on those tips so that everything is nice and coated. We're getting as much volume as possible. And then we're using the tip of that to catch the outside corner of those lashes. And that will be enough for when we are putting our false lashes on. So in James chapter 4, we're going to be talking about kind of some warnings toward worldliness. We're going to talk about quarreling and selfish desires. We're going to talk about humility before God. We're going to talk about boasting about the future. Sorry, I just bumped the camera. Trusting in God's plan. Like I said, this is all very, very practical information. So now we're going to coat our bottom lashes. These aren't getting false lashes, so make sure you do this one like normal. Okay, so let me see if I can do this with all the things I got going on here. There we go. Root to tip. Sweeping back on the underneath. Underneath? I'm not sure that's a word. But anyways, there you go. And you're just going to give a nice normal lash application here. Nothing's changing on the bottom lashes. So we want to make sure... you don't want like goopy, overly voluminous bottom lashes, but you do want them to be nice, show up, and then to balance out what you're doing on the top. Man, I'm so in love with that eyeshadow today. Okay, back to what we're doing. Okay, bottom lashes on the other side. And again, root to tip, you're sweeping up on the underside there. You can use the tip of that to really get in the corner on those little tiny lashes over there. Okay, and maybe my hair was in the way. I don't know. There we go. So I do see that right here, I have like a little black fleck. So I'm going to use that little bullet to flick away whatever that fleck was. Okay, so now we've got our mascara on. We get to put on some lashes. So I am using I think this is in the medium volume. This is the Juvia's Place. This is the Zaria. This is a flare lash. So on the inside of the lash, you can see that the lash is smaller, narrow, and then as it comes to the outside edge of the lash, it widens up. I just love the way that makes your eyes look and gives you a nice draw to the outside. Makes your eyes appear a little bit bigger than they actually are. And so if you have a little bit smaller eye like I do, then that is a good thing. I'm going to grab my velour lash tool, and I'm just going to grab that lash from the outside edge and pull those off the tray. I'm going to set them in front of me as I'll be putting, in the order that they're going to be going, so it's easy to remember what goes where. Now with the flare lash, it's a little bit easier to tell because you've got the narrow part that goes on the inside. These I'm going to be holding from the outside edge. If these are new lashes, no matter what brand or kind you're using, you're going to do like a test dry fit. Just put it on there, just sort of set it there and see if the lash is like longer and wider than your eye. You want it a little bit shorter than what the width of your eye is. If it's too long, it's going to poke on both ends and drive you crazy, and then you're going to walk around saying you hate lashes. If you do have to trim it, as most people do, you're going to take that lash right there in the center and you're going to trim it from the outside corner. So for a flared lash, it's going to be the wider part. And you're going to use a nice scissor like these by Velour that are made with a nice sharp tip to be able to nip and clean cut the end. Also, sometimes on the inside corner, you'll see there's a little bit of nub that's left from manufacturing. And so just make sure you nip off that little bit of nub so that it doesn't annoy you all day long either. I'm actually trying out a new adhesive today. So I've got the Duo Active. This is made to go with the active lashes like the ones I used last week. I think they were called Gains. So this actually has a brush on it, on the tip. But we're going to use that just because I wanted to see how this compares. So we're going to take the brush and it's going to go right on the top of the band. And we're going to get it right on the edge there. And then we're going to turn that band in and we're going to get it on the back side of that band. We just want to make sure we got nice, good coverage. So when we put these bad boys on, they are going to stay and not go anywhere. So I'm paying special attention to the outside corner because we want to make sure that we got those anchored down so that they stay really well. So I'm going to set that one down in front of me carefully so that I don't get all the glue off on my surface. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the other one. So we're going to go right here on the top edge. And again, I'm just kind of using the side of that brush to blend that out. And then on the back side of that lash band, I'm just going to use a little bit on there. And then we're going to make sure we catch those outside corners just so that they don't go anywhere. Okay, so when you first put the adhesive on, this is a clear. I evidently am allergic to latex on my eyes, and almost all black adhesive is going to have latex in it. I'm not sure why that's a thing, but it is. So I like the clear adhesive for that reason. Also, why do you need latex? Anyways, so that is going to be, we're going to let that set for just a second. It's going to start to get a little bit clear, and then you'll know that that is ready for you. We're going to grab the lash right there in the middle, and I'm just going to kind of fan that for a second, let it get a little more clear, and then I'll know that it is ready to go. It's better to be just a little bit tacky when you go putting that on. Oh, another thing is if these lashes are new for you, you're going to grab the outside edge and you're going to roll that lash. you're going to let that lash band break just a little bit so that it will shape easier to your eye. Okay, so holding the lash in the center, we're going to put it right in the middle and set it down right on top of that liquid eyeliner that we put on there. And then we're going to go to the inside and set that down. And then we're going to go to the outside and set that down. We're going to take the tool and we're going to make sure our lash and that lash are in the same space together, just by kind of mushing them together. I'm going to take the tip, and on the inside we're just going to work our lashes into that lash. Make sure everybody is a happy family up there so that we don't have any annoying pinching, crimping, anything crazy while we're wearing these over the course of the day. Wow, that is such a difference between the two sides. Now, like I said, these are, I can't remember if these are the low volume or if these are the medium volume, but you can see it's not like crazy. I don't look like I got a caterpillar living up there. It just gives a little bit something and really draws the attention into the eyes. And wow, look how blue my eyes look today. Okay, I should have used this palette more frequently. Okay, so we're going to grab that lash on the other side. We're going to hold that right there in that center, and we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to set it in the center. Okay, evidently my tool has something on it. There we go. We're going to grab the inside corner of that, set that on that liner. On the outside corner. Well, it was already on the liner, so that's nice. And then we're going to turn it sideways, and we're just going to make sure those are together in the same space, living harmoniously. And I don't think this one was dried quite as much as the other one. So let me go ahead and wipe this tip off. The inside corner of this one's going to be a little ornery on me today. There we go. We're going to take the tip now and work our lashes into those lashes. There we go. And I see my lashes are kind of turned a little bit, so let me get those back over. There we go. That will have to do with the wearability of these. I don't like to mess with my lashes all day long. I just want to put them on in the morning and then not think about them for the rest of the day. Okay, so remember I told you just a second ago that if you experience pinching, your lashes are probably too long. So I want to show you a little tip about how I check if it's that, or if it is that like my adhesive is coming loose. If you take your tool and tip that lash down just a little bit, you can see right there on that inside corner whether or not that lash is still stuck down. And if you notice, see, like right there, it's not stuck down. So if you notice that it is not stuck where it should be, you can fix this right now while everything's all tacky and able to be played with. Once it dries down, you're going to have to use a little bit of adhesive coming in from the top side to get that fixed. So just a little bit of something that will help you be able to wear that all day long. Okay, so see how that looks? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I am seriously in love with this today. Okay, so I am going to grab, well, wherever I set it down, there it is. I'm going to grab, this is an Anastasia. This is an A23. This is just a little highlighter brush. And we're going to use the Heroin Glow 2 from Juvia's Place. It's just a nice rose gold highlighter. That's this one here. You're just going to swoosh that all around. We're going to get that on the top of the cheek here and then right beside that eye socket. This has a nice glow to it, yet not overly glowy because I don't want like a dewy, wet looking thing. And then I'm going to go just down the center here. I'm going to blend that out just a little bit. Man, the lips are beautiful. The eyes, man, I'm in loving that shadow going on. So let's talk about this next section of our book in the book of James. So then we're going to be talking about a warning to the rich, and the power of patience. So we're going to talk about wealth and judgment as we enter chapter 5. We're going to talk about patience and suffering, being steadfast like the prophets and like Job were. And then finally, for the last part of it, we're going to be talking about the power of prayer and restoring others. So in James 5:13-20, we're going to be talking about how to and why to pray in all circumstances. We're going to be talking about restoring wandering believers. So again, some key themes. Well, we'll talk about that in just a minute. So let's just go ahead and finish what we got. So now we've got some color in our eyes. We've got some beautiful false lashes. We've got some ombre looking happening on our lips. And now we want it to stay all day long. So we're going to grab our Juvia's Place Ready, Set, Sealed. Give it a little bit of a shake. And the smell of that. Okay, what is it? The powder smells good. The setting spray smells good. Then we're just going to fan that down for just a second. And now you are all good to go for the rest of the day. So if I can get my cursor to cooperate with me, there we go. Okay, so thank you so much for hanging out with me here today. It has been a delight to hang out with you this morning on the launch of season 3, Color Me James. I look forward to chatting with you throughout the week on a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. So we're going to review a couple verses and I'm going to share something exciting with you. Okay, so I did not do this at the top, so we're going to do this now. So our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And then we're going to take a look at our verse from last week. Last week we were looking at Romans 8:28. And we know that those who have been called, for those who love God and are called according to his hold on, I'm getting things out of order. Slow down, breathe. Here we go, Wendy. Romans 8:28. And we know that those who love God, all things work together for good for those who are called according to his purpose. All right, there we go. And now our verse for this week. You can see her in all her full glory. This is part of your coloring page for this week's verse that we're doing, James 1:1. And James 1:1 is, I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello. So that's what she originally looked like, but you can make her to look like whatever you want to in your coloring sheet this week. So enjoy that. I think that's on it's Wednesday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 4. Day 4. So that's what you'll be working on there. I'm going to go ahead and turn that. There we go. So just a reminder that everything's going to be coming from Color Me James, and that's what we're going to be working on. Again, 3 formats. There's the regular traditional perfect binding, there is a spiral binding, and then there is the ebook. So get the one that's going to suit you and your learning as best as you can. And so I wanted to, do I have it on here? I don't think I do. So this is a little bit of the book. And so the page that I was talking to you about, that if it'll let me switch pages, will it? Well, theoretically, it lets us switch pages, but for whatever reason, it is not letting us switch right now. Okay, so I think it's page 19. This is where, here, let me go back to here so we can actually see that together. This is page 19. This is where you are going to be for most of the week. This is going to be your guide, kind of what, gets you through. So each one of these represents a different day. It kind of times out a couple of things for you. This is going to be whatever you want it to be. The more time you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. The less time you put into it, the less you're going to get out of it. Like anything in life that you do. So let me go ahead and turn Color Me James off there. There we go. Okay. So, again, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. You can find that on your favorite podcast platform. Now, I told you I was going to share with you something fun. So just to help get the most out of the book of James, we're going to do something fun on YouTube. So on YouTube, there are 3 different Beauty and Grace Insider levels that you can join. So there is the Divine Beauty. That's like the first tier. That enables you to get a whole bunch of perks. You can see them on the bottom of the screen there. And then also you'll have some exclusive access to me. And then we've got the next one is the Precious Jewel. And then the last one is going to be Cherished Queen. Cherished Queen actually comes with the ebook as a gift with that membership level. So if you're interested in the ebook, just do Cherish Queen and then you get that with that. So that's going to be super exciting. That's all going to come with extra pages, extra images, extra different tutorials and helps as we work through Color Me James. So before we get out of here, I just want to speak a blessing over you. So, nope. There we go. So, our blessing is going to be Numbers 6, 24 through 26. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how awesome it is to work a full year together, to be able to come to this place, to be able to work through the book of James. Father, thank you so much for giving me the words and the images and the technology and all the tools to be able to put this together. I just pray that you would bless each of us as we work through this book together, that you would help us to learn, to grow in our spiritual life, to grow to become more like Jesus, and to grow in relationship with you and with each other. I pray that as we memorize these verses, as we hide these words in our heart, that you would bless us, that you would help us to remember them and to recall them at times when we need them and at times when we need to speak that into life, into others. Father, I just pray that you would be with this week, whether we're here live or we're watching this later on. Father, oh my goodness, how excited I am and how thankful I am to be used by you. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Okay, so it has been such a delight to hang out with you here today. I look forward to seeing you on social media as we go throughout this week. And I know that it is just going to be marvelous as we kick off this season 3 together. So I look forward to seeing you online. Have a marvelous rest of your week. I love you. God bless. Oh, check out this outro video. This is new too.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Well, good morning, beautiful, and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together with some beauty on the outside and a whole lot of beauty on the inside. So this is going to be a step-by-step full face makeup tutorial. We are working through Color Me James, so we'll be working on the book of James this week, continuing on in that. My name is Wendy, and how fun was week 1? Absolutely amazing. So, oh, there we go. Sorry. I've got YouTube going on the side over here. There's a lot of things happening around here this morning. Okay, so we are going to be, let's see if I can turn that down. That's just going to be a little distracting. There we go. Much, much better. Okay. So, Color Me James, Book of James. How did week 1 go? Amazing. I loved it. And there are so many great things headed your direction. I look forward to it. So again, our easy makeup theme for today is going to be, how do I make my eyes pop with a rich chocolate and gold, tones? So that's what we're going to be playing today. We're going to be using some Juvia's Place. We're going to be hanging out in the coffee shop today. So it is going to be all kinds of fun. So grab your palette, whatever palette you're using. You're going to need like browns and golds of some varying depth. And then a neutral lip, some false lashes. So grab your palette, grab your brushes, grab your lashes, and then get on back here.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
sorry. I just really like the theme song. Okay, so our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And I know we got some funky lighting going on today. It's like dark and cloudy outside, and I don't know what my lights are doing. So I apologize for whatever kind it looks like. Really, I mean, I know I got darkness under my eyes, but today's a little ridiculous. We've had computer reboots and everything, so let's just get out and have some fun. So we are going to start out with our verse video. So what I want you to do, I hope you enjoyed that song as much as I did. So I want you to quote that verse with the video. We're going to hear that twice. I mean, not the song twice, but we're going to hear the verse twice. So you ready? Let's listen.
James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello, hello, James 1:1, let the journey begin. Sister, do you hear?
Okay, actually, we're only going to hear it one time. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope that helped you really to remember that song. And so I was actually playing with a little something with that song this week. So that'll come out to our Beauty and Grace Insiders. So get over to YouTube, join that. All 3 membership levels are going to be able to have access to a little surprise this week. All right, so our verse this week we are going to be continuing on in our book of James. So we're going to be in verse 2 to 4. So consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so you become mature and well-developed, not deficient in any way. And that's James 1, 2 to 4. Now, I know as you're looking at that, you're thinking, wow, that's a lot of words. So I would encourage you to think it more about a story relay as opposed to a word for word or a verse for verse kind of thing. So as you do your study in Color Me James this week, and you really take a look at what was the intent behind this verse, who's he talking to, what's this all about, and your overview last week will kind of play into that. So I hope that helps you out with that as well. So really look at it as a story. The way that traditions and things got handed down from generation to generation in the Bible and for generations after the Bible was written was by storytelling. So these little sections are broken. It's almost like James is the book of Proverbs, but in story instead of quips. So really look at the story and the intent behind that, and that will really help you to memorize it. So I can't wait to share that song with you. That's not today, but get ready because that's going to be a whole lot of fun. Okay, so let us get our caption going across the bottom of our screen. So that verse is going to be scrolling there. We are going to get a good curl on our lashes today. Okay, so that is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Let me get that chat going on over here. There we go. Oh my gosh. I see hellos already. I'm so sorry. It didn't even ding at me today. Okay, so we've got a hello coming in from England. Oh, nice to have you. Then we've got a good morning. I can't wear my glasses during these, so I can't read your names because it's kind of small. And then so the version of the Bible that I'm using 2. The first one is for memorization. That's from the Message. Very conversational. Very easy to understand and read and make it more like a story. So that will help with your memorization. The second one I use the ESV, the English Standard Version, and that is for when I'm actually doing the study. 2 translations really help you to see different perspectives, and you might notice words or intents better in one versus the other. So usually when I do a study, I try to use at least 2. So try that. The verses are also in the Color Me James, and they're also in the graphics, the one that you just saw, and that those will release kind of sprinkled throughout the week to really help you be able to memorize that. And yes, it is a big verse to learn, but like I said, think about it more like You're telling a story to your grandkids. I mean, we all know the story of like Little Red Riding Hood, right? And why do we know that? Because we've told it over and over again, and because it's a story instead of you memorizing a word and a word and a word and a word. So think about it more like the story. And now I'm not God, so I can't tell you for sure, but I'm pretty certain that God is more concerned about the intent and the application than he is concerned about you getting word for word for word. Okay, and really the lighting, you're welcome. The lighting today is going to drive me crazy, so just bear with this horrific lighting that we are dealing with. Okay, onward. So, now we've got all that. Oh, yes. The other thing is that all the products that we are using today are going to be in the website. You'll also see them in the show notes. So whatever platform you're on, you'll see that there as well. Like I said, today we're using the Coffee Shop palette. There's a little picture of that right there for you. You can use any palette you have, though, that has some nice golds, browns, neutrals kind of going on. So I like to use palettes over and over. So you'll see a consistency of that. Oh, I just noticed you showed up on the screen. How cool is that? I didn't know it was automatically going to do that. So yay for that. And oh, I see what happened. I did it. All right, so back to what we're talking about here. Okay, so all those are going to be on the website. You'll be able to find those, and then also in the show notes. So let me get that turned off there. Okay, so now we got all that all the way. Let us dive. Let me actually turn the chat back on. So sorry. There you go. And you all are very welcome. So one of the great things about doing this live is you can ask questions while we're live. Anything about a product, something about the study, that kind of thing. So while we're going throughout, ask a question. I'll do my best to get it asked and answered. For whatever reason, it didn't ding at me today. So if it takes me a second to get to you, I'll get there eventually. Okay, so we are going to start out with the Urban Decay All-Nighter Primer. And one pump of this is going to do your whole face area that you need. So we're just going to work that between the tips of our fingers. And then you're going to apply that any place where you experience separation, maybe in your foundation. Maybe you got some trouble with some oily spots. Maybe you're dry. We're going to go around our lips with that. And that is really going to help. As you age, you get that little kind of crackly lip thing happening when you put your lipstick on or lip gloss or whatever. It kind of tends to creep out. So this will help with that. Any fine lines and wrinkles, like for me, that's going to be up here around the eye. That is going to help smooth that out. And you're just going to get better performance out of your foundation for that. So we're going to put that there. Then today, we don't really need an eye primer, but I just like it because we're doing a couple of a little sparkly of colors, and I feel like they do better when you've got a primer. So we're going to use the Juvia's Place Eye Prep Eye Prime. This is the shade number 1. I haven't used this for a little bit, so I'm just going to give it a couple of taps to let it kind of mix together. If you squirt any primer out of its tube and it's kind of separated a little bit, you just need to give it a shake. So literally, we're just going to use a tiny dot of that. And that's going to go right here. And then we're just going to blend that out. Your eyeshadow will wear better if you have any frosts or glitters. Those will adhere better. Your colors will be brighter and more true to what they look like in the palette. So eye primer does a lot of things. And yes, before any of you ask, you can use a concealer for it, but I don't care for the concealer on your eyelid as much. Done it. Do it in a shortcut, but it's not my favorite. I just don't think it wears quite as well as the eye primer does. And to our concealer, this is the Bye Bye Under Eye. This is the shade 11 Light Nude. And we're just going to use a little skinny ribbon of that. And that is going to do like everything you could possibly need. So for me, this is going to go under the eye. I got some redness happening here. I got some darkness going on there. Redness here. Any imperfections or hyperpigmentation, you'll put that there. We're not doing a full blend yet. We're just kind of smushing it there. Is that a word? I'm not sure. So we're just getting it in the right place because this blends out better when you let it warm up to your body temperature. So we're going to leave it for just a sec. And a little bit of this goes a long way. So legit, you really don't need much of this. I am using the Juvia's Place. This is the JP102 flat foundation brush. This is going to do our concealer and our foundation. So it just has a nice flat surface. So we're just going to blend that out now that that has had an opportunity to warm up and become blendable. So literally you're just going to kind of swash that around. That smooth, nice edge of that is just going to blend out beautifully. And because of the shape, that edge, it just gets right up under that eye area. There you go. Now you're just going to look like a crazy person for a very little second. Then we're going to go to our foundation. This is the Juvia's Place I Am Velvety Matte Foundation. I am the shade 710 Maracao. If you go to your nearest Ulta, they have this on display. You can actually try out the foundation. Make sure that you got a good match. Grab a beauty associate and have them, or a beauty advisor, and have them help you through that to make sure that it's a good color for you. Some people like it a little darker. Some people like it a little lighter. That's just all personal preference. So when they do the shade match, you just find the one that looks the way that you want it to look. And then that's the right shade for you. So this is full coverage. Does not take a lot of this. So we're just going to get like about that much right there. And that will do your whole face. Well, might need a smidge more. Okay. That right there. There we go. And this does not dry in any kind of quick way. So we can go ahead and tap it around, put it where we want it, and then just kind of leave it there. And you don't have to worry about it drying and making a spot. So I am going to go up into that hairline. I'm going to go around the brows. And we're just going to blend it in right under that concealer that we put on there. Sorry, trying to check the YouTube. I may need a different plan for how to manage this. There we go. So for those of you who are on YouTube, you should be able to see your membership badge. That'll tell kind of how long you've been with the membership. I know it's new, so everybody's going to be on the same one right now. And then also you're going to have special emojis that you can use in the chat there. So have fun with those. Right now, I think we've got 4 special emojis. And I think my favorite one was probably the glam one. Although the Bible's terribly cute. Okay. Gonna make sure we got a good around the nose. Gonna go all the way around the edge of the lips. That's gonna help us as we put on our lipstick and our lip liner so that everything blends and stays where it's supposed to. Gonna blend under that chin just a little bit so we don't end up with a harsh line where that makeup ends. And around the eye. Mini, that's for me because I got all that darkness happening. Okay, now you can see we're all one color. Everything is nice and smooth and even, and yay. So we're gonna grab our Juvia's Place. This is a JP101 tapered powder brush. And then I'm gonna grab the Professional Power, hold on, let me get it right. Power Powder. And this is a wonderful blurring powder. I absolutely love how this just takes any imperfections, any texture inconsistencies, and just really blends it out. So the reservoir in the top is going to get you just how much you need. We're going to set it in and then tap it off. And I'm going to start out in the eye. You don't really need to get it on the lip. I love the smell of this. And then we're going to go under the eye. And this will set that. It will help. Now, some powders, when you put them under your eye, as you get older, it's going to kind of creep in and look kind of cakey, yucky. This one doesn't do that. So you're good with this one. Although, I think I just got some kind of hair in there. Okay, so we're going to tap, and then we're going to go down the center. And we're going to set that we put under the chin as well. Don't need any funky transfer going on, depending on what you're wearing today. And then we'll catch the cheek on the other side. And then our forehead. Going right up into that hairline. There we go. And now you are all foundationed, and and let me get, hold on, add to block list. There you go. Always gotta have a couple of trolls around there. Okay, now that we've got an even playing field, everything looks nice. Now we're gonna add some contouring and some shading and some highlighting exactly where we want it to be. So I'm gonna grab my KVD light reflectable palette. You can use whatever contouring you have. Your dark is gonna be 2 shades darker than your foundation. Your light will be 2 shades lighter than your foundation. This is how you're gonna get highs and lows. I am using a dual-ended foundation brush from It Cosmetics. So we're gonna be living in these 2 here. And then given the chocolate thing we're doing today, I'm gonna add just a smidge of this on the outside. So we're gonna start out on the flat side of that brush first. And that's going to go from the top of the ear. We're going to do a curve, and we're going to come to about the corner of the eye there. We're going to stay above that hollow of the cheek. And then we're going to go up the side of the temple. And this is going to give you more cheekbone than you actually have. You can see already between the 2 sides. Okay, same thing on the other side. There we go. Staying with the flat side still. We're going to get it on one side. We're going to go right up against that hairline. A little up and down, little side to side. That'll help blur that out. Not too much there, just a little bit. Now we're going to switch to the side of the brush. So we're going to do the side right here. That's going to go from the ear to the corner of the mouth, right under that jawline. You're going to want to keep a neutral face so that you're indeed getting up underneath that jawline. And this is going to minimize any double or triple chins that you have. And then we're going to use that same thin side. A little bit lighter touch to it. We don't need quite as much on there. And we're going to carve out our nose. So we're going to go from the inside of the eye right. So pretend like you've got a bridge. You're going to go right to the sides of that bridge there. And that's going to minimize the size of your nose and just kind of bring everything to a focus to the center. And then we're just going to hit the tip of that just a smidge. We don't want to end up with like a brown thing happening. So that's why I was saying just a little bit lighter pressure. Now, I told you we were going to use that darker color. So we're going to use the same brush. We're going to really use the tip. And we're just going to tap it like twice in there. We're just going to go right here and right there. Just a little. Right there, right there. Same thing. Tap, tap. That's just going to give you that little punch, that extra bit of glam there. Now we're going to take the fluffy side of this and we're going to get in that lighter color. And that's going to go on the top of the cheek and then right beside the eye. Same thing on the other side. Top of the cheek, right beside the eye. Now we're going to do the same thing and go up the center of the face. Especially make sure you catch that Cupid's bow. That is going to really help to give an illusion of a puffed up lip. So it's like a Botox without the Botox. I don't know where that came from. Okay, anyways, so now that we've got some highs and lows, we're going to use our Juvia's Place. This is the volume 4. We're using a lot of brown and gold today, which is not my particular best color scheme. So I am going to be using the darker of the two today just because I need a little something color in there. You could probably get away with this one here if you want a more classic look, or if you just like a little bit of a softer look. But blush is kind of in right now, so you can get away with the darker. So we're going to take our blush brush and we're just going to tap it a couple times. We're going to go between the bronzer and the highlighter. And then between the bronzer and the highlighter. Actually, I think I was a little too... There we go. Now we're going to do that same thing on the other side. And we're just going to tap it once and work it right up into the hairline. And whatever you have left on your brush, just hit that tip of your nose and your chin. Just for a little hint. All right. So now you are all contoured up. So guess what that means? That means it is time for us to say our verse together. Like I said, a little bit longer of a verse this time. So we're going to wait until it rolls around so that we can say it together. I wonder if there's a way to, I can't speed it up. Okay, so we're going to let it come around and then we will say that verse together and then we'll press on with our lips. Okay, here we go. Here you go. You ready? Consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so you may become mature and well-developed, not deficient in any way. James 1, 2-4. So I know a little bit longer verse, but I assure you, you got this. So together we can. Okay, I am going to be using the Juvia's Place Luxe Lip Liner, and this is in the color Scorpio. We are going to line our lips, and then we'll fill in some lipstick. So I am going to start here in the center of the Cupid's bow. And we're just going to give a nice V. That's going to give us kind of like the center of the frame. And then we're going to round that out to the outside corners. We're going just to the outside of our lip line. If you've got a nice chocolate color, this would look really pretty with that as well. All right, now we're going to go to the bottom in the center. Just kind of give yourself a starting place, and then we're going to round that out to the outside corners. All right. Now we want a little bit of a softer lip look today. So we're going to take our pencil. We're going to come just to the inside of that line we just did and use a little bit lighter of a pressure. Almost like you're shading on your coloring page. And I didn't get the video posted yet, but I really enjoyed the coloring page. I did a time lapse with it, so I'll put that up later today so you can see that. I know I had a couple of you messaged me with your pictures, and so cool, so interesting how we each had different ideas about the colors of things and what they were going to look like. So fascinating. I'm going to darken the outside corners of my lip just a little bit. Just going to bring that attention into the center. So when you put your lip together, you're going to see the two outside corners have a little bit darkness and then stop about the same space. There we go. I'm going to take my middle finger and I'm going to drag it over the edge and just blend the edge out to soften it just a little. You can see it just removed any harsh lines that were on there. I have got this is the, let me see what it's called. MAC Maximal Matte Lipstick in the Viva Planet. And this is just kind of a nice neutral. Has a little hint of it's like a nude pink. And I say the nude part first because there's just like a very tiny hint of pink in there. So I'm going to use this one. I'm going to start out in the center where the lip liner isn't. And then work it up to the outside where the lip liner is. And then I actually turned the lipstick upside down to do the bottom so that, because the tip kind of has that lip liner sort of drug in it from when you used it. And that way it blends out nice and even. There you go. So you can see it's a little hint of pink. My liner, the Scorpio, has a little bit of wine to it. So it's like a neutral chocolate wine, kind of just a pleasant color. So it's kind of like natural with a punch. There you go. Yeah, not to be confused with Hawaiian punch. Okay. So now for some fun. We have got all of that on there. We are going to get to playing with our Juvia's Place, the coffee shop. Now these colors don't have names. So in order to make sure I got it straight, you're going to see all my little flags on there. So Juvia's Place coffee shop. Here's where we're going to be today. So I told you it was going to be crazy. Okay, so we're going to be here first. That's going to go up on the upper brow bone. Then we're going to be this right here. No. Yeah, this right here is going to be in the center. Then we're going to use this on the outside. And then this just a little smidge on the very, very outside corner. So we're going to start here. So in the coffee shop, you are going to grab, this is a Morphe M441. And we're going to go here with the tip of that just right in there. And that's going to go up here on your brow bone. We're just going to lay that down as a highlight. And just so we've got something to blend into. And for those of you that are in the members group, this is the upper left image in our eye map. All right. And I'm just going to set that brush down in front of me because we'll probably need to come back to it. We are going to go with I'm actually going to use this because we're going to, yeah, let's start out with the lighter first. Okay, so this is the Morphe M124, and this is just kind of a general purpose shadow brush. So we're going to take that, we're going to go into this one right here, and you're just going to get it on one side. So we're just going to swipe it and get it on one side, and we're going to go right in the center with that. And we're going to go, you can pretty much just do like this. We can just drag that bad boy all the way up there. That's going to be your center. You don't need to worry about it being like too neat or anything like that, because we're going to be coming back in there with lots of colors. And you're going to color about a third of the eyelid right there in the center with that. We'll be blending colors into it. There you go. So now you just got some crazy color going down the center of your eye. All right, so we are going to take a, I guess this would be a smudger. This is the M321. So you got a little extra bristle compared to some other smudgers, but we're going to use this one, and we're going to go into this color right here. So kind of a nice medium chocolatey kind of color. And it's just kind of a tap and then a tap. We're going to go right on the inside. And then we're going to go on the outside. Now you can see this one is a frost, and I'm already getting a little bit of fallout. So we'll worry about that in just a minute. And I'm making sure to get all the way into that corner of that eye there. And we're going to bring it all the way up to the top of that bone. I have hooded eyes. So for me, it's going to be important that that color is really setting up above there. You can just take your fluffy brush and get that off as it comes along. And that way you don't end up with that darkness. So I'm going to take this again outside here. And we're going all the way up to that brow bone. And I think I just dipped it in the wrong color. So for you with hooded eyes, and what does that mean, hooded eye? When I close my eye, I've got a lot of real estate right here, and it kind of folds over. My crease is very low. I have very small eyelid right here. That is what a hooded eye is. So when you close your eyes with a hooded eye, you want to make sure that that color you just did is up above the fold. So you can see right now, I have very little color coming up above there, which means I need to raise it up. So I'm going to leave my eye open, and I'm going to bring that color up. So that's the outside brown. We'll come back in and raise up the middle color in a second. And it's kind of hard to have a neutral face when you're doing this. There you go. Now when you look forward, you should be able to see the browns on the outside corners peeking up above that lid. So now we're going to go back to that the second color that we did, and let's go ahead and bring it up too. And we're just going to do that right there. There you go. And it's okay if you have a harsh line right now. We will blend that out in a minute. But you can see now as you look forward, you can see that color up above the opening of the eye. So any fallout you have, go ahead and get that. Now I mentioned that smudger was a little bit of a bigger one. So now we're going to grab a little bit of a smaller one. This one is a Real Technique 87. So we're going to grab that one. It's kind of an oval tip on it as opposed to the circle. But I like how it handles, and because the tip is so dense, it really makes it easy to do some darker colors and not have fallout. So we're going to take that, and we're just going to drag the tip of that right here in that color. What is that? Row 2, number 2. That's going to go on the very outside corner. We're just going to add some intensity over there. And then, you know what? Let's go ahead and put it under the eye for right now. We're already here. There we go. And then you can just have those meet each other around the corner. Okay. I feel like I need a little something in the middle there to lighten that up. I'm going to take, this is a M433, which is just a fluffy. I'm going to grab I took the lid off. This is the Heroin Glow 2. We're going to use that here in just a minute. This is a highlighter, but we're going to use that. We're just going to swirl it on there. And we're going to use that as our blend out up here. Got a nice shimmer to it. Has a little bit of color, not too much color. And that's how we're going to remove that edge that you may have. And also use it down the center. Let's get some good sheen going on there. Okay, we are going to, well, if I can find it. There it is. Okay, we're going to work a little bit on the eyeliner and then we're going to finish the underside of the eye. So I'm going to take the Killer Liner. This is by Too Faced. And we're going to go right on the outside corner to about the middle with that. Same thing on the other side. And then on the bottom as well. Really riding along that lash line on the bottom. If you want for just a little more emphasis on the outside, I'm going to add just a little on the waterline in the corner, just right there on the outside corner. I don't want to close my eye down by like going all the way in, but I'm going to pull that to the outside. Wow, you can see how blue my eyes look from that shadow colors today. Okay, I'm going to take... There we go. Okay, so I need a smaller smudger so we can finish the under eye part. So we're going to take the Morphe M508. This is just a set of Morphe brushes. I think it's called the Eyes Have It, maybe. So much cheaper if you buy them in a set as opposed to one-offing your brushes. Best brushes, though, favorite brushes by far are the ones from It Cosmetics, but they're a little pricier. So those are kind of like lifetime brushes. I've seriously had some of my It Cosmetic brushes for like, I think 20, going on 20 years. So different kind of thing, but the Morphe ones are still good. They're just not going to last quite as long. Okay, so we're going to take that smudger, that M508. We're going to go back in this color right here, and we're going to get it just on one side on the bottom, and we're going to do the bottom right under that lash line and go right over to that darker color that we set down there. Okay. Now we're going to take this color here that we had up on the top. We're going to grab it just a little bit. It's not glittery, but it is illuminating. So we're going to put it right there on that inside corner. Let's just brighten that up a little bit right in there. There you go. That just sort of pulls that out a little bit. Okay, I am gonna grab my Too Faced Better Than Sex liquid liner. We're gonna line the top lid, getting ready for putting those false lashes on. So just a single line from the outside corner, and then we're gonna go all the way to the inside corner. Nothing fancy, just a line. This is gonna help your lashes to stick better, last longer, and also gives you a little bit of forgiveness insurance in case you don't get that lash all the way 100% to your lash line. So just a nice thin line. And I do love this right here. The thing that's great about this is that tip is just like, it's like goof proof. I am not good with liquid liners, but this one right here is just excellent. Let's see. Oh, Kathy, the IMAP is in, I think it was the last post in the members on YouTube. So if you go into that members section, there should be, it's not really a quad map. I think it's like 9 images, but that's just going to kind of show you for members what we got coming up as far as eye looks go. And so thank you for your recommendation of the chocolate, because that is one of the reasons why we're doing some chocolate today. Okay, so now that we got that going on, let me see how the blending's looking good. There we go. We got some nice intensity on the outside. We got some light going on the inside. I feel like it needs a little... Well, I'll play with that in a minute. Okay, so we're going to go to brows. So what do we got going on for brows? Whatever your brow product of choice is. I have fashion color on my hair. So I have to do, you know, creativity means creativity other places. So I'm using the Bad Gal Bang mascara in the Wild Plum on my brows, but whatever your brow product of choice is, we have done all different kinds of things on here before. So if you do not like the shape of your brow, if you need help with what brow product to use, if you don't know what color to use, go to the brow bar at your nearest Ulta and have them help you out. So I am going to ever so slightly... When you use a mascara on your brow, it's kind of like if you were using a brow setter. I have used pink mascara, blue mascara. Now we got plum mascara. I've used lip liner. If you step outside of a normal color, then you have to figure it out. I think it would be smart, are you guys listening, for a company that makes fashion colors to partner with a brow company to make accompanying brow products. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I think it's kind of weird if you've got like bleach blonde hair and then you got black brows, or if you have pink hair and you have you know, brown brows. Let's see, what's the question? I don't know the answer to that. They're Amazon links, so I would think so, but I'm not 100% sure about that. That it might take you to the US, but then it would tell you what the product is. And then yes, if you use the links, that is true. It doesn't cost you anything extra, but it does give me a little something, so it's kind of like a tip back. Okay, let me check the inside here. There we go. Let me just fix this a little bit. I see I was talking and not paying too much attention here. Here we go. Okay. All right. So that is our brow. Hopefully in the amount of time it took me to get mine done, you were able to get yours done, or else you're going to have to pause, but that's okay. I'm just going to dab my little watering eye because it is slightly windy outside, and that means everything is blowing around in it. For today, I know I have enjoyed using the heated lash curler, but for today, because we're doing false lashes, I'm just going to go old school again. So this is the Tweezer Man Onyx Great Grip Eyelash Curler. So we're going to use that, and we're going to use our verse as a timer. So let me scroll down here just a smidge. There we go. And we don't, let's see, it takes me to the UK version of Amazon. I'll use it. Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. All right. So we want to make sure when we're doing this kind of an eyelash curler that we're not pinching our eye. So go ahead and do like a test run. You're going to put it, sandwich your lashes right in the middle there. You're going to give a little tiny bit of a squeeze. You do not want to feel pinching on your eyelid at all. So if you feel pinching, release it, pull it out just a little bit, and then try it again. Because we're doing false lashes, you don't really need like a super good curl here. We're just trying to get a curl good enough that your lashes are going to marry with the false lashes, and it looks like it's all one thing seamlessly. So let us go ahead and find your sweet spot. Get it ready. Okay, and it's about rolling around to us, and here it goes. So go ahead and crimp. Consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so you become mature and well-developed, not deficient in any way. James 1:2-4. Oh, we're going to have a good curl today. Okay. We're going to do that same thing on the other side. So find your sweet spot. Here we go. And crimp. Consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so you become mature and well-developed, not deficient in any way. James 1:2-4. All right, so now we can get some mascara on there. Well, you know, Kathy, you got to get creative when your hair color is not a normal thing. Okay, so I'm going to grab my little magnifying mirror. We're going to get a nice single coat of mascara on there. Because we're doing the false lashes, we don't need like a whole lot of color. But I have like blonde white lashes, so we're going to do that so that my lashes blend in. Making sure to sweep back on the tips there. And catching the inside. All right, same thing on the other side. Like I said, you just need one coat for this for right now. And oh, I didn't say, I don't think. This is the Bad Gal Bang in black. That's what I'm using on my eyelashes. Although I keep saying I'm going to try using a colored mascara on my lashes and then put false lashes on. I still haven't done that yet. Make sure to sweep back on the tips. There we go. Oh, nice. Oh, did you use the glam emoji? Hold on, I have to look at this. You did? How cute. Okay. Now on the bottom lashes, we're not getting false things on there. So go ahead and do the bottom lash as you normally would. And I feel like I'm probably going to need a new mascara because I feel like this is starting to get a little bit on the drier side. So some mascaras will get a little drier when they're ready to be replaced. Some of them get kind of clumpy. Just depends on the mascara itself as to what it does. Okay. Sorry, I'm like right up in that microphone now. Make sure to sweep under the tips on the bottom too. Okay. Oh, sorry, my finger was like all up in there. Okay. Nice. Now, I do notice that when you get close up, I have a little bit of fallout that's kind of hanging out. So let me show you how to get rid of that. You can kind of see it like over here. So this is an It Cosmetics brush. This particular one, the Velvet Luxe, I don't think they make anymore. But the link that's on the website is for the one that replaced it. I think it's got like white tips on it. So we're going to take the tip of that. We're going to get it in the powder. So you want to shake most of it off. And then we're going to go over here and erase it. There you go. And yes, some people do put their eyeshadow on first and then they do their full face. I don't know. Personal preference, I just cannot get into that. It's easy to fix if you end up with any random crazy fallout. So I just choose to do that rather than, do it and then have to do your foundation around it. So personal preference, doesn't matter which way you go. Okay, so now we are ready for our false lashes. So we got some nice chocolate and gold happening up there. You could gold it up a little more if you wanted to. I brought to show you two different colors. Well, this one here, this is a color pop. This is called Montecito, and this is part of their Super Shock. So you can see it's just a nice gold. So let's say that you were going out somewhere and you just want a little extra punch of color. The Super Shocks, you're just going to use your finger, and you can see that there. And you can literally just tap that right in that center. And that is going to give you more shimmery goodness. I wanted to do that before I put on my lashes. That really brought up that gold. This is a little extra. You don't got to do this, but you get a little extra shimmer and a little extra bonus color from that. So you could also use the other one that I had here was the Roy G. Biv. I have no idea who that is. Super Shock. This one is kind of a pinky color. There you go. You can see that. You've got a little shimmer. It's like a pink and gold. And so if you wanted to, oh my gosh, my eyes are going to be so upset at me. So again, you're just going to use your finger and you're just going to set that on your shadow. Right there. And then you get like a little hint of pinkiness to it. Oh yeah. I don't know if you can see that, but you just get some shimmery goodness from that. So just a little way you could add on to and elevate this particular eyeshadow look with those Super Shocks from ColourPop. ColourPop's a really cheap brand, so, only a couple of bucks for those. And you could pick they have one that's like a white. It's just kind of just really a glitter. So that you can pretty much use on any color. So that one would be super fun. If I was going to choose just one color to start with, it would probably be that one. So now onward to our lashes. Juvia's Place, Nubian Lash in Zaria. This one is, I can't remember if this is low volume or medium, but if it's medium, it's on the lower end of that. So these are a flare. So you've got a narrower on the inside, wider on the outside. The first time you have these lashes, you're going to take your lash tool and you're just going to dry fit that bad boy. So use the tip of that and just hold it in place. And just kind of see if it's too long or not. Most people, almost everyone, have to trim the lashes just a smidge. And so when you trim, you're going to do that from the outside corner of the lash, and better to trim a little bit and then you can take off more. Now, if you happen to trim off too much lash, let's say that happened, you turned off too much, you do not need to throw the lashes away. They just become a 3/4. So you're going to put it more to the outside and the less will be on the inside. It'll be beautiful. It'll just be more concentrated on the outside corners. Ooh, you use the other one, the Faith and Glam. Yay. Okay, so back to the lashes. So we're going to use the Duo Active. I've been testing this one out. So far, I've really liked it. It's a little thinner than the one I usually use, but I have liked its staying power. I'm not sure about going to the gym with that on, but it has been nice. So we're going to take that applicator out, and it's going to go right on the top of that band. And then we're going to put it on the back side. This is a clear adhesive. So no matter what color your skin is, no matter what color your lashes are, this will be a good one. It also is latex free. So if you're like me, who has a latex allergy on their eyes, which I know that's weird, didn't even know about that, didn't even know that was a thing until recently. But a lot of lash glues have latex in them. So we're going to put that again on the other lash on the top of that band. And then we're going to put it on the inside of that band. Here's another tip for you too. I like the way that the clear lash bands look. However, the clear lash bands have the tendency of being a little more pokey because they use a filament to be the guide, the wire part. And so the ones that have the clear bands are usually, you'll feel the poke on the inside and outside of those. It's just a thing. So the one thing I like about the Juvia's Place is that it is more of a fabric-y band, and it's not that synthetic pokey kind of thing. So we're going to wait until that adhesive is about halfway not clear. When that is ready to go, then we're good to go. So you can kind of feign it and help it along just a little bit. You want it a little bit tacky so that it will stay well. So I'm just holding that lash right there in the center. My eyes do not like my fingers coming at them. So if you can do lashes and you don't need a lash tool, yay for you. Okay, so we're going to grab that right there in the center. I know this one goes here because the smaller goes on the inside, the wider is going to go on the outside. So we're just going to set that right there. And let's see, there we go. Lash tool sticking a little bit. There we go. I'm going to set it right on that liner on the inside corner. I'm going to grab the outside. We're going to set that right on that liner on the outside corner. You might try magnetic ones then, if that's the case. There's lots of different magnetic ones. The ones that I've had that did the best were the sandwich magnetics. And what does that mean? They were a little harder to put on, but now they have a little tool for it. There's a top and a bottom, and your lashes get sandwiched between the two. I found those to have held up the best of any of the magnetic ones. The other ones that I've tried, every one I've tried, you get about 6 hours out of a magnetic lash, and then they don't stick anymore. So I've got a new lash company. Yeah, I have latex allergy as well. So most clear glues, read the package though, most clear adhesives do not have latex in them, but the black ones, every single black one I've ever looked at has latex in it. So just use a clear glue and you should be fine. So we're going to set that other one right here in the middle. And then the inside. And then the outside. And then I'm going to make sure that they're together. And I like to take my tip, just kind of work your lashes into those lashes. Sometimes when you get close up, you can see like your lashes might all be smushed one way or the other. Just kind of helps. And then I constantly test the inside corner, because the two places that you're going to have problems with false lashes, it's going to be the outside and the inside. So I just like to double check and test while everything is nice and easy to be moved and to be fixed and all that kind of thing. So I am now watering a little bit. There we go. Okay, so the heroin that we used earlier from Juvia's Place, we actually used it on our eye, but we are going to use that as a highlighter in the place it was intended to be used. So I'm going to grab my Anastasia. This is a highlighter brush. The heroin glow that we used earlier on the eyelid, we're just going to do that. We're going to just swash that over there. Going to go right here on the top of the cheek, beside the brow. And then you get a nice little bit of a shimmer going on here. And I'm going to swirl that around, and I'm going to go down the center of the face as well. Blend it out just a tad on the forehead. Nice. Okay. So now everything is where we want it to be, but we need to say our verse one more time together so we can really begin to dive into and learning that together. So here we go. Oh, yay, it's right there. So consider it a sheer gift, friends. When tests and challenges come at you from all sides, you know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work in you so you become mature and well-developed, not deficient in any way. James 1:2-4. And so as you practice this week, the verse, make sure that you're saying last week's verse with this week's verse. And that will really help you to be able to, because we don't want to memorize one and then, 2 weeks down the road, we've forgotten what the first one was. Okay, so now we've got it where we want it. How are we going to get it to stay? We're going to use our Juvia's Place Ready, Set, Sealed. Give that a little bit of a shake. Go ahead and spray that down. Yet another wonderful, between this and the Benefit Setting Powder. Man, you don't need perfume. You just need to spray your makeup on yourself. Okay, so thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It has been a delight to be with you. I look forward to chatting you throughout the week and seeing you on the website, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. So let's take a look at our Bible verses that we had going on. So the first one that we had was from last week. And that one is, I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello! And that's James 1:1. And then this week we are working on James 1:2-4. So consider it a sheer gift, friends. When tests and challenges come at you from all sides, you know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So do not or don't? So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so that you become mature and not deficient in any way. And that's James 1:2-4. So we'll be working on that all week long. Hang out on social media with me and you'll see the verse video will come out. There'll be graphics, all kinds of fun things. For those of you Beauty and Grace insiders, the members on YouTube, you're going to get a couple of extra bonus things and have some fun. There will also be next week we'll have, well, maybe throughout the week. Anyways, for sure next week, after this recording, there will be a 30-minute or so, depending on how long y'all chat, where we're just going to get together and hang out and talk about the study and see if there was any particular way that God spoke to you, what applications did you get from it, and then recite the verses for each other. It's going to be different because we'll be on YouTube together, so we're going to have to type the verse out as you're reciting it, but it'll be fun. So let us get over to what are we talking about? We're talking about Color Me James. So this is the book that we are working through. This is going to be a 48-week study, and I mean, there's puzzles, there's coloring pages, there's all kind of thing. And this is what we're going to be working through, where we're getting our scripture passages from. The verse from the message is actually in there, so you don't need to go try to track it down or find it. There's a prayer journal. It's lots of goodness all rolled up into one book. 3 different ways you can get that. There's an Amazon Perfect binding. There is a spiral binding available on my website, and there's the ebook on my website. The ebook, you can either just flip through and read, or you can use a couple of apps like Goodreads or what's the other one? Good Notes and Procreate. Procreate will actually let you color the coloring pages. The ebook is actually in full color. Now, if you are a cherished queen in the Beauty and Grace Insider, you actually get the ebook with your membership. So that comes out like as soon as you join, that comes out to you. So, you can find a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus on your favorite podcast platform. And what is all this Cherished Grace business thingy that I was talking about? That is the Beauty and Grace Insider program that is in YouTube. So when you go to YouTube, you're going to go to my YouTube channel and then just tack on the word /join at the end of it. And that will get you over to it. So there are 3 different levels. All kinds of fun comes with each different level. Do the one that speaks to you. There's a little short video that you can watch that kind of explains what it is and how and why to do it. So there's that there for you. So let's see. We have got our blessing, and then we're going to pray. Let me find the blessing. There we go. So our blessing comes from Numbers chapter 6, verse 24 through 26. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and give you peace. The Lord be gracious to you and lift his countenance upon you. And now he's going to give you peace. I got a little out of order. You know what? The intent is there, and that's good. Okay, so number 6, 24 through 26. So, all right, let me pray you out, and we will, there we go. Okay. Heavenly Father, how wonderful it has been to hang out with these beautiful women as we step into our Thursday morning. I just pray that you would help us to enjoy the beauty on the outside that you have given us, Father, that we just would treasure the time of getting to play with makeup and celebrate the fact that we are women of God. I just pray that you would send them out with a blessing this week, that you would help us to diligently work on our verses in our study as we go throughout the week, Father, that we would really memorize these verses, make them a part of our life, and that we would hide them in our heart. Father, I just pray that you would bring these different passages that we learn to our mind as we go throughout the day, that they would really help to lift us up, Father, that they would be the armor of God surrounding us. And I just pray that you would also bring those as we need for the encouragement of others. As we go throughout the book of James, there are going to be all kinds of things that are not necessarily going to speak to us, but they may speak to someone that we know. So just give us that extra measure of grace and really fire that Holy Spirit within us to help us be able to do this. Father, I just thank you for each one of these women. Again, blessings on them this week. In Jesus' name, amen. Well, it has been so wonderful to hang out with you. I do not have my chat turned on, so let me have that turned on again. There we go. You are so welcome. It has been a delight to be with you. I look forward to seeing you throughout this week and on social media. And I hope that you have an absolutely beautiful rest of your week. Love you.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8, can't wait.
Well, that was an interesting morning. Okay, so good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. We're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together enjoying a full face, easy makeup tutorial. And we're going to be working on some beauty on the inside and some beauty on the outside with a memory verse from the book of James as well. Okay, hold on. I hear my YouTube is going crazy over here, so let me get that turned down. There we go. Okay, so My name is Wendy, and it is a joy to get to hang tight with you this week and for the next quite a few weeks as we work through Color Me James, studying our way through and memorizing our way through the book of James. So our easy makeup theme for today is going to actually be an answer to a question. So how do I create a glamorous burgundy shimmer look? So we're going to be doing that, although our lips will be matte, not shimmery, but that's what we're going to be doing today. So we're going to be playing with some burgundy. So grab your color palettes. Today I am using Juvia's Place Culture 2 and your brushes and some lashes, and then get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8, can't wait.
All right, I see quite a few of you in here already, so let me get that chat turned on. Go ahead and give me a shout out. Let me know where you are coming from today. Alrighty, so I set a couple things up a little bit different today. We are going to cross our fingers and pray that they work according to plan and things are a little bit easier on my end. So let's test that out with, yay! Okay, so our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And then last week, well, actually, just kidding. We're working through Color Me James, so that's right here. You've got a couple of different ways that you can have this book. There's a spiral version, which is my personal favorite and what I'm working out of. Then on Amazon, there's a perfect binding. We also have the ebook. Now, if you are a member of the Cherished Queen on YouTube, then you get the ebook as part of that membership. So that pretty much pays for itself the first month. So get on over to YouTube, enjoy a little more to the study as we work through that on our YouTube membership platform. So what was our verse that we worked on last week?
Trials come, but God remains. Faith's not broken, faith's made strong. Through it all, I'm not alone.
Okay, now get ready. Here comes the first part of our verse.
Consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors.
True colors.
And now we're going to have that chorus. Let's get to the second half.
Through the rain. Trials come, but God remains. Faith's not broken, faith's made strong. Through it all, I'm not
Okay, here we go. Second part of our verse from last week.
So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work. So you become mature and well developed, not deficient in any way.
There you go. And that was our verses from last week. So what are we doing this week? We are going to continue working on through the book of James. So we're going to be working on 5 through 8 this week. So I love that these are conversations. And while the image has it kind of broke, it would be one person talking. But here's our verse for this week. So James 1, 5 through 8. If you don't know what you're doing, pray to the Father. He loves to help. See the exclamation point on there? So give that some emphasis. He loves to help. You'll get help and won't be condescended to for it when you ask for it. Ask believingly. Hold on, let me see where we are up there. Ask boldly, believingly, without second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the master that way. Adrift at sea, keeping all of your options open. And that's James 1, 5 to 8. That's what we'll be working on this week. All right. So this week I told you we're going to be playing in the Culture 2 palette. That's right over here. And all of these products can be found on my website, a little bit of makeup at awholelotofjesus.com, and then you can go to the shop. So ever interested in a particular thing, in the show notes, all the products are going to be listed as well. Whatever podcast platform you're on should have that in the show notes as well. I know on YouTube they're all Amazon links. So that way you can get to everything that we're using. So we're going to have that verse scrolling across the bottom of the screen there as we dive into our burgundy shimmer look for today. Okay, so those of you who are members on this, have fun. Your badge should be showing, and you've got this special emoji, so make sure you take advantage of those. I'm going to start out with the Professional Primer. This is from Benefit Cosmetics. So we're just going to give that a little bit of shake. This doesn't have like a pump or anything, so you got to kind of guesstimate it. I'm just going to go with about that much there. Let me actually do a smidge more. It's a little cold today, so we're just going to work this between the center of our fingers. Any place that you experience separation in your foundation, maybe you have unevenness of skin texture, fine lines, wrinkles, and then around the lips. So as we get older, you know, you get that kind of wrinkly skin funky thing happening around your lips. So go ahead and put that around the edge of the lips so that will keep everything in and not creeping out around your lips. This is also going to help because this is mattifying. This is going to help with any shine control. If that is something that you concern yourself with. I have combo skin, so even at my age, it is something that I have to worry about just a little bit. So now that we got on there, our next thing is going to be our concealer. So this is the Bye Bye Under Eye. I am the shade 11 Light Nude. Get to your nearest Ulta, get a look at that. Find the exact right shade. You want your concealer to be 1 to 2 shades lighter than your foundation. So, you know, you can go ahead and bring your foundation in with you or just know what it is if they carry it. That way you can make sure you get a good match. So we're just using a little ribbon there. And that is going to go any place you have something you want to conceal. So for me, that's going to be redness. Oh, man. Sorry, y'all made me snore. Okay, so that's going to be some darkness here. I got redness going on down the center of my nose. There's a little redness on the top of my cheeks, so when I get to blending this out, I'll blend that out a little bit. I'd rather have a little bit extra on there that I can blend out than not put enough and you don't have enough to go around. So that is what we're going to do. This works better if you give it just a second to sit and warm up to your body temperature, and then it's going to blend out nicely. It's kind of thick when it just comes straight out of the tube, and a little bit of that goes a long way. So that one little tube, while it looks small, I seriously have had this tube already for about, I want to say 6 months, and it's still barely used. I believe it has a 24-month shelf life. So, oh, great question. How do I know that? On the back of the product, let me see if I can get to it. Right there. Will the camera focus on it? Oh, you can see that little image right there that looks like a can popping open. It's a little too close. The camera's not picking it up. But this says 24M right there. And the 24M or 12M or 6M or whatever it says there, that is going to tell you how long that product is good for once you open it. So this has already been open. I got 1.5 years left. Okay. So, I mean, if you're inclined, you could take like a white Sharpie or something and label the date you opened it or the date it expires so you can keep track of that. Most of the time, though, you're going to use a makeup thing up before that ever even happens. And I try to replace my eyeshadow palettes. Yeah, you should probably do it every year, but really about every 2 years I will discard because colors go out of style, new things come in, and you can't keep every single palette that you own, right? Okay, so I am using the Juvia's Place. This is a JP 102 foundation brush. So we're just going to blend out that now set here very long enough to be blendable concealer. I'm going to use that, and I'm just going to blend it over my lid today. We don't really need an eye primer, so we're just going to let that concealer do that for us. And then I'm going to blend that over to the top of my cheek, and you can see how that redness is now gone. So again, blending the corner out to the eyelid, and then blending the under eye, and then onto the top of the cheek. And I like to take that sharp corner and do that right under the eye. That's what's going to help you from getting any funky crinkle stuff falling into the line. Between the primer that you used and that under the eye, you should be good for not having any cakiness happening in fine lines and wrinkles there. So that concludes our concealer. So we're going to move on to the foundation. Today I'm going to use the Lancome Tinted. I'm the shade 225N. Between the two, so I've been using the Juvia's Place foundation. Love it. But I don't think it plays as nice with glasses ruts. I do like the Lancome for glasses ruts. So I don't know what else you call them, but if you wear glasses, maybe you're on and off with reading glasses all the time, or you're like me and you wear like traditional glasses, then this would be a good foundation for this. It is a full coverage foundation, well, medium full. So I love the coverage on it, but it just treats those tracks a little bit nicer. You're still going to get them. They're just not quite as noticeable. So we're going to take that length and we're just going to give one pump right there. And then we're going to just kind of tap it around. We're going to do the bottom from the eyes down with that. It's okay. Good to have you. Everybody's being very quiet today. We were talking about how to know when a product expires once you open it. So you'll have to go back and watch the beginning of the video for that. My camera wouldn't quite pick up the little graphic, but it'll give you an indicator of where to look for it on your products. Okay, so we're just blending that foundation into that concealer. Kind of a tapping, blurring sort of motion. I'm just going to make sure we don't get any streaks or lines. And just getting it into that hairline there so we have a nice natural end to it. Now for the forehead. I'm going to take that and I'm going to do about a third of a pump, half a pump. Well, yeah. There you go. And then I'm going to hold my hair up. And we're going to do the same thing on the forehead we did on the bottom half of the face. So we're going to just use that, work it up into that hairline. Just kind of bumping it up in there, blending it. If you have dark hair, this might work a little bit better for you if you use a headband. I'm going to play a little charades today. What do you think this means? Okay. All right, we're going to blend that around our shadow and then into that concealer that ended right here. Okay, now while I dearly love the setting powder I've been using, it is kind of fluffing around my room here. So I've decided to switch over to a puff as opposed to the brush. If you love a brush though, I dearly love this JP101 tapered brush from Juvia's Place. But for today, we're going to be using the Beauty Blender Puff. Now it's kind of spongy on one side and then it's nice and soft and fluffy on the other side. So we're going to be using the Professional. This is the, what is that called again? Power Powder. I know, it's such a weird name. But love the blurring effect of this. It's a very, there's no talc in here, so that's a good thing. But it's very fluffy and loose. And even when you tap out that brush, you still get a when you put it on. So hence the going back to a puff. So I'm just going to tap it in there and then tap it off. And then we're just going to tap it around the eye area. Going right up everywhere you put that concealer and foundation. We're going to make sure we catch the corner of that eye too. There you go. Yeah, lots of less. Wait. Less fluff that way. There we go. And then we're going to just tap it. Going to go under the chin so we can make sure We're blending out nicely. Everything's going to look seamless, and it's not going to look a stop and start to your makeup. And we're pressing, and then lift it out just a smidge to blur it. This may be a weird way to say this, but you know, we all have the facial hair, right? That like fine peach fuzz stuff. So when you lift it up, you should kind of feel like a little tickle on your cheek because you're hovering onto those facial hairs. And I do keep mine trimmed to a minimum. I love those little razors. You know what? We should probably do that one time. One time we'll talk about that. One of the ways that you can help de-age yourself pretty quickly is removing the peach fuzz on your face. You know, this right here on the side, it's a hormonal thing. When you're pregnant, you get it. When you get older, you don't get the baby, but you get the hormones. So removing that, seriously, that will take like 10 years off of yourself. And then that's not even to speak of the whiskers that we all get in our chin. We're all above 30 here, so we can talk about this openly. You know, there's the chin hairs that come as you get older. It's ridiculous. So this is gonna keeping those trimmed down to a minimum is definitely going to help as an anti-aging help as well. Pretty much you can get it waxed. I personally don't prefer a fully shaved look. It sort of comic bookifies you, if that's a word I don't know. But I don't like the way that a fully shaved, but when you use those little shavers, they leave just a little nub, just enough to hold your foundation. Yes, absolutely. I love those things too. Dermaplaner, thank you. That's the word. Yes. So that is the word, yes. The one that I have, which I'll have to look and see what brand it is because I've used like 3 or 4 of them. It actually has what looks like a little wire cover over the blade. So you're not actually blading on your skin, but you're going to see like that hair fluff off. My objective is not actually the dermaplaning, which is really a skin exfoliating. My goal is a hair defluffing. So depending on your goal will depend on which one of those tools you will use. Anyways, we'll make a session about that this week and talk about dermaplaners and how to use them. And, you know, I don't think I've ever cut myself with one of them. But, you know, I guess if you weren't careful, you could do it. But definitely, that's one of the things, number one, to reduce aging is to remove those extra fine facial hairs. Okay, so back to what we're doing here. So, natural, full coverage, smooth look. Now we need to put in some contouring because we have just made ourselves look all pale and white. Well, I guess that depends on your color. Okay, so I'm going to be using the no matter what color your complexion is, the KVD Shade and Light Refillable Contour Palette has a color for just about everybody in here. I'm going to be living on these two here, and then we're going to tap in this one for just a second to the very outside. So we're going to start. Oh, this is a foundation brush. We're going to use this side here for the dark, this side here for the light. So we're going to start out on the flat side. You're just going to get a little bit on there. We're going to tip that up. So the side I just powdered is up. We're going to go from the top of the ear in sort of a U motion. And we're going to go to about the corner of the eye. We're going to stay above that hollow of the cheek. And then you're going to go up right beside your hairline there. You determine the level of depth that you want. The darker that you go from your natural color, the more glamour and contrast you're going to get. So totally your call. You want to be a little more classic? Bring those two colors together. Just go like maybe 1 to 2 shades lighter, darker than your foundation. You want it to be a little more dramatic and glamour, then you're going to increase that. Maybe 4 shades darker than your foundation. Still using that flat side. We're going to go right up into that hairline up here. And then I'm just going to kind of go up and down a little bit. That's going to soften the edge so you don't end up with like a line across there. Now we're going to switch to the skinny side of this. We're just going to brush that across. We're going to go from the ear to about the corner of the mouth. you're going to keep a neutral face so that we can actually truly get up underneath that jawline. And just brush back and forth gently. And do the same thing on the other side. And that's just going to increase that shadow under that jawline to make it look like you have more jaw than you do. And remove the harsh appearance of any extra baggage you got right there. Okay, so keeping in that skinny side, we're going to go from the corner of the eye there, run that right down the side of the nose all the way to the end. This one you really want to go only about 2 shades darker, even if you're using a darker one over here. So we're just going to go beside there. Okay, if one is using a bronzer, here, let me get this on here. If one is using a bronzer, is the placement the same as for a contouring powder? Yes. So depending on, great question. So typically contouring powder is going to be more to the cooler side. Bronzer is going to be more towards the warm side. I mean, you can do it with both. It really depends a lot on your complexion and can it handle that extra warmth? It is going to bring in, you know, that warmth on there. So it depends on the look that you want. And it also depends on what is the undertone of your complexion. So play with it and see what it is that you like. You know, a store like Ulta or Sephora where you've got all these testers that you can use and play with, you know, do it on the back of your hand. I mean, you can do it on your face, but it's a little gross because I don't know. I used to work there and the testers. Yeah. So, but your hand is going to, and the inside of your arm right here is going to have the same undertone that your face is going to have. So use it on there. See what you like, what you prefer. I prefer to be a little cooler, which is what I love about this palette because it is a contouring palette as opposed to a bronzer. So long answer to your question. Okay, so now we've got all of that part done. I'm going to tip the tip right in here just a couple of times because that's like 4 shades darker. And I'm just going to go right here on the outside and just give a little, I guess it's a backwards L right here, just to kind of enhance that outside. I don't want the whole thing dark like that, but I do want to give a little on the outside. Okay. Now I'm going to take the fluffy here. We're going to go in this right here. Going to go up the center of the face. Making sure we hit that Cupid's bow. Right on the top of the cheek. Beside the brow bone. You don't have to be like super precise with this. You're going to have blush over this. You're going to be doing all kind of things. So you can be a little messy. You don't got to worry about it. Okay, so we're going to set that brush aside. We're going to grab a powder foundation brush. And I'm going to grab the Juvia's Place. This is the volume 4. Now we're using a lot of wine today. We're going to have wine on our eyes. We're going to have wine on our lips. So today I'm going to be using this lighter color here. It's going to bring the focus to those other 2 parts and kind of detract from the cheeks just a little bit. So we're not like, woo, with color. Okay. Although there is a time for that. Today's just not that. Okay. So we're going to take that brush blush. We're going to get it on there. And we're going to go between the bronzer and the highlighter. And then between the bronzer and the highlighter. So this is just going to give you a little hint of pink. Just to give you a little bit of color on the cheek and bring everything together. Make everything look like it belongs. Then we're going to get a little more of that on the tip. Go right up there in that hairline. Going to add a little color there. Whatever you have on your brush, just hit the tip of your nose and your chin. We don't want to like add too much color there. We just want a little something. There you go. Okay. You have now contoured and blushed. Woo! Okay, so we'll add a little bit of shimmer highlighter at the very end. So what do we have right now? Right now we have Let's Say Our Verse Together. So it's a little bit long today. We're going to wait till that kind of rolls around with us. I like this verse though. I feel like it's very storytelling. So anytime you see an explanation point in the Bible, that means that there is some emphasis on it. So as you say it, I want to hear your emphasis. So what is the He says, hold on, I don't want to miss it. Okay, we'll have to have that conversation in a second. Okay, here it goes. You ready? If you don't know what you're doing, pray to the Father. He loves to help. There's the explanation point. You'll get his help and won't be condescended to for asking for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the Master. Is it Master or Father? Yes, don't think you're going to get anything from the Master that way. And that is James 1:5-8. It's always interesting when you've like memorized something in a different translation and then you're trying to memorize it in another translation. Last week was the most difficult for me because I kept wanting to say for the, like twice in the verse. I kept wanting to add a for the, and then it would break my pace and I would trip myself up. So anyways, I hope you're having fun with that. And man, did I love the song from last week. I got to tell you, I got feedback from a few people about the songs, and I am so delighted that they are helping you, that you're enjoying them. And even my mom came back and said how much she liked last week's song. I thought she wasn't going to like it because it's got a little kind of rappy section in there, but who knew? Okay, so we're gonna do our lips now. I am using the Juvia's Place. This is a Luxe liner, and this is the shade Wine. And then we're going to be using Urban Decay. This is actually old packaging, but this is the Hex. This is a Mega Matte, and this is just a nice wine-ishy pink sort of color. So that is Hex, and then the Juvia's Place Wine. So we're going to grab that. We're going to make sure that we've got, this one's a retractable, which I love because you don't got to sharpen it and you don't waste any product. So we're going to give it just a little bit of tip on there, and we're going to start out in the Cupid's bow. So we're just going to give that little bit of V there so we can make sure we've got that nice and chiseled out so we can get a nice, beautiful lip. Then we're going to round that out to the outside. We're going to straddle just on the outside of our lip line, like you are walking on that line. You're going to get a little extra real estate. Here we go. And you can do it in one smooth swipe like I do, or if you feel like you need to kind of, the one thing about doing that is you're going to get a little bit of a jiggly line. So I prefer just one fell swoop. If you get it off just a little bit, no worries. You can go back and do it again. Here we go. And then we're just going to look and make sure both sides are kind of even. Pretty good. And I'm going to take in the bottom center. For whatever reason, I like to go a little bit further in the bottom. I feel like you can get away with a little more outlining in the bottom than you can in the top. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but here we go. Now we're going to round that out to the outside corner. All right, checking to make sure we got both sides even. Okay, now this is about the same color as the lipstick we're gonna wear, but for wearability and to increase its stick-to-itness, we're gonna come just to the inside of that line we just did, and we're gonna use a little bit lighter pressure and just kind of feather line to the inside. So this one you can kind of feather color. There you go. Nice. Because they're about the same color, we don't need to do any like extra blending or anything. We're just going to go straight in with the lipstick. So again, this is the Urban Decay. This is the shade Hex. What did I say it was called? Mega Matte? Yeah. All right. So we're just going to fill in the entire lip we just outlined. Nice. Definitely a beautiful wine color. Oh yeah. I need to recolor my hair and get all that going up there. But yeah, that is a beautiful color. I don't know that I would personally, I don't know that I would do that every day, but it's a nice change of pace. Also, your teeth will look really white alongside of a darker lipstick. So if you're going somewhere and you know they're going to be doing pictures, put a dark lip shade on. I mean, I wear black sometimes. I'm not necessarily encouraging that, but a dark shade, a red makes your teeth look white. The wine makes your teeth look white. So there you go. All right. So we're going to grab our Culture 2 palette for today. And here's where we're going to be living. We're going to start out in some Palm Kennel. And then we're going to add a little Safari. Then we're going to play in, let's do Jollof next. And then we're going to add the Chua right here. And then, is that the final color? Chua? No, this one here, Dashiki. Okay, so Palm Kennel, Safari, Chua, Dashiki. That is where we are going to be today. So I am super excited about this because this was just for those of you in the Beauty and Grace Insiders, you saw the image and I love this one. This one, I believe, is the third image on the chart that we're going to be doing today. So we're going to start out with a Morphe M441. This is just a nice fluffy brush. And we're going to take that. We're just going to dip that right there. And we're going to get it on that upper brow bone. This is just going to give us kind of a fleshy color and give us something to blend into. It's like a non-color color. If your skin tone is different from mine and you need something a little bit darker to blend into, you might consider this one here, the Soitu. I just make up how to say these. It's like reading the Old Testament. I have no idea how you say these. Okay. And then we're going to grab, I'm just going to use, this is a MAC. I want to say 259, something like that. It's just a general eye purpose. We're just going to do a background filler color before we put the main colors on. So I'm going to grab that Safari and we're just going to get it. Well, you can actually do it on both sides of the brush. Just give it a tap out so you don't end up with any fallout. So we're just going to fill in this whole part here. It's just going to give us a nice background color. So it's not actually going to be part of the finished, but it's going to help. It's kind of like when you use a tinted primer when you paint a wall. So we're just going to take this all the way on the bottom 3/4 of the lid. And then we do want to fade it out. So you're just going to blend it up into that kennel that we just put on there. But we're going to go from the end of the lash right here all the way to the top. Same thing on the other side. And then we're just going to blend that one up into here as well. Now, for some of you, that might be all that you need. That might be, you know, what you like there. That's fine. But we're going to use that as our foundation today. Okay. Oh, let me set that over here so I don't do anything crazy. There we go. And now we're going to use, let's do... I just realized I did not grab. Well, let's do this one, I suppose. This is a Morphe M124. And we're going to go into that Jollof right here. And this is going to be our outside color. So I'm just going to get it on one side of that brush. And I'm just going to go on the outside here. We're going to go about halfway on that lid. And then I'm just going to take the top edge of that and work it right on the edge of that Safari that we put down. So just do that whole, there we go. And now we're going to do that same thing on the other side. Going halfway across. And we're going to take the tip of that right on that eye socket bone. And we're just going to blend out that nice shimmer of that Jollof right there on the top of that. There you go. And you can see how that Safari just bolstered up that color. Also gives something for that Jollof to hang onto because it is such a shimmery color. Now, at this point, if you have any fallout, just take your fluffy brush and just whisk that away. There you go. And here in Texas, we have got some kind of wind stuff happening. My eyes are watering like crazy. All right, so let's add a little bit of color in that corner there. We are going to be in the dashiki. I am using a MAC, oh my goodness, 210, I think. Just a smudger. I'm just using a bullet-tipped smudger. We're just going to go right here with the tip of that on there, right on this outside corner. And we're just going to make a V. Just like that. Same thing on the other side. All right, that one is pretty dark, so we're definitely going to make sure we don't have any fallout on that one. Now we're going to take, this is a thinner, more of a detail brush. This is an M431. We're going to take this one, and this is where we're going to go in the Chua right here. So this one, we're going to go on the inside corner, right on top of that Safari. And we're just going to add that gold shimmer all the way up to that brow bone, or eye socket bone. And we're going halfway and meeting that Jollof. And I'm going to go ahead and bring it over just a little bit right there in the middle. Right there like that. You can go and take that Chua. We can get a little there in the corner. We'll play with that when we get to the bottom part. Okay, so that is about all that you need for the top. But what we're going to do, I have hooded eyes. I know we've had this conversation before. So what we want to do is make sure that you can see that color peeking up above the fold of the eye. So as I look forward, you can see there's not really very much of that color peeking up above the fold of that eye, right? Right. So we're going to grab that brush that we had again. We're going to grab some of that Jollof, and we're going to bring that up just a little bit. There we go. And then let me grab that Chua, and let's go ahead and get that over here so we can soften the edge of that Jollof on this outside. Okay, now when you look forward, you can see that Jollof peeking above my fold of my eye. So now we're good to go with color. But now we need to do a little something on the bottom of the eye to kind of tie it all together. So we're going to take this is a Real Techniques 087. Love that this is more of an oval shaped smudger as opposed to the round. We're going to go in that Jollof just right on the tip of that. From the corner of the eye to about halfway. There you go. Now, when you do this yourself, and you're not talking through this does not take near as long. It just takes this long while you're, talking through. I'm going to take that same brush and I'm going to go in that dashiki just a little bit. We're going to go on that outside corner and bring that up around. So the more times that you do this, the more you get used to it, the faster you'll get at it. All right. So now we're going to take a smaller smudger. This is a Morphe M508. And again, I encourage you, in the show notes, there's going to be a link to a set of Morphe brushes. I believe this was called I Obsessed. And when they bundle the brushes together in a package, it's almost always cheaper. So if you're looking at all these brushes and you're like, oh my gosh, how many eye brushes does she have? Go with the little kit. That'll make it easier, and you get just about everything you need. So again, we're taking that 508 and we're going to go in that Chua right there on the tip of that. And we're going to bring it from the corner where we put it and meet it over to that halfway where we just put the Jollof. And that's just going to brighten the inside ever so slightly. Make sure while you got this nice little tiny brush that you got that inside corner nice and good and sparkly. There you go. So now we've added intensity to the outside. We've added some nice light and shimmer and brightness to the inside. And now if we could just get our eye to stop watering, it would be great. Okay, so we're going to continue on with adding that intensity to the outside. This is the Too Faced Killer Liner. This is Killer Black. We're just going to go from the outside corner to the middle. This is just going to be a nice little line. This is waterproof. You can use this on the waterline as well. We're just going to go halfway. We're just trying to give a little intensity there. And then we're going to go on the outside corner about a third of the way in. And not really a line down there. We're just giving like a little something something along that lash line. There you go. Now, if you want to glam it up just a little bit more, you can take that pencil and right there in that outside corner, just give you a little bit on that waterline. There you go. Ta-da! We want to make sure that we give ourselves the best possibility of the cleanest lash application. So I'm going to grab the Too Faced Better Than Sec Liquid Liner. Oh, and there you can see this one has a 6M. So that one expires in 6 months. So we're going to give it a little bit of a shake. You can hear those little balls rolling around in there. That is how the product is going to stay mixed up. We're going to go from the outside edge on the top. And we're just going to give a nice thin line all the way to the inside. This is going to frame out your eye, and it's also going to give you a little line of insurance as you put your lashes on. There you go. Now to the outside corner. Just right along that lash line. Okay, so we just have a nice thin clean line going from edge to edge. So while we're waiting for that to dry and set, I'm going to grab my brow product. So whatever brow product it is that you have chosen, you're going to do that now. Some of you like pomades, some of you like pencils, some of you like, what do you call brow mascara, which is what I'm going to be doing. So I'm actually using Bad Gal Bang. This is Wild Plum. And I'm going to be using this as my brow product. If you need any help with the shape of your eyebrow, or possibly you don't know what product to use for the look you want, or how to use it when you decide on the one, Ulta has an arch expert and they can help you with that. That is their job, help you with your brows. Beautiful brows. So go ahead and do your brow product now. This mascara works great because it is about the same color as my hair. Although I do need a color touch-up now. I like for my brows to match my hair color. Wow, isn't that crazy? Look at those two sides. So for those of you who think brows don't matter, you can see, oh yes they do. Okay. So let's go ahead and do the other side now. So for those of you trying to mascara on your brow, you're going to make sure that you hover. And if you touch your skin, you just do it ever so gently. I tried mixing this the other day. I think I had suggested this last week. I had tried doing a double application with a pencil and the mascara. That was a no-go. That looked very weird. So again, just depends on the look that you want. How you're gonna get, what you're gonna do to go about it. Okay. There we go. Let me get the little eye thingy. There we go. All right. So we are going to go ahead and mascara our lashes now, and then we'll put our false lashes on. So I'm going to be using the Tweezer Man Great Grip Onyx. Hold on. Tweezer Man Onyx Great Grip Eyelash Curler. And then I'm going to be using the Bad Gal Bang in black for my mascara. Okay, so we're going to start out by curling our lashes. You don't need to be too particular about this because we're going to be wearing the false lashes, but we do still need to do it so that your lashes work up into the false lashes. So we're waiting until that verse scrolls around so that we can use that as our timer for our lash curler. So while you're lash curling, you want to make sure that nothing is pinching. So go ahead and find your sweet spot. There you go. And we're going to say that verse together. If you don't know what you're doing, pray to the Father. He loves to help. You'll get his help and won't be condescended to when you ask for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the master that way. And that is James 1, 5-8. Okay? Other side. Find that sweet spot. There we go. Hold on. I'm waiting for it to come around. I guess I was talking ahead of it. Sorry. Here we go. Encrypt. If you don't know what you're doing, pray to the Father. He loves to help. You'll get his help and won't be condescended to for asking for it. Hold on, I'm ahead of it again. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the master that way. James 1, 5-8. Okay, we're going to have very curly lashes this week. So enjoy that this week. Now we're just going to mascara the top first. So we are sweeping up under those lashes, and then we're coming behind the tips there, making sure we're coating everything. This is going to help your lashes to be just as black as the false lashes you're going to be putting on. So everything looks like it goes together, and it will give you a little bit more volume. If your lashes are black already, you can quite possibly avoid this step. Just skip it all together. But if you don't have like true black lashes, I would go ahead and do this. If you do like volume though, do this and you'll get more volume from your false lashes. So again, just a matter of preference. Typically when I'm wearing lashes, I only do one coat of mascara. It's just unnecessary and uses product you don't need. All right, and that's fun. Do you see where I just touched the mascara on my eyelid? So let's go ahead and look at how you remedy that. So while it's still wet, like it is right now, I'm going to take the brush that I put that shadow on with, And I'm just gonna blur that out. Ta-da! Never happened. Have to do that when it's still wet. So just give it a second and then take that off there. Okay, so now to the bottom lashes. Now they are not going to get any false lashes on there, so make sure that you give them good coverage. I'm going to be doing a nice thick coat on there. We're going to sweep up under the tips of those. And depending on the length of your lashes, you may actually need to look up a little bit so that you can have them stand at attention so you can mascara them. Make sure you go all the way to the outside corner. And we're going from root to tip. Okay. Same thing on the other side. So we're not pumping our brush, but we are swirling our brush. And then just wipe off that little tip thing. Okay. Again, we're going from root to tip, sweeping up under the bottom of those. All the way to the outside. Okay. When you feel like you have had good coverage on, what is going on today? I just mascaraed my finger. Okay. So when you feel like you've got your coverage on there, now we should be good to go for our lashes. So today I'm going to be using the Ardell. This is the active lash, and this is in the style of Gains. Really like these. These are a clear band. So no matter what skin tone you have, these are going to work for you to be invisible. One thing usually true about clear bands is that they tend to get a little pokey. They're actually, that little filament that they use tends to be a little less flexible and tends to be a little pokey. But because these are the active lash, they are not that way so much. So I really enjoyed these. This is going to be more of a natural lash, and they are designed to be durable. I have had these for quite some time, and they still work just as good as the day that I got them. So I'm going to take my lash tool. I'm going to grab that lash from the outside corner, and I'm just going to pull it off that tray there. If these are a new lash for you, like the first time that you have wore this pair, make sure that you're trimming from that outside corner so that that lash is short enough or long enough for your eyes. And I have a little something. There we go. Okay. These do not have a flare, meaning whoop, from this side to this side, they're about the same length of lash. On a flared lash, like this end would be shorter than this end. These are about the same. So what I just usually keep track of what side. When I take it off, I put it straight on the tray so I can tell which one is the inside corner or not, because these will form to your lash the more times that you wear them. These are, I believe they're supposed to be a 14-time wear, but I have seriously gotten way more than 14 times out of these. So if you take care of them and you put them back on their tray, you'll be good to go for quite a while. So I'm just going to grab that lash right there in the center, and we're going to take the Duo Active Lash Adhesive. This is a latex-free adhesive. We're going to go on the edge of that band, all the way from edge to edge. And then we're going to be right there on the inside of that band. Just a nice light coat. And this adhesive is made to withstand exercise. So I don't know. The one thing that it doesn't do that I can tell you is it doesn't help you to actually get out and exercise. Okay, but if you're one of those people that like to go to the gym with your lashes on, I would feel confident in saying try this pair. I just wouldn't do that myself. Okay, if you go to the gym, you get what you get. Okay, so we're gonna put that down. Once you give that a couple of seconds for it to dry just a little tiny bit, you'll notice that it goes from the white color it is to a little bit of a clearer color. I'm gonna take this and just kind of, you're just rolling it like that, because with this filament, they have a tendency to get a little stiff and form to your eye. Now I do see on the back of this one, there we go, a little fun little treasure from whenever I wore these last. So I'm going to take this lash. I'm holding it right there in the middle. Because of how I have set it on the table, I know this is my inside corner. So I'm going to put it right in the middle, right on the liner line that we put on. And it's kind of sticky. There we go. So I'm going to grab the inside. Actually, because it just set funny, I'm going to grab the outside edge. We're going to grab that all the way, drag it down just a little bit. There we go. It's going to set it right on that liner line. I'm going to do that inside corner, set it right on that liner line. Gives you a nice, easy way to tell where your lash should be. Then I'm going to take the tip of this, work my lashes into it. Sometimes they kind of fold over a little bit. You got to manage them. This one's being a little ornery today. I'm going to smoosh my lash and that lash together. There we go. Here we go. Minimize that gap between your lashes and the false lashes. There we are. And it doesn't help that this morning my eye is watering like a crazy person. So you can see the difference between the two sides, the with the lash, without the lash. This one is a little intensity, but not too much, just a tiny bit. Again, we're going to roll this, just get that band softened up just a little bit. I'm going to grab that lash right there in the middle and set that down in the middle. There we go. Outside corner. Right on that line. And then inside corner. Take the tip, work your lashes into it. And then we're going to make sure that they are in the same space, just smushing them together. And I'm not actually touching where the glue is. I'm staying just to the outside of that. I don't want to actually get glue on my tool. There you go. And then I just want to make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. So we're just going to do that. We're just pressing down a little bit, making sure everything has made good contact. Okay. Now, I promised we were going to use a little bit of a shimmering highlighter. So I'm going to grab the Juvia's Place. This is the Heroin Glow. And this is just a really nice kind of rose gold shimmery. This looks beautiful on a little bit darker pigment skin. So jealous of you that have more pigment than I do, because this is going to be spectacular. This is an Anastasia A23. This is a highlighter brush. We're just going to swirl that around there. Going to go right on the top of the cheek, right beside the eye socket. Get that little shimmer goodness going on. It has a tiny, tiny bit of color, but not really, and it works very nicely with wine. Got a little bit of that kind of gold in there. I'm going to go up the center of the face. I'm just going to blend that out a little bit right there, but I love to see that on the nose. There you go. Yeah, that's just it. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. I love that shimmer. Okay, so that's the Heroin 3 highlighter. Okay, so let's go ahead and say that verse together again, and then we will do our last step in our makeup process. We are waiting for that verse to roll around. Love the balance between the lips and the eyes today. How you feeling about it? Okay, so here we go. Verse is coming around now. If you don't know what you're doing, pray to the Father. He loves to help. So you'll get his help, and you won't be condescended to when asking for it. When you, asking for it. And ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves Don't think you're going to get anything from the master that way. James 1, 5-8. Wow, this one's going to be a little more exercise for that. So be looking for the song that is going to come out with that. That comes out on, I think, Saturday. So that'll be there for you. So let's go ahead and finish our last step. Our last step is going to be the Juvia's Place Ready, Set, Sealed setting spray. We're just going to give that a little shake. Man, that smells so good. That is going to set and keep everything in place all day. No muss, no fuss. You're not going to have to play with it. It is going to stay beautiful for you. So, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It has been a delight to hang out with you. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week on my website, a little bit makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. So we are going to take a look at our verses that we've been working on in James so far. So let me see. There we go. Okay, so the first week we were on, we had James 1:1. I, James, am a servant of God. Wait. I told you I get translations mixed up. I, James, am a slave of the master. Wait just a minute. I am a slave of God and the master Jesus. Thank you. Writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello. Sorry, it takes just a minute. Maybe I should have sung it to myself. Okay, and then the verse that we worked on last week. We worked on James 1, 2-4, and that is, consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. Okay, this is where I get messed for the for you. You know. Oh, man. You know that under pressure, your faith life shows its true colors. Okay, so don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so you may be mature, well-developed, not deficient in any way. James 1, 2-4. Okay, it took me a second, but we got there. Okay, and now this week we're working on our new verse here. So if you don't know what you're doing, pray to the Father. He loves to help. You'll get his help, and you won't be condescended to when asking for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the master that way. Adrift at sea, keeping all your options open. And that's James 1, 5-8. All right. And so all of our verses again are going to be coming from Color Me James. You can get over to a little bit of makeup and wholelotofjesus.com and then go over to the shop, and that will get you to the books. Again, this is available in 3 different formats. So find the one that suits you and that is going to meet your needs the best. If you do choose the ebook, you're probably going to need 2 apps. You can use whatever 2 you want, but in the description of the ebook, it's going to tell you about Procreate, which is the app that will let you color into the coloring page. And then it's also going to talk about I think it's called Goodreads, and that will let you actually write an answer into the planner so that you can do the journal part with us. All right. So we've talked a little bit today about the Beauty and Grace Insider, and the Beauty and Grace Insider just extends what you've got going on here. So we've got 3 different levels. We've got the Divine Beauty, Precious Jewel, Cherished Queen. Every one of those loyalty levels has special badges. You have special emojis when you're on YouTube. If you do the Cherished Queen, you get the ebook as part of the first month of your membership. So that pays for itself first month out. So lots of ways that you can extend it. We have a whole community going on in there. And then you also get a lot of videos released ahead of time. And we're going to begin. We need to build the membership up just a little bit, but we're going to begin to have special sessions where we actually kind of talk through what it was that God spoke to us and what did it mean for you and what is your application from going through the book of James. So look forward to that coming in the near future. Oh, and we also already had our first contest. So that's fun. That was the nudes palette from Juvia's Place. So until we meet again, my friends, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. And that comes from Numbers chapter 6, verse 24 through 26. Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for every one of these ladies that has hung out with me here live, that has joined this podcast as it was recorded later. I just pray that you would bless each one of these women, Father, that you would help them to celebrate the fact that they were made a woman in the image of God. I just pray that you would help us to hide these words in our heart, that we would be diligent about our study and about our memorization. And that might mean different things to different people. And that is totally okay. You speak to each woman and have them do and memorize as you wish. Father, I just pray that you would bless us, that you would help us to go out and share these words that you have given us, that we wouldn't just keep them to ourselves. I mean, yes, we're supposed to hide them in our heart, but that we would share them with others as well as the occasion arises. I just pray that you would send us out this week and help us to celebrate in color being a woman. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right. Well, it has been a delight to hang out with you this week, and I look forward to seeing you. Oh, you're so welcome. I look forward to seeing you through out this week and then on social media as well. So y'all have a great week. I will see you. I hope you're enjoying those daily videos that we're getting for our verse memorization, because I sure am enjoying making them and doing the activities. So y'all have a great week. Be blessed. Love you.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Well, good morning, beautiful, and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together with some beauty inside and out. We are going to do a full face, step-by-step makeup tutorial. My name is Wendy, and it is my privilege to get to hang out here with you today. So what have I been working on? This past week has been some exciting news. So the Color Me James music is now on your favorite streaming music platform. Apple Music, Spotify, which means that it is now on our Color Me James playlist. Woo woo! So that QR code in the book now has those songs for our study that we are going through, our memorization journey that we are on. So very exciting. Okay, our easy makeup theme for today is going to be, can purple, pink, and gold eyeshadow brighten my over 40 eyes? So that's what we're going to be playing with today. So go ahead and grab your makeup palette, grab your lashes, grab your makeup brushes, and get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
All right. I just love that theme song. I think I say that like every week, but it is what it is. Okay, so I have got the chat going. Go ahead and give me a shout out where you are coming from. All right. So our verse, foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And then all these verses for season 3 are coming from Color Me James. So you can see that comes in a couple of different versions, the spiral, the perfect binding from Amazon. There's an ebook. And actually, we're going to talk a little bit later about the Beauty and Grace Insiders because the ebook comes with the Cherished Queen membership level. So just a little something for you there.
If you don't
All right,
know
so let's
what
look at our
you're
verse from last
doing,
week.
pray to the Father. He loves to help. You'll get his help and won't be condescended to when you ask for it. Just ask, he's listening. Ask without a doubt, stand in faith. He's a Father full of grace, bold and believing, hearts wide open, no fear, no wavering, no words unspoken. Ask without a doubt, ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry, their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. anointing from the master that way. Adrift at sea, keeping all your options open. Steady faith.
All right. Well, you can catch the rest of that song on Spotify on that playlist. So check out Sailor Soul, and you'll be able to catch all the songs for every week. New song comes out typically on Saturday, but usually I enjoy them for a few days before you all get to actually see it. So our verse for this week is going to be a little bit of a long one. So let's go ahead and take a look at that and say that together. It's chapter 1, we're verse 9 to 11. And remember, these are in like story sections. So one of the reasons why we're using the Message translation for this is because it's much more like storytelling conversational. So think about the whole story rather than word for word, which is how the songs help out with that. So when I'm down, when down and outers get a break, cheer. And when, sorry, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read that small text. And when the arrogant rich are brought down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower, so don't ever count on it. You know that as soon as the sun rises, pouring down its scorching heat, the flower withers, its petals wilt, and before you know it, that beautiful face is a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. And at the very moment everyone is looking in admiration, it fades away to nothing. So, man, we're going to get a good eyelash curl today with that, aren't we? So today, like I mentioned, we're going to be coming from, we're doing purple, pink, and a little bit of gold, and that's all going to be coming from the Afro Galactic palette from Juvia's Place. So make sure you get over to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. Go over to the, well, actually the show notes will have it too. So if you're on YouTube hanging out with me, I see a few are on here already. If you're on YouTube hanging out with me, you'll see that in the show notes. They're not there yet, but they will be there in just a little bit. So any of the products that I'm using today, you'll be able to get connected to that. But if you go to Amazon and search Afro Galactic, you'll find it that week. Okay, so we got the verse scrolling across the bottom of the screen there. So we are going to get going with that full face makeup tutorial now. I am using and the verse is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. I am using the Benefit Cosmetics Professional Primer. This is a mattifying primer. I think matte is in the word there somewhere. I may not have said it. And so we're going to be using that to get our face primed and ready to go. So a little bit of this is going to go a long way. This is going to help. Let me get the lid on that because it is trying to come out. There we go. So we're going to use just a little bit of that. We're going to work it between our two fingers. Any place that you have fine lines and wrinkles, uneven skin texture, maybe you notice that your foundation kind of separates a little bit. For us, as we're a little bit older, make sure you get that around the edge of that lips, and that is going to help your lipstick to stay in place, and then for your lip liner to hold everything in the way that it should. So we're just going to even that out there. My microphone's a little crooked here for a second, so pardon me while I move that. There we go. Much better. Okay. So now that we've got our face primed, we're going to start with our concealer. And this is the Bye Bye Under Eye. This is from IT Cosmetics. I am the shade 11 Light Nude. If you don't know what shade you are, you want your concealer to be 1 to 2 shades lighter than your foundation, you can go to any Ulta near you and they will do a shade match for you. If your foundation's maybe not something they carry in the store, bring that bad boy in with you so that they can do a perfect shade match. Or if you know your foundation shade, they carry it in their store, you can just go over and grab that tester to take a look at it. So there you go. So Bye Bye Under Eye 11 Light Nude. So we're going to take that and we're going to give ourselves just a little bit of a ribbon there. Now, if you haven't had a chance to say good morning, hello, beautiful, go ahead and do that in the chat, whatever platform you're on. That should show up for me here. We are going to just kind of gob that on any place you've got redness, darkness, hyperpigmentation of any kind, and it's just going to look a mess for a second. But don't worry, we're not going to leave it like that. All right. So, man, I hope you have enjoyed the verses so far, because let me tell you, I am having a blast. Between those daily activities and the music, it's like, wow. I was explaining to my home group this past week how awesome it has been to actually like live with the Bible verse. Like, I can't stop singing the songs in my head. And it's like everywhere I turn, it's like, oh, that word is in my verse this week. So I hope you are enjoying that as well. All right. Oh, sorry. I am using the Juvia's Place. This is a JP102. This is a foundation brush, and we're just going to blend out that concealer. I'm just going to drag it from that inner core across that lid so it can behave kind of like a primer. Okay, not kind of. So it can be a primer for our eyeshadow. Love that nice big wide tip. It just gets right in that corner there. And then we're just going to brush that under that eye. I have redness on the top of my cheeks and on my nose, so I'm just going to use that concealer. Let's get rid of some of that redness a little bit. And yes, I could use another primer. I could use a green one to help out with that, but I'm just not going to do that because my redness is not significant enough to justify another whole product. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our foundation. Now everything's like light, more of an even color tone. So when we put on our foundation, it can do its job a little better, a little more effectively. So this is a Lancome Tinty Doll. I am the shade 225N. If you do not love your foundation, I love this one. If you have, so I'm 57. If you're older than me or you have dry skin, Lancome makes one, oh gosh, what's the name of it? The lid is purple and white. Anyways, check that one out. I really like that one too. It's more of a medium cushion full, where this one is definitely full, easy all the way out. Okay, so we're just gonna give that a little bit of a shake there. I'm gonna take this Juvia's Place brush. I'm just gonna give one nice pump there. We're just gonna dab that everywhere and then blend it out. And I am working right up into that concealer so I don't have any like line, like you can't tell where that concealer was. And then we're going to blend it out under that chin just a little bit so that we don't have any harsh lines ending there. Going to use that nice flat edge of that brush to work around the nose. And then we're going to work it around the edge of our lips as well. Okay, so that's like the 3/4 of our face. We're just going to go ahead and do like, just a couple of drips more. And that is going to do our forehead. Okay, maybe a couple more drips than that. There we go. And that's just going to work up into that hairline. And then down where you stopped right here on your temple. Right there on the side. Getting nice around those brows. Blending into the inner corners. We have now entered the interverse. Okay, sorry. I don't know what is up with me today. I haven't even had coffee yet. Okay. There we go. Once you are all blended out, you are one color of nothingness now. So let us put, well, first we're going to set it, and then we're going to put our color back in. So I am using the Professional, this is Power Powder. This is a neutral, although it does have a little bit of tint. So if you have very fair skin, this may not be the best choice for you. Very fair skin, I would suggest either the Laura Mercier, or, gosh, what's my other favorite one? The Fenty one is nice. You could do the Fenty one. So I am going to be using, this is the JP101. This is a tapered powder brush. I love the reservoir in this. I can't wait till they make a truly translucent. Oh, please, please, Benefit, make a truly translucent. So we're just going to set it in, and then we're going to tap it off. We just need a little bit on there. I'm going to start out under the eye. I'm just going to get it in the corner there. I'm going to work under the eye there. Oh my gosh, I love the smell of this. I think I say that every week too. Although it's not fragranced, but whatever it is making that smell is nice. Catching our one side of our face, under that jawline. All the way over to the ear and into the hairline there. Make sure you set everything. And then finally the forehead. So every place you put foundation, every place you could put concealer, you are now going to set that. There we go. Making sure we get it around the nose good. Okay. Now, back to what I was saying about the blank canvas. So now, I just knocked everything over. So now we are going to add color where we want it. So I'm going to be using a foundation brush from It Cosmetics. This is a dual-ended. We're going to use this end for the highlighter and this end for the low bronzer. So I'm using the KVD Shade plus Light Refillable Contour Palette. And I love this one. So number one, the little pans come out and you can replace just the pans instead of the whole stinking palette. So we're going to be living in these two here and then just a little smidge of this one right here on the outside. So I'm going to start with the flat side of this brush. We're just going to go in here. We're going to go from the ear in a circular motion to about the corner of the eye. We're staying above that hollow of the cheek there. And then beside the temple. Okay, who had fun this week coloring their coloring page? I need to post the video of that. And you know, I think I posted the video of the week before, but I looked on YouTube and I didn't see it. So I think I need to repost that on YouTube. Or maybe it got stuck in some sort of, what is that called? Not pending status, but, draft. Okay, now we're going to switch to the small side of this brush. We're just going to swipe it on the side. We're going to go from the ear under that jawline to about the corner of the mouth. We're going to keep a neutral face so we can actually get right up under that jawline. Give us the illusion of a stronger jawline. Now, if you've got a nice square jaw, stop bragging, but you may not need to do this quite as much. And I'm going to use the side of that. I'm going to go from the inside of the eye down the side of the nose. And then just right under the tip. This is going to narrow my nose. Okay, now I told you we're going to use this one just a smidge. So I'm literally just going to take the tip of that and tap it in. I'm going to go right here on the outside, just making like an L. Just going to give you a little something extra on the outside there. Now we're going to take the fluffy side of this. We're going to go in that highlighter. We're going to go at the top of the cheek, right beside the eyebrow. And then down the center of the face. All right. Now we've got some contouring happening. We've got color where we want it. We got shadows where we want it. We've cut in our jaw. We've made our cheek a little chiseled. Now let's throw some color in there. So I'm going to grab this MAC brush blush. 113 maybe. We're going to go, this is a Juvia's Place. This is the volume 4. And I think we're going to go here. We got some pretty good stuff happening today. So I think we're going to go in this one here. I know it's my favorite. You can tell because it's already hit pan. Okay, so we're going to go between the highlighter and the bronzer. in between the highlighter and the bronzer, just lightly. These are pretty pigmented, so it doesn't take much. Just trying to give ourselves a little bit of color. Then we're gonna use a little bit up here, and whatever you have left on that, hit the tip of the nose and the chin. Not extra. We just want to kind of blend it out and make everything tie together, but we don't actually want, like, you know, pink happening. There we go. So just whatever's left. There you go. All right. So that is super fun. Let us go ahead and say our verse together, and then we will press on to our next step here. So there it goes. It's right there. When down and outers get a break, cheer. And when the arrogant rich are brought down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower, so don't ever count on it. You know that as soon as the sun rises, pouring down its scorching heat, the flower withers, the petals wilt, and before you know it, that beautiful face is a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment that everyone is looking on in admiration, it fades away to nothing. James 1, 9-11. Okay, yeah, that's going to be a little bit longer. So I think this is going to be a little bit better. I have my granddaughter coming over this weekend, and so we're going to be playing with that verse together. I may tell that to her as a nighttime story. So lips, what are we going to do with lips? This is the Juvia's Place Luxe Liner in Wine. And then we're going to be using the MAC. This is the Viva Planet Maximum Matte. Oh, the color is Viva Planet. Sorry, just kidding. Okay, so grab that wine. And we're going to start out in that Cupid's bow. And we're going to blend that out just a little bit in just a second. So then we're going to take that we've got, we're going to round it out to the outside corner. Make sure that you are straddling just on the outside of your lip to get a little extra real estate. There we go. Okay, now the bottom we're going to start in the center. Remember, we're just to the outside of that lip line. Now we're going to round it out to the corners. All right. Let's go ahead and give a little color on the outside corners, I think. So I'm going to come about a third of the way in. Well, I guess it's about a quarter. On both the top and the bottom. This will give you a nice pout, although it looks weird right now. So we're going to take the pencil. We're going to use a little bit lighter pressure just to the inside of the lines we just did and kind of blend that out. Y'all are quiet today. All right. So now that we've got that happening, looking like a little crazy, we got some darkness on the outside here. You're going to see how nice this blends out and the effect that you get. So we're going to start out with that MAC Viva Planet. We're going to start out in the center and then work our way out. So while the lipstick has a clean tip on it, we're going to do that middle part and then we'll work on the outside. Okay, now that we've got the center done, the light part is laid down. Now we're going to work to the outside corners where that other lip liner is. There you go. And you can see once you get the lipstick on there, you just get a nice blend out. Yeah. Just very subtle, but really gives you that pout right there in the middle and accentuates that Cupid's bow. So if you don't have a great Cupid's bow, this is a great way to get it, you know, more noticeable if it's non-existent. I think my grandmother, hers just went like straight across like a unilip. So this would have been a great thing for her to have tried. Okay, so onward to our eyes. We again are using the Afro Galactic, and we're going to be living in these colors here. We're going to be in Spirit, then we're going to be in Discovery. We're going to use just a, oh, no, I decided not to use light. Okay, so Discovery, and then we're going to do spirals. Whereas spirals, we're going to use spirals right here. And then we're going to use Mother Earth right here. And then we're going to use, at the very, very end, we're going to use a little bit of Mars. Where's Mars? Mars, right here. Mars is just going to be a very light tap to add a little depth to the outside corner. So let's not get too excited about that. Okay, so we're going to start with an all-over brush. I'm using a Morphe M456, just a nice fluffy brush. And we're going to go into Spirit right here. If you have darker pigment skin than me, you may try something like the Multiverse may be a better choice. Or if your skin is really much darker, you could try the Solar. Just depends on your complexion and your undertone. So we're going to take that Spirit. We're just going to swirl that around a little. We're going to get it right up there on the top of that brow bone. That's just going to give us something to blend into just a little bit. And yes, this is one of my favorite colors, hence the it and pan on that. Okay, so just a nice little brow bone color there. We're just going to set that brush down because we may or may not come back to it in just a minute. So now we're going to use an all over brush. I am using, this is a MAC, some 280, 260, something like that. Just a general purpose eyeshadow brush. And we're going to go into Discovery here. Discovery, we're just going to set that color down. It's kind of a foundation and a base to what we're going to be doing with some of the other colors. It's just kind of give us, it's like priming. It's like a paint primer. So we're going to start out in the outside corner here. And we're going to come in to a little more than halfway. Just a nice little swipe right there. Kind of a triangle. And then we're going to come up here. And don't worry about it being all dark and crazy right now, because we're going to make it a little more subtle when we add the Mother Earth and spirals on here. So I'm going to come in just a little bit. Now, I have hooded eyes, so what do I know about myself? I never go high enough. So we're going to go up just a little bit. This color here, when you're looking straight ahead, you want to see that color peeking up above the fold of the eye there. So make sure, especially for you with hooded eyes, that you can see that. There we go. Now we're going to do that same thing on the other side. And this does not have to be particularly neat, because we're going to be going over it. And remembering that we're going to raise that up a little bit. Okay. Let's check. Is it about the same as the other side? I think this side needs to come over just a little tiny. There we go. Maybe a little more here. Okay, now Wendy, you're just being picky. Okay, so you can see we've got just a tiny, tiny bit of fallout. So I'm going to take my fluffy brush and I'm just going to whisk that away. There's a little under my eye here. Don't need to worry about that because we're going to be blending out under that eye in just a second. Evidently, I got a little crazy over there. Okay, so we're going to set that brush aside. We are going to be blending into, let me use this is a Morphe M321. We're going to be using this and we're going to go into spirals. And spiral, there we go, spirals. So we're just going to swirl that on there. And we're gonna fill in about half of what we just did. So we're just gonna go over it, but then we're gonna fill in that V with it. There you go. So it's gonna cover over this here, but then it's gonna be standalone right there in that center. And we're going to use that to blend out and soften the edge right there. Okay, same thing on the other side. I'm going to start out here in the center first. And then I'm going to go over, what was that one called? Discovery. Okay. Now, I don't know if at this point you can see the iridescent nature of spirals. Can you see that? Maybe a little bit. It's shifting depending on where you are in the light. Gosh, I love that. Okay. We're going to take our brush. We're going to whisk that away. Now we're going to grab... Let's do this one. This is a Morphe M124. A little more narrow, not quite so fluffy. On this one, we're going to go into the Mother Earth. And we're just going to get it on one side of that brush. And we're going to go right here in that center. We're just really going to brighten that up in here. And go over the edge of what you just did with spirals. Same thing on the other side. Okay, I'm going to grab just a little bit of that Mother Earth right there. There you go. Okay. I don't think I had anything, but let's just give ourselves a little bit of insurance. All right, so I told you we were going to play a little bit in that Mars. So we're going to dabble in that just a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean a Morphe M213. Just a little tiny smudger. So we're going to go into Mars right here. Again, I'm just going to get it on one side. I'm just going to go right here on that outside corner. Oh. There we go. And then we're just going to blend that up a little bit. Okay. Now I want to make sure that I've got a nice blend out up on the top of that brow bone. So I'm going to take the Spirit and that M456 that we were using, and I'm just going to go over this again. Just make sure we're nice and blended out here. Okay, so let's add a little bit of something on the underside, and then we will be good to go. So I'm going to grab, this is another, this is the 508. So we're going to grab that one. We're going to do almost the same thing we just did on the upper part of the lid on the lower. So I'm going to start out in the Discovery. I'm going to go from the outside corner to about the middle. And see, this is why I told you it didn't really matter that there was a little bit of fallout right under the eye there. Just going to come up around the corner, have that meet the color on the top. There we go. Now I'm just going to use that same brush because we're getting ready to just blend over the top of it anyways. We're going to go into spirals just a little bit there, and let's go over that. And then I'm just going to brush that off on my tissue. And then I'm going to go into the Mother Earth. And pretty much just on the tip of that brush, I'm going to use that Mother Earth right here. And then on that inside corner. Okay. Whisk away any fallout. Let's go ahead and take that brush that we were just using, and we're going to use just a tidge Mars right on the tip only. And that's going to go on the very outside corner and blend up around the top. Stay in Mars. Okay, again, Mars. And then working it up around the corner. Okay. So now we've got a nice wine, pink, and gold look. We're going to grab our Too Faced. This is the Killer Liner in the color Killer Black. We're going to give a little line from the outside corner about halfway in. And same thing on the other side. All right, now we're going to do that from the bottom, from the outside corner to about halfway. We're going right along that lash line and just giving us a nice, thin, defining line. Like almost, is it a line? Is it not a line? I'm not sure. Just a little tiny. Just putting a frame on that picture. Now I'm going to go on the water line, just on the outside about quarter. We're going to give a little color on the outside. Just to kind of add some intensity and depth to the outside. You can see how that kind of opened up the eye. All right. Now we are going to do false lashes today. I don't know why I feel like I need to do this, but I feel like I need to do that. We are going to do false lashes today. So we're going to go ahead and do a very thin line with the Too Faced Better Than Sex Liquid Liner. This is just going to give you a little bit of forgiveness. And then also to give you, you know, a place to track to make sure you got your lashes straight up against the lash line. So we're just going to go from the outside corner. I have touched my mirror again. There we go. And all the way to the inside corner. Just a nice thin line. There we go. Same thing on the other side. There we go. We're just gonna let that dry just a little bit while we do our brows. So whatever your brow product of choice is, if you don't have a favorite brow product, go ahead and get to your nearest Ulta, hit that Benefit brow bar. Well, I mean, don't hit it, but you know what I'm saying. And have them do a brow mapping for you. They can show you what products you're going to need for the look that you want. They will help you and teach you how to use them. Best place to start with a great brow. So for me, I'm using the Bad Gal Bang Wild Plum Mascara because it kind of matches my hair color. So whatever your brow product is, I'm just going to lightly brush that in here, kind of hovering above the hair. All right. Man, isn't it amazing what a different... See, brow, no brow, brow, no brow. Okay. I know, seriously, I can't. Okay, same thing on the other side. I wish I had more brow hair, but alas, I do not. Although I've been watching a couple of videos lately talking about skinny brows coming out. Woo woo! Skinny brows, I'm already there. Yay. Who's with me on that one? Okay, so I am going to be using the Bad Gal Bang Mascara in black for my mascara today. And today I'm going to be using the Tweezerman Onyx Great Grip Lash Curler. I do like the heated one that I had been using, but it takes a minute longer. And if you're going to wear false lashes, the curl isn't quite as important as other times. So we're going to use this one. We're going to get a good curl in today because we use our verse as our timer. So go ahead and find that sweet spot while we're waiting for that verse to roll around. So when you crimp down, you want to make sure that it's getting all your lashes, but it's not actually pinching your eyelid. If you feel any pinching at all, release it, pull it out just a little bit, and try that again. Okay, so here comes the verse. We ready? Find that sweet spot, and let's go. When down and outers get a break, cheer. And when the arrogant rich are brought down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower, so don't even count on it. You know that as soon as the sun rises, pouring down its scorching heat, the flowers withers, its petals wilt, and before you know it, that beautiful I'm getting ahead of the verse here. That beautiful face is a barren stem. Okay, we're just gonna let go because that's gonna be a long curl. Okay. So let's go ahead and curl the other side. There you go. Find that sweet spot. We're going to wait till that verse rolls around and say that whole beginning part of that verse again. Okay. Finding that sweet spot. No pinching. Here we go. When down and outers get a break, cheer. And when the arrogant rich are broken or are brought down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower, so don't ever count on it. You know that as soon as the sun rises, pouring down its scorching heat, the flower withers, its petals wilt, and before you know it, that beautiful face is a barren stem. Okay, there we go. So I just realized I did not bring my magnifying mirror over here. Okay, well, let's just run with it. We're just going to do a light coat of mascara because we want our lashes to blend in with the false lashes. So just a nice light coat. Making sure we're going root to tip, and then we're backing on the tips of those lashes. Okay, same thing on the other side. all the way to the outside corner. Okay, now we don't have any false lashes going on the bottom, although I've seen some cray-cray videos about that. I'm sure you have too, but we're going to make sure that we cover those bottom lashes really good. Okay. This is going to be super hard without the magnifying mirror. Okay. Here we go. You don't realize how much you rely on things until you don't have them. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the lashes on the other side. Sweeping back up under those tips. Okay. Now we are all good there. I don't know, I felt like I needed to do that, but there you go. So today we are going to be wearing the Juvia's Place Nubian Lash, and this is the Zaria. This is a flared lash, so shorter on the inside, longer on the outside. If you need to trim your lashes, you're going to trim from the outside of the lash. Go ahead and use your lash tool. And when you pick up that lash, you're just going to set it down on the eyelid and do kind of like a dry fit before you actually try to put it on your eye. And you'll see most people, almost everybody, needs just a little bit of a trim on the outside of the lashes. If you have bigger eyes, because I have kind of small eyes, then you may not need to do it, but pretty much just about everybody's going to need a little bit of trim on the lashes. And also, depending on the lash brand, you will get familiar because some brands are a little longer than others. And so the Juvia's Place I find to be kind of like right there in the middle, a nice blend of length. So I love the bands. Sorry, I'm trying to get I was using a different adhesive. It was I think it was an Ardell Fit or Fashion something or another. Anyways, it was a glue made for people to exercise and wear their lashes. I did not find it to be that good about that. I had a couple of things happen and I cried a couple of times. And when that happened, my lash fell off. So this is not a sweat resistant adhesive for exercising, because I don't know about you, but I never had a workout where I did not sweat, which is kind of the equivalent of crying. So I am just literally making sure I get the adhesive off of that so that it does not interfere, because I'm going back to Old Faithful, steady and true. That is the Allure 18 hour. Let me show you this one. Okay, here we go. Allure 18 hour. I try all these new things and I end up right back where I was, because it's just so amazing. So we're going to grab that lash right there in the center with that tool. I'm going to grab that Allure. Actually, this one's been around for a minute, so we're going to give it a little bit of a mix. And then we're going to take that. We're going to go right on that band. And then we're going to go on the back side of that band. Going to make sure that we pay special attention to those outside corners there. Okay, I'm gonna set that down. I'm gonna grab the other one, which happened to be upside down. No worries. There we go. Again, we're gonna take that. It's gonna go on the top edge. And then we're gonna do it on the back side of that band. There we go, right there. Not all bands have a backside, so to speak, but most of them do. The only time you don't typically see like a backside to the lash band is if it is a clear If the band is a clear band, then, or the, what they call it, a filament, then you may not notice there being a back to it, but just go ahead and flip it and put a little adhesive on the back anyways. So I was kind of playing with these pretty good. So I'm just going to kind of soften that up a little. We're just going like this. Just make sure it is nice and curved to my eye shape. We're going to fan that out just a smidge so that the adhesive, you'll see it kind of turns from that like stark white to a little bit starting to get clear. Then you'll know that it is tacky enough and about ready to go. Just kind of like when you super glue something. So that the shorter inside edge is right here. So that's going to go this eye, long edge here, this side here. So we're going to go right onto that eyeliner line. And we're just going to set that down. There we go. I'm going to take that outside corner. And then we're just going to take them and make sure that they are one with each other. So we're just going to smush them down together. Now I'm going to take the tip and I'm going to work my lashes into the lash to make sure everything is nice and happy. There we go. So you can see the difference between the two sides. These are a nice kind of a low medium volume. So I love the Zaria because it's very natural when you've got that, narrow on the inside, wide on the outside. That flare just really helps the look and appearance. So I'm going to do that same thing with the other side. First thing we're going to do, we're going to make sure that it's nice. Here we go. I see there's an extra little straggler hair here. So we're going to get it out first. There we go. Now we're going to grab that lash right there in the center. I'm going to put that right onto that eyeliner line. And this lash adhesive, yes, that's a great question. It is latex free. All right, we're going to take that tip and work our lashes into the lashes. There you go. Just going to kind of set it, make sure it is where it needs to be. And we are almost done. We're going to grab our highlighter brush and I'm going to grab the Heroin Glow 2 Heroin Glow 2 from Juvia's Place. We're just going to add a little bit of shimmer to the top of our cheek. So we're just going to swirl this around a couple of times. Top of the cheek, side of the temple. Top of the cheek, side of the temple. I'm going to go ahead and do a little down the center. Right there on the tip of that nose. There you go. Nice. That, I really like that. I wasn't so sure about that. You know, we're, for you Beauty and Grace Insiders, you know we're working through that image. This is image number 4 on the chart that you're looking at. So, wow, that came out super nice. Liking that. Came out good with the lashes, matches nice with the lips. So whether you're going somewhere fancy or you're just going to work, this is, now when you're not talking your way through it, it doesn't take that much time. So, but Afro Galactic palette, you can do so much with that. So, let's make sure that this stays where it's supposed to all day long. So we're going to grab our Juvia's Place, ready, set, sealed. Going to give it a shake. Set that. Now we're good to go. It is not going to go anywhere. If you did have to go anywhere at night or whatever, it might take you a second to touch up, but you are going to be good. All right, so thank you so much for hanging out with me today. This has been a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. I look forward to chatting with you throughout the week or on the website called A Little Bit of Makeup and a Whole Lot of Jesus. So let's go ahead and review our Bible verses. So we're going to start out here with week 1. Oh, let me get my cursor over there and get that ready. Okay. I, James, a servant of God. Hold on. Yes, I, James, a servant of God and the Master Jesus, am writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello! Sorry, it's much easier when you're singing the song. All right, and then the next week we had, this is week 2, consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life shows its true... No, wait. Your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. Shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so you may become mature, well-developed, not deficient in any way. Did I get it right? Not deficient in any way. Okay, I think I got that one right. Okay. And then we had the verse from last week. If you don't know what you're doing, ask the Father. He loves to help. You'll get... Ask the Father. He loves to help. And you won't be condescended to when asking for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the Master that way. Adrift at sea, keeping all your options open. Woo! Okay. And then we got our verse from this week. Let me see if I can get that for you. When the down and outers get a break, cheer. And when the arrogant rich are brought down to size, cheer. Prosperity is short-lived as a wildflower, so don't even count on it. You know that as soon as the sun rises, putting down its scorching heat, the flower withers, its petals wilt, and before you know it, its beautiful face is a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment that everyone is looking on in adoration, it fades away into nothing. Okay, so it's going to take a minute to do that. Ooh. My eyes look like a hologram. I know, isn't that... Can you see the shimmer? Yes, very fun. Part of that is because we did that undercolor and then did that, what was that called? Spirals on the top of that. So, super fun. Okay, so what do we got going on next? Next, we have a reminder that all of our verses from season 3 are coming from Color Me James. Again, that's in perfect binding, that's in spiral binding, and then that's also in the ebook. Now, I was asked this week if just a coloring book only version was going to be released, and I hadn't actually given thought to that, but because I've been asked it quite a few times now, in the next week or so, you should see just the coloring pages version of that come out. So the coloring pages version, here, let me show you. The coloring pages version, it'll still have all the verses in it because all of the pages, here, let me just open up here. All of the pages have the verse on it in some form or another. So be looking for that. If that's something that interests you, I probably will just release it on Amazon first. I don't think I'll do a spiral bound, but we'll, wait and see what happens, because the spiral books are a little bit more, and I'm not sure for a coloring book that's going to be such a great thing. But anyways, that is something that's available to you. Look forward to that. And then Beauty and Grace Insider. For those of you that are hanging out with me online that are on YouTube, you have that when you're in the Beauty and Grace Insider program, in case you haven't played with that already, you have special little emojis that you get to use. And then there's a badge beside your name for how long you have been a Beauty and Grace Insider. So all of those little badges are all queens. So it was super fun creating all of that for you. The more members we have, the more emojis we get. So have fun with those. I love the one that's like the glamour and then the Bible and the sparkly heart. So anyways, have fun with that. That is going to be at a little bit of makeup. No, just kidding. YouTube.com at little makeup, lot of Jesus, and then join at the end of that. Okay, so you can find a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus on your favorite podcast platform. It is on YouTube. We are any place a video podcast is, you'll be able to find it. So let me send you out with a prayer today. Sorry, I shouldn't have clapped. Okay, so this comes from Numbers chapter 6, 24 through 26. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for each one of these women that has come and hung out with me online live and who have watched this later on, those who are working through Color Me James or not. Father, I just pray that you would bless them this week, that you would help us to hide your word in our heart, that we would remember, that is a piece of the armor of God with us, that we have it readily and available for us, that it is accessible and ready to go for those around us who need maybe encouragement or guidance, or, it's just kind of fun to grab a friend and say these verses together. So I just pray that you would help us to really live with these verses and to enjoy these words that you gave James in the book of James. Heavenly Father, I just pray that you would send us out this week, a blessing upon us. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Well, it has been a delight to hang out with you here today. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week and on social media later on. So don't be afraid to give me a picture. Let me see what you got. How did your makeup look turn out? Did you use a different palette? Did you use the same one? I want to see what you got. And then your coloring page, let me see that. Everybody's going to have different ideas about what colors and what mediums used to fill it in. I was watching a video earlier this week, and they actually used makeup palettes to color a picture. It was so cool. So look forward to seeing you throughout the week. Have a great rest of your day, and God bless you. Mwah! Love you.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Well, good morning, beautiful, and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together with a full face makeup tutorial and a Bible verse of the week. And this week, yes, it is just one verse. So it has been a fabulous week. I hope you have been enjoying our Color Me James music. I certainly have enjoyed creating it for you, and I really loved this week's. I think I say that every week. But make sure you check that out in the Color Me James book. That QR code will get you there. It's going to be a Spotify playlist. Okay, so our easy makeup tutorial theme for today is going to be over 40. Try this blue and purple eyeshadow look with me. So it is going to be fun. Obviously, we're going to be using some blue and some purple. We're going to be using the Culture 2 palette. So grab your palette, grab your brushes, grab your makeup, and then get back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
All right, and I think our background music is just a smidge loud for today. Let me turn that down just a little bit. There we go. Okay, so let me get this. There we go. There we go. Okay, so, thank you. I feel a little yucky today, as you can tell by the what is happening up here. We have some very humid weather going on here in Texas. So the hair has a mind of its own. Her name is Delilah. Thank you very much. So this is what we're going to be doing today. So first off, make sure you like and subscribe so that you can catch all of the Color Me James goodness that we're going to be doing. But our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And then all of our verses are going to be coming from the book Color Me James. This is available in spiral. You can get it from Amazon in a perfect binding. It's got an ebook. If you do the Beauty and Grace Insider, the Cherished Queen level actually comes with the ebook with it. So if that's something that kind of, hits two birds with one stone. And we got
down and outers get a break. Cheer! And when the arrogant rich are brought down to size, cheer! Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower, so don't ever count on it. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment everyone is looking on in admiration, it fades away to nothing. You know that as soon as the sun rises, pouring down its scorching heat, the flower withers, its petals wilt, and before you know it, that beautiful face is a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment everyone is looking on in admiration, it fades away to nothing. I want something real.
All right, when we get to the bridge, that part's just sort of made up. Okay, so the rest of that is completely scripture and song. So I hope these songs are helping you to remember the verses, because I know I am just, in fact, it's hard to say the verses without singing the song. Okay, so this is our verse for this week. Only one verse this week. Yay! So we got a little bit of a breather. So let's see. Anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and manages to stick with it is mighty fortunate. For such a person's loyally in love with God, the reward is life and more life. James 1 verse 12. So we'll be working on that all week long this week. So the song for that will come out theoretically tomorrow. And like I said, we are going to be, it's still a little bit of a work in progress, so we'll get it. Okay. And then right now we've got the Culture 2 palette. That's what we're going to be playing with today. And all of our products that we're using are going to be found on A Little Bit of Makeup and A Whole Lot of Jesus. You can just go there and the products are down at the bottom of the page, or you can do A Little Bit of Makeup and A Whole Lot of Jesus / products. Either way, it'll get you there. Okay. So let us get to the scrolling across the bottom of the screen. There you go. That verse is ticking along there. Let me get the chat window open so I can see everything that's going on. Maybe. Okay, there we go. All right. So now that all of that, let me know where you are coming from and how are you doing today? Did you do great with last week's verses? Did you struggle a little? It was a good chunk. So, not gonna lie, I struggle a little bit with it. The song was super helpful, but now I have to go from singing it to saying it. So let me know if you're hanging out with me in that little department. Okay, super excited though. Do you know that we are more than halfway through memorizing an entire chapter of the Bible? So I hope you are celebrating your success in that, in a good way, not an arrogant way. Okay, so let us get going here. We are going to start with the professional primer, and this is the matte primer. We're just going to give it a little bit of a shake here, and then we're going to get just a tiny bit of that right about there. We're going to work that between the tips of our fingers, and any place that you have unevenness in skin texture. Maybe you are struggling a little bit with your foundation not sticking, fine lines and wrinkles. I'm going to use it around my lips a little bit just so that it will keep my lipstick and my liner in place. And yes, that is a different earpiece on my nice and bright purple. My other one had a mind of its own this morning, so we are working with what we got. We're gonna pass that test today. Okay, we're gonna move to the It Cosmetics Bye Bye Under Eye. This is gonna be our concealer, and a little bit of this goes a long way. We're also going to use this to kind of alleviate some redness that we got going on. I don't have too much, so I'm not going to use a green primer, but you could do that as well if you have a lot of redness. So I'm just using a little ribbon of this. And first we're just going to kind of put it, I put that on my left hand. I don't know what to do with this. I'm right-handed. Okay, well, we're just going to make a mess. There we go. Okay. And now we're going to use the right hand to fix a mess. Okay. So we're just going to kind of big picture, put that where we want it. This performs better when you let it warm up to your body temperature just a smidge. I'm going to kind of goop some of that into the corner pretty good so that we can spread it out and use it as a primer on the lid for the colors that we're going to be using today. So Super excited about that. And I actually forgot to turn on my YouTube, so I can't see you guys and your special little emojis. But have fun with those if you are a Beauty and Grace insider. I'll go back and look at the chat and see who used what. I want to see my glam girl. So if you're a Beauty and Grace insider, let me see some glam girl. All right. I am using the Juvia's Place. This is a JP 102. And this is just going to be a nice blend. We're going to blend that out right over that lid. We're using some blue and purple. We're going to start out with some matte colors. And then we're going to add some shimmer over the top. Because, you know, if it's yucky and sticky outside, you need a little bit of shimmer in your life. All right. So we're just going to blend that out. Let that cover up that redness we got going on there. Going to put that over the eyelid. Let that be our primer. Work that right up underneath the eyelid there. Love the flat edge of this because it just goes around those eyes so lovely. Okay, so now that we kind of got a, you know, white even playing field, we're gonna use our Lancome Tinty Doll, and this is 225N. So this comes in like, I want to say it's like 48 or 52 shades. So if you have, oh, question. Let me see what we got here. Does that It Cosmetics Bye Bye Under Eye come in darker shades? Yes, it does. I think that is in like 62 shades. So, yes, by all means. I know Ulta has the testers out. You're going to want that to be 1 to 2 shades lighter than your foundation. So if they carry it, use that to match it up. You do it on your skin to match it up. You can bring your foundation in with you because they're going to see that it was used. You know, maybe just give a heads up to an employee in area. But anyways, use that to help match it. So undertone, super easy to find out because it actually says the undertone right on the package. So if you are unsure, grab an associate, have them help you out. Or, you know, the lesser of all evils, just go with the neutral. Okay, so Lancome Tinty Doll. Also, they have this in the store, so this will be a great for getting a shade match for this as well. So there we go. I'm going to just give that a little bit of a shake. And we are going to do one pump right there, whoop, right on it. And that is going to do the whole bottom part of our face. We're just going to blend that around. And yeah, so I do love the Juvia's Place foundation, but I'm wearing glasses today, and I find that the Lancome does a little bit better about playing with the places where your glasses set than the Juvia's Place does. So if I'm wearing contacts, though, all about the Juvia's Place foundation. Love that one. Also, for me and my combo skin, I feel like the Lancome does a little better job if you're going to be sweating a lot. So if this is going to be an outside day, I will be going with the Lancome. So you just have to find what hits you. There is no perfect foundation. It's what's perfect for you. So now we're going to take that same thing. We're going to give just a little bit of a partial pump. And we're going to do up here on the forehead. And you are very welcome. All right, so we're going to use the edge of that brush to just kind of work up into the hairline there and then around the brows. And I like to make sure that I don't end up with any kind of like streaky thing. So at the end, once I've got it blended out, I'll just kind of tap it on there just to make sure we've removed any like stripy stuff. And then we are going around the edge of the lips. This will help your lip liner and your lipstick to perform and last a little bit better. All right, so now we're gonna set this whole thing. Got a nice even color going on. I am using the Juvia's Place JP 101. Love this brush. I am using the Benefit Cosmetics Professional Power Powder. Okay, I don't know what that was about. Okay, so we're gonna get it upside down. It's almost like a tongue twister, you know? What is that? Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. How many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? Or something like that. Okay, there you go. Man, that almost hurt my brain thinking of that. Okay, so we're going to set it in there. And we're just going to tap it off. We're going to start around the eye area. I don't think I've said a tongue twister in a long time. And we're just going to go around the eye, making sure we set that under the eye there. Then we're going to tap it again, tap it off, work down the center. Under the chin. One of the cheeks. Making sure we get up that temple too. Under the jawline. I love the blurring capability of this setting powder. And then right up into that hairline. It's seriously, it's just so forgiving. Especially when you go to take a picture, you will notice how blurring this powder is. I mean, I was absolutely amazed the first time I looked at a picture. I was like, hey, it almost looks like I have a filter on. But I didn't have a filter on. All right, so now we're all set. We're all even colored. Let us begin adding some contouring back where we want it. So I'm using a dual-ended, this is actually a foundation brush from It Cosmetics. We're going to use this end here for the bronzer, the low. We're going to use this end here for the highlighter, which is going to be the lighter color. I am using the KVD palette. This is the Shade Plush Light Refillable Contour Palette. And again, as we have been doing, because I don't know, it's suiting me well, I'm going to be in, well, here we go, these two colors right here. And then we're going to just use a tidge of that color on the outside. So we're going to start out on the flat side. We're going to go right in here. And then we're going to put that side up. We're going to go from the top of the ear to about the corner of the eye, staying above the hollow of the cheek. You're going to work in a little bit of a circular motion and then right up that temple. Same thing on the other side. And then we're going to still stay on that flat, right up against that hairline. And if I wasn't holding the palette, I would move my hair out of the way. So we're just going to work it up and down, back and forth. Just give a little bit of contouring up there. Now we're going to switch to the skinny side of this. So we're going to use the flat side there, skinny side. Right from the ear to about the corner of the mouth, staying under the jawline with a neutral face. We're going to give our chin a little more of an end to increase what it looks like over here. So we're just going to remove some of that double chin just a tiny bit. There you go. And that just gives the illusion of more of a, less of that. Okay. So we're going to stay with that small of the brush, and we're going to go right here from the corner of the eye down the side of the nose. Just under that tip. This is going to narrow our nose. Then we're going to use the highlight side. We're going to get right there in that highlight, right on that top of that cheek, right beside the eye socket there. Then we're going to use that side, go right down the center of the face. Making sure we hit that Cupid's bow pretty good. There we go. Okay, so now we got our highs and lows. Let's go ahead and get some color in there. So I'm using a MAC. This is a powder brush. I have no idea what number. I can't read it anymore. It's like 113, 118, something like that. We're using the Juvia's Place. This is the volume 4. And we're going to have blue and purple on our eyelid today. So I'm going to throttle it back just a little bit on the cheek so that our focus can be more on the eye than the lip than the cheek. So we're going to be using this one here. Yes, I know. I've hit pan. I have another one, but it seems wasteful. You got to use everything that you got. So we're going to go between the bronzer and the highlighter. And then between the bronzer and the highlighter. These are very pigmented, so you just need literally like a couple of Now I'm doing it a little bit extra because, you know, half of it's missing. Then we're going to get a little bit on it. We're going to go right up against that hairline, right with that bronzer. Tip of the whatever's left on the brush. Tip of the nose, bottom of the chin. There we go. Now we got all of our contouring complete. So let us go ahead and say our verse together before we move on to the next section of our face. So anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and manages to stick it out is mighty fortunate. For such persons loyally in love with God, the reward is life and more life. And that's James 1:12. Now, who doesn't want that life and more life? I mean, I know we're all excited to get to heaven and all that, but you know, if you're going to have life, let's have life and more life. Okay. So what are we going to playing with today on our lips? So like I said, we want the eyes to be the thing you focus on first. So we're going to be using the Juvia's Place. This is the Luxe Liner in Wine. And then we're going to be hanging out with the MAC. And this is Snob. So just kind of a nice, pleasant pink. It's a little pink, but not too pink. Not like the, what's that other one called? Candy Yum Yum. Not quite that pink. So go ahead and grab your Luxe Liner. And this is, again, is in the shade Wine. And we're going to start out in that Cupid's bow. So let's just go ahead and get a good line going in here. We're going to make sure our V is, and all of the lining we're doing is just a little bit to the outside. Let's grab a little extra real estate. Not too much, but a little bit. So that we can give our lips a little bit fuller. As we age, you know, lips kind of disappear. So we're just going to grab a little extra real estate. Just rounding it out to that outside corner. There we go. Now we're going to grab the middle. There you go. Just kind of give yourself a starting point, and then we're going to round that out to the outside corner. Okay, now take a step back. Make sure you like what you just lined. Shape good? Even on both sides? Okay, so now we're going to take our liner, use a little bit lighter pressure, line to just the inside of what you just did with a little bit lighter of a touch. More of a fading kind of touch. Okay, so we're just shading it in just a little bit. You know, I think I'm going to go ahead and do some outside corner shading just to kind of give your lips a little So we're going to go to the outside corner. And just color in the outside corner about 1/3 of the way. When you close your mouth, just make sure those two corners are in the same space. There you go. Same thing on the other side. Just going to give you a little bit more of a pout when we finish our lips here. So now we're going to go ahead and grab that MAC, that Snob, what is it? Maximal, matte, Okay, so we're going to start out by coloring. We're going to start out by coloring the inside first where there isn't any liner. So we've got a fresh lipstick. That'll be nice and clean and pure and pink. And then we'll go to the outside. So inside first. Okay, now that that's all nice and pink, now go ahead and fill out to the outside. And I'm going right over that lip liner. There you go. So you can see now you've got a little bit of an illusion of an ombre. You've got a little attention on the outside, and the focus is really bringing out the center of those lips. So we've got a little bit of an extra, whew. So it's like a getting some Botox. Do you put Botox in your lips? I'm not sure. It's like injecting something in your lips without actually injecting something. Yay! Okay. So now we are going to be playing with the Culture 2 palette. So here's what we're going to be doing. Culture 2. We're going to be starting out with the Palm Kennel. And then we're going to move down to some Asobi. And we're going to be using some Safari. Here, where's my notes there? Just kidding. Delta. And then we're going to be using the Asobi. So I was like kind of close. Okay, so Delta and Asobi. And then we're going to come in with a little bit of Sparker on the top of that. We're going to use some Lagos. And then we're going to use some Jollof. And then we're going to come into the corner. And we're going to use a little Yoruba. So that's where we're going to be for today. So let's go ahead and start out with just a nice general purpose fluffy brush. I'm going to be using, filler. Thank you. Thank you. Obviously, I haven't had it done, but okay. So this is a Morphe M433. I believe this is one of the ones in the Eyes Have It brushes. I have that little kit on the website if you want to make sure you get that same thing. So we're going to start out here in the Palm Kennel. So we're just going to get it right there on that tip. There we go, right there on that. We're going to go right up here on the top of the eye socket bone, brow bone area thingy up there. We're just giving ourselves a neutral color to blend into. So if you have a darker pigment on your skin, you may be using this one here, the Soweto. You just want something kind of close. Matte preferably, because we're just blending into it. There are a few too much filler on some of them, I know. But you know, I feel for it because they're so young. I feel like they're limiting things later on. But when your lips start going, I could see why older ladies might do it. So I know my grandmother on my dad's side, she had like virtually no top lip at all. So I am thankful that I did not take after that characteristic of hers. However, I would have liked to have taken up on the characteristic of hers of the skinniness. That did not hit me either. So you know what? There you go. Okay. So let's go ahead and get here. Let me get this over here. So there we go. There we go. Okay. So we're going to start here with this is actually a MAC. I think it's a 259, 258. I don't know. It's just an eyeshadow brush. It's a Plano. We're just going to set down a little bit of color here so that when we put those shimmers on the top, they can be truer to their color that we want. So we're going to start out in the Delta here, and we're just going to get it on one side. We're just looking for a little color deposit here. So we're going to start out and we're going to do half the bottom of the lid there, all the way to the outside corner. And I feel like I have something floating around. Okay, hopefully that's not going to be a problem. Then we're going to come here. We're just going to give it a little bit right in here. We're going to make sure that this is coming above the crease there. So when I look forward, I want to see that blue peeking over the edge. Now, if you've been hanging with me for any amount of time, you know I always start out a little bit too low and then I have to build it up. But you know, once you go up, you can't go back down. Okay, so we're just going to do like that right there. And it's a little messy right now. Don't worry about it because we got stuff that's going to go on the top. So, and it's not going to stay this bold. So no worries. Okay, so same thing on the other side. Halfway across. Again, this is like primer on the wall. And then we're going to go right over here. Just give it a little bit of blue over there. And then let's bring it up. Like I said, you don't need to worry too much about it because we're coming back over this with the shimmer color. We're just trying to give a nice little base to it. I'm just going to wipe that brush off on the tissue that's in my lap. We're going to use that same brush. I'm going to flip it to the other side, and we're going to be in the safari here. Nope, just kidding. This one here, the asobi, excuse me, right here. So we're just going to get it again on one side. We're going to go to the inside of what we just did with that delta, and we're going to fill that in with that nice lavender color. Now I am going to go ahead and take that lavender color and kind of blend out where those two colors are meeting. We don't need to be too great about it, but just a little bit. So I've just got a little bit of that asobi on the tip, and I'm just going over the edge of that delta just to soften that delta right there. Okay, so that is all we need with that. Now for some shimmer fun. Let us go with, I'm gonna do two brushes. I'm going to start out with this is a Morphe M456, and this is just sort of a nice blending brush, and we're going to use that one in the Lagos right here. We're going to do this one. We're just going to get it on the tip, and we're going to go over that blue with it. I feel like this brush is not responding well, so I'm going to set that one down. I'm not going to use that one. Let's go ahead and go back to the all over shadow brush because I feel like the Lagos was not working very good with that. There we go. That's so much better. So this is the original brush that I used to put that delta on. And the Lagos is kind of a lavender color. We're just going to go over that delta. And same thing on the other side. And now I'm going to use the tip of that to just blend that out right there. Right where those two colors are meeting each other. We're just going to go over that. And now you can see I'm playing hard. So I got a significant amount of fallout. So let me go ahead and do this. There we go. This is a MAC I think it's 187. Love that brush. It's just a nice, oh, I didn't mean for that to be their brush. Okay, so back to what we were doing. Now I'm going to grab the Morphe M321 and we're going to go into the Jollof. We're going to put that right over this here. And right over where it meets the delta and the asobi Lagos. Okay. And you can see having added that safari on the underside is really helping this to have kind of a nice lavender look. We're just going to bring it over a little bit. Okay, I'm going to dust that off one more time. Now we're going to finish it off. Well, not finish, but we're going to complete the inside look. And we're going to use Yoruba. This one right here. So right on the tip there, we're going to go right on that inside corner with that. We're just going to let that lift that area right in there. Okay, now the fluffy brush that we started with when we were doing the palm kennel, I'm going to use that, and I'm going to grab a little bit of that Yoruba. I'm going to put it right here where those two colors are meeting each other. We're just going to let it bridge the gap between those and soften that delta just a little bit. Okay. All right, now what are we going to do under the eye? Under the eye, we are going to grab, let me find it. There we go. This is a Morphe M213, and this is just going to be a nice smudger that is going to go under the eye. So we're going to start almost with the same process that we had up on the top part. And I can feel something, but I can't see anything. I think that was it. Okay, so we're going to start out just like we did. We're going to start out with that delta, ever so small an amount of that. We're going to go under the eye, about halfway across. Same thing on the other side. Okay, same brush, brush it off. We're going to go in that asobi. Same thing right here from the almost right where your tear duct is to meet that delta. Nice. Okay, same brush, wipe it off. We're going to go into the Legos. Oops, Legos right there on top of the delta. Brush that off. Gonna go into the Jollof. Ooh, Jollof. There you go. And right over the top of that right there. Same thing on the other side. Okay, now we're going to take the brush that we were using, this right here, which was that M431, and we're going to go back into that Yoruba, and we're going to put it right there in that corner and meet that other side. Just going to illuminate that inside corner. Okay, now I feel like I want a little something something right there in that center. And actually, I feel like all of this needs a little some brightening. I'm going to grab some, let's do Bantu. I'm going to take that 433. I'm just going to grab some of that Bantu. And let's just lighten it up a little bit. There we go. Okay, much better. I like that much better. Okay, so we're going to brush ourselves one more time. And let's grab a little bit of that Yoruba. We're just going to use our fingertip, and we're going to put it right there in the center. Just to give ourselves a little extra sparkle right there on top of where the Legos and the Jollof are meeting each other. I like it better with the finger because I feel like you get a better shimmer sparkle from that. So just using the finger on that. Okay, dust that off just a little bit. Now we're going to grab our Too Faced Killer Liner. Let's go ahead and give a little definition here. I'm going to take that on the outside corner. You know, this will be super pretty with a navy blue liner as well. I didn't happen to grab one of those, but that would be pretty with that too. Okay, just giving some focus on the outside. We're going to do that same thing from the outside corner on the bottom, following along that lash line. Just to about the center. Okay. I'm going to go on the water line and just give a little color right there on that outside corner. I don't want to close in my eye, but I do want a little bit of focus out there. So we're just going to do that. Now, we're going to grab our Too Faced Better Than Sex liner, and we're going to line from the edge to edge, just a nice thin line. This is going to give us a little bit of insurance as we put on our false lashes. I'm actually going to be breaking in a new pair of false lashes today. I haven't worn these in this particular style in a while, so okay, so we just went from corner to corner, just a nice thin line. We're gonna let that dry while we do our brows. So whatever your brow product of choice is, you're gonna do that here. With my pink color, I gotta get a little creative, so I am using the Bad Gal Bang. This is a Wild Plum mascara, and that is going to be my brow product. You don't have a brow product you love, go ahead and get over to Ulta, see their brow bar, and they will help you out. They can wax, they can map, they can show you what products for the look you want, all kind of thing. If you like pain, you can get threading done. I haven't actually had it done. I've seen it done, and it just looks like something that hurts. So I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon. Plus, I don't see the point. Does it look cool? Sure. Does it look like something I want to do? No. Okay. So if you're using a mascara, you're just going to make sure you're kind of hovering above your skin a little bit. You just really want to color the hair of your brows, not actually like the skin and stuff. Well, if you don't have any hair there like me, you have to do it a little bit. But great thing about using a mascara is it actually sets at the same time it's giving you color. So kind of weird. I went from no brows at all to yay, she has brows. And because it's on a brush, you're actually brushing those hairs in place. It just does everything like all in once. So I seriously, I love mascara. And a lot of times the colors, they do have the, I think it's called, oh gosh, I can't remember what the name of the product is, but they have one that's like a brow mascara, but it doesn't actually set. It colors nicely. It covers the hairs nicely. But mascara just does such a wonderful job. So there's that. Okay. So now let's go ahead and curl our lashes, and then we're going to put some lashes on. You can see what we've got going on here. Just kind of a nice blue, lavender sort of color going on. All right. We got some shimmer. The matte is kind of covered up, so you can't really see any of the matte, but it's helping offer a little bit of color so the shimmer can shimmer better. All right. So I am using, what is this thing called? The Tweezerman Onyx Great Grip Eyelash Curler. So that is what I am going to be using for today. With this, you do not want to have any pain. So if you're feeling pain, you need to let it go, pull it away just a little bit, and start over. So we're going to find our sweet spot. That's where all the lashes are in there. And when you crimp it down, you don't actually feel it pinching your eye. So we're going to use the verse as our timer as soon as it rolls around. So I'm just going to kind of lightly keep it there. It's not crimping or anything. Okay, now the verse is coming around. We're going to crimp that down. Anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and manages to stick it out is mighty fortunate. For such persons loyally in love with God, the reward is life and more life. James 1:12. We're going to let that go and do the other side. There you go. Find that sweet spot. Holding it in place till it rolls around. Not actually crimping. Okay, I think I got onto there too early. Okay. There we go. So putting that on there, anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and manages to stick it out is mighty fortunate. For such persons loyally in love with God, the reward is life and more life. James 1:12. All right. We are all curled up for our lashes. I'm going to grab my little magnifying mirror. Bad Gal Bang in black. And let's go ahead and get a light coat on there. Making sure we're sweeping back on the tips. Now remember, if you have any questions while we're on here, don't hesitate to ask. Go ahead and just put it in there, and I will do my best to get that asked and answered while we are live. Okay, on the other side. Sweeping back on the tips. Really using that tip to get into the outside corner and the inside corner. If you have black lashes already, you may not need to do that. I have kind of clear blondie lashes, and so if I put lashes on top of there, it's like, woo, what is that thing right there? Okay, so now we're going to cover the bottom lashes, and they're not getting false lashes, so we need to make sure that we are covering this just like normal. Sweeping up under the tips there. And again, using that corner, that brush to really get inside and outside on there. All right, and same thing on the other side. Sweeping up under those tips. Okay. Let me just check and make sure I got everybody good. And yes, Bad Gal Bang does make a waterproof mascara. You know how I love waterproof mascaras. But honestly, I feel like the original formula, which is this one right here, does such a good job of being water resistant. I have never had a problem with it going anywhere, and I've cried in it a host of number of times. So would I want to go swimming in it? That will probably not be my choice. But if you're just going to have an everyday, I'm at a wedding, I'm going to cry, or I'm at a baptism, I'm going to cry, you'll be totally fine with this one. Okay, so I am going to be opening up a brand new pair of Juvia's Place. This is the Nubian Lash in Egypt Light. I know I've worn these here before, but it's been a minute. So we're just going to open that up, and we're just going to go from beginning to end. So this doesn't really have a flare, so to speak. So you notice that there's a little differentiation. The lash is kind of going up and down. I appreciate that because I feel like it looks more natural. I believe these are in the medium volume department. So you're going to look like you're wearing false lashes, but it's not like caterpillars are hanging out up there. Okay, so we're going to do these. We're going to grab our velour lash tool. And we're just going to take the outside corner of the lash here. We're going to grab it and pull it off that tray. Sometimes the very first time you pull a lash off the tray, it can be a little bit sticky. So just be gentle. You don't want to ruin a perfectly good new pair of lashes. So we're just going to grab that right off there. Now we're going to set that box aside. We don't need anything with that anymore. So you're going to take the lash. If you haven't worn these before, and you can see that it's about the same on both edges. There's not really an inside-outside edge on this one. So we're just going to grab it right there. And we're going to dry fit that lash. We're just going to set it there. And you're going to see that this lash is way too long. It goes literally from one side of my eyelid all the way to the other. And what does that mean? That means I'm going to get poking and pinching on the inside here. So I am going to take this lash and I am going to take my velour my velour eyelash scissors, and I am going to cut off right here about, that seems like an awful lot. Let's start off with just that nub right there. So this has kind of little clusters of lashes, so I just pulled off that last cluster. I'm also going to look on the inside edge and make sure that there is no nub. Every once in a while, like that one, there'll be just an extra little piece of plastic hanging out there that's just going to annoy the fire out of you. Okay, so now we're going to take it, set it back on. I feel like that might still be a little bit long. So I'm going to go ahead and trim I'm going to go ahead and do what I thought I should have done in the beginning. So we're going to go ahead and take one more little cluster off right here. I'm just going to go right there. Okay. And now I've left myself a little nub. Hold on, there we go. Those little pointy things, you may not think they're going to make a difference, but let me tell you, they are going to make a difference. Okay, so I'm going to take the lash on the other side. We know it's going to go here, and I'm just going to trim off about the exact same amount that I trimmed off on the other side because I am pretty confident that that's what it's going to need. Okay, so we trimmed that same amount off on the other side. We're going to take our lashes and we are going to do them between our fingers and just soften that band up a little bit. We're going to set it down in front of us. We're going to do that same thing with the other side, just softening that band a little bit. Now we're going to grab our velour lash tool. And we're going to grab our Allure 18-hour lash glue. I'm going to go ahead and give that a little bit of a shake. We're going to get it right here on the top of this band. Making sure we pay attention to the outside corners. And then we're going to get it on the flat back side of that band as well. Just making sure we got some insurance for that getting done nicely. All right. I'm going to grab the other side. Same thing right there on the top of that band. Then we're going to get right on the back side. Okay. So we're going to let that set for just a second. When you first put that adhesive on, it is going to be a kind of a white color. You're going to let it set for just a minute so it can get a little bit tacky, set just a little bit. It'll start to turn clear just a smidge, and then you know that you're about ready to go. So if you need to hurry it along, you can fan it. I guess you could blow on it, but that seems a little gross. Okay, so we're just going to fan it. And then we're going to set it right there in the center. If when you set it on there, it feels a little cold and wet, it wasn't quite ready but it should be fine. You just may have to play with a little extra. So we're going to set it on the inside corner. We're going to set it on the outside corner. Going to press those lashes with our lashes. Going to make sure we're right on that eyeliner line. Okay, there we go. It's not cooperating here on the inside corner too much. There we go. There we go. Sometimes you just have to tell it who's boss. Looks like these need to come down just a little. There we go. Okay. When you very first put a new lash on, sometimes it takes just a little bit because it's not formed to your eye yet. There we go. And I'm going to take the tip of that and just work my lashes into the lash. There. And you can see you get a little bit of payoff for that. The difference between the two sides. Amazing. Night and day, right? Okay, so now we're going to take the one for the other side, which is definitely set at this point. I'm going to hold that right in the middle, set it down. Okay, looks like I got some adhesive from the other side on here, so let me just wipe the tool off real quick. There we go. Set that down. Catch the inside corner. Nice, that one just set nicely. Using the tip. Then I'm gonna make sure they're in the same space. Okay. So you can see you get some lash payoff, but it's not like too gigantic. To me, these are like the perfect balance. And I just love the unevenness of the lash because it's much more, to me, much more natural looking, but full. So it really, you can see that the color of my eye now just kind of popped out from bringing that attention to the actual eyeball with those lashes. So, wow, I really like those. So you ask yourself, why have I not wore those more frequently? Okay, I'm having a little trouble here on the inside, so we're just gonna go, no, I want you right there. We just have to tell it who's boss. There we go. We can do that same thing on the other side. Nope, I want you right there. Okay. So now we have got that good to go. So let us go ahead and say our verse together. So we have got that verse scrolling across the bottom of our screen, and it is just about round to us. There goes the tail end of it. So here we come. All right. Anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and manages to stick it out is mighty fortunate. For such persons loyally in love with God, the reward is life and more life. James 1:12. I know. Aren't those beautiful? She did such a good job. These are the Juvia's Place Nubian, and these are the Egypt Light. Absolutely, yes, I know you get stuck in what you like, but sometimes you just have to step out and do something different. I'm about ready to do a 14-day lash challenge. And with that, you wear your makeup exactly the same for 14 days, but then you trade out the lash. So every day is a different lash for 14 days so that you can see what a difference a lash makes and which one looks best for you. We each have different, looks and things that we're going for. So one lash is not good for everybody, and one lash isn't necessarily good for you. So it just kind of gives you an idea. And so I'm playing, I believe the collection is an Ardell collection. So that won't be something I'll be doing in the video, but that will be on social media. So be checking that out. Okay, so now we did all of this. I'm going to do two things before we do our setting. So the first thing is I am going to grab the bullet here, and I'm just going to go into that setting powder. I'm going to tap it off a little, and we're just going to go under the eye. We did have a lot of fallout happening, and I just want to make sure that we don't have any darkness residually from that. So we're just going to clean up underneath the eye there. There you go. Just like insurance there. Then I really love the highlighter, but I love highlighter. So I'm going to grab the Juvia's Place. This is the Heron Glow 2. Yes, Heroin Glow 2. And this is going to be just a nice rose gold shimmer. So we're going to grab, this is an Anastasia highlighter brush, A23. So we're just going to swirl that on the top there. We're going to go on the top of the cheek, right beside the eye socket right there. Top of the cheek, right beside the eye socket. And we're going to go down the center of the face. I just love that right there on that nose. Ooh, blend that out just a little bit. Okay, and that just gives us a nice glow, but not like a ridiculous glowy glow. Some of these glows I see, I'm like, oh my gosh, she'd be slathering in the grease there. Okay, oh, sorry. Okay, so I'm using the Juvia's Place. This is the Ready, Set, Sealed. And we're just going to shake that up, and we are going to spray that. That smells so wonderful. I wish I could share that with you. Okay, so we're going to let that set. And now our makeup is going to be good to go all day. Between the primer, the foundation, and the setting spray, you are all good. So, love this. It's just a nice, we got a little blue, we got a little lavender. So nice. You could wear this during the day, or you could wear this at night. You could give a little more punch in the outside corner if you wanted to for a night look. Use a little bit of that Delta bonus on the outside corner. Bring that up just a smidge, and this would be a great nighttime look as well. So, thank you so much for hanging out with me. It has been a delight to be with you. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week on the website and on social media. So let's go ahead and review our verses together. So we're going to start out here. There we go. I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello. Oop. Is it not advancing? Okay, there we go. Okay, consider it a sheer gift, friends. When trials come at you from all sides, you know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so you may become mature, well-developed, not deficient in any way. If you don't know what you're doing, pray to the Father. He loves to help. You'll get his help, and you won't be condescended to when asking for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the Master that way. Adrift at sea, keeping all your options open. Okay, I had such a hard time with this one. Okay, when down and outers get a break, cheer. When the arrogant and rich are, is it cut down to size? Rich are brought down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower. So don't count on it. Okay, you know that, hold on, I gotta cheat. You know that as soon as the sun rises and pours down its scorching heat, the flowers widow, hold on, the flowers wither in the scorching heat. It's petal. Wait. Hold on. The sun as the sun rises, pouring down its scorching heat, the flower withers. Okay, I was blurring two sentences together. Its petals wilt, and before you know it, that beautiful face is a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment when everyone is looking on in admiration, it fades away. Okay, to nothing. Fades away to nothing. Okay. Gosh. Okay, so clearly I need a little bit of work on that one. That's okay. This week's a light week, so I can catch up on that one. Okay, and this week we are working on anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and manages to stick with it is mighty fortunate. For such person, loyally in love with God, oh, my head is in front of it. The reward is, I believe it is, the reward is life and more life. That is James 1, verse 12. Yes, it is true. We are working on this together. Okay, so all of this is coming from Color Me James. And this is a step-by-step, week-by-week guide. Jump in wherever you are. Obviously, you want to start at the beginning, but all the videos are on YouTube so that you can catch up at any time. So we have daily challenges. We've got weekly things going on. There is playlists. There is songs. There is wallpapers that you can put on your phone to help you memorize it. Just all kinds of things. This is incorporating, I was a homeschool mom, so this is incorporating a lot of different learning modalities so that whatever way you learn the best, you're going to find that in here. And then for those of you who really want to be invested in this, we got the Beauty and Grace Insider on YouTube. We've got the Divine Beauty, we've got the Precious Jewel, and we've got the Cherished Queen. And again, the Cherished Queen is going to come with the ebook. So if that is something that interests you, make sure that you do that. All right. So let me send us out with a blessing this week. Okay. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, I am just so thankful for every one of the ladies that has hung out with me here today, those that will watch this recorded, those that were here live, hanging out and asking questions. Father, I am just so thankful for each and every one of them. And I pray that you would help us to remember that beauty on the outside, I mean, that's good, but the most important thing is beauty on the inside. So if you would help us to treasure those words, to hide them in our heart, and to help us truly memorize those verses so that they're there for us, but they're there for us to share with others as well. And please just help us to experience that, when something's happening in your life, like just today for me, Father. And what am I reminded of? To persevere, to push through the challenge. I just pray that you would be with us this week and bless us. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Well, again, it has been a, wait, you home? Oh, Yes, I did homeschool. Yes. All right. I homeschooled kindergarten through graduation. So it was an amazing adventure. Best job I ever had that I fired myself from. But yes, it was wonderful. Okay. So this has been Color Me James. This has been a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus with Color Me James. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week on social media. Make sure that you pick up your copy of Color Me James. It is going to be an exciting venture through that. We'll be working for that. It is seriously a 48-week study. So we'll be hanging out in the book of James for quite a while. So we're just going to journal, gratitude, prayer requests, be thankful, going to sing our way through. And I don't think I posted the video last week, but let me tell you, I am loving doing those coloring videos. So if you haven't had a chance to watch any of those yet, make sure that you do that too. So you can find a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus on your favorite podcasting platform. And make sure to check out that Beauty and Grace Insiders on YouTube. So like and subscribe. All righty, enough of this tongue twisting thing. It has been a delight. Love you guys. Have a great rest of your week. Mwah! God bless you.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Voices at me, can't wait.
Well, good morning, beautiful, and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together, enjoying some beauty on the outside and some beauty on the inside. We are going to be doing a full face makeup tutorial, and then we're going to be continuing on in our memorization of the book of James. So if you are just joining us now, don't even worry about it. You are going to, well, let me see if I can get this turned down. That is very peculiar. There we go. All right. So if you are new joining us, don't even worry about being behind. Just jump in right where you are. All the episodes are online, though, if you want to jump back and catch up. This week, we are going to be on James. I think we're on 13 to 15. So a little bit into a hunk of that chapter 1. So excited for you. So let's see. What has happened in my world this past week? It has been amazing. I hope you have had a great week as well. So today, our easy makeup theme is going to actually be the answer to a question. So the question is, will green shimmer eye brighten my over 40, or will it age me? So let's see what we got going on. So get ready. Okay, yeah, I know, I see you. I am so excited to have you here with us too. Okay, if I can get over to the intro. There we go.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
All right, so I forgot to say to grab your lashes and your brushes and your eye palette and then get back here. So you have just a second to get that done. Today we're going to be using the Juvia's Place Culture 2 palette. So use whatever palette you have, but today we are definitely going to be playing with some green and some shimmer. So our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119 verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And then all of the scripture verses that we're going to be doing and some of the things that you hear us reference are all going to be coming from Color Me James. And this is, I'm actually getting ready to launch the coloring book for this. Still got a little bit to tweak on that. But this is a 48-week study, Bible memorization through the book of James. So we are beginning week 6 this week. So jump in where you are. Don't even worry about it. You can go to the back. Everything is online. So if you are just joining with us, you can go back to James chapter 1, which is the beginning of season 3, and just jump in there with us. This is available in a spiral bound, which is my preferred version of this. Or you can do a perfect bound from Amazon, and then also on the website, a little bit of makeup and wholelotofjesus.com, you can find the ebook. So if you prefer to use apps like Procreate to color, knock yourself out. I think it's called Goodreads will actually let you write into the book. So that's the least expensive way to go. So you choose your pleasure on that one. Okay, so let's look at our verse and song from last week. And I hope you enjoyed this. This was some kind of a little bit of funk for me. I loved it. Here we go. Oh, just kidding. Here we go. Well, there we go.
She's been through some things, storms that didn't just pass, they pushed. She held her breath when life got loud, when prayers felt heavy and answers felt far. But she didn't bow out, she stayed, held her line in the valley. Didn't need applause to be powerful, she's got prayerful courage. Anyone who meets the testing challenge head on and manages to stick it out is mighty fortunate. For such persons loyally in love with God, the reward is life and more life. She's walked through fire and Sunday.
Okay, so for whatever reason, one of my pre's wasn't working this morning. So I hope you were able to hear that. If not, I'm still waiting for the release of that on from our music distribution. So that should be on Apple Music and all the places, including our playlist shortly. Okay, let me go ahead and get our regular music back on here as the background, and then let's look at what our verse for this week is going to be. And now I sound very, very quiet. I'm hoping to you all this is sounding normal. Okay, so our verse for this week, we're going to be in James chapter 1, and we are going to be in verses 13 through 15. So here's what we've got for this week. Don't let hold on. I'm in the way of the verse. Okay, don't let anyone under pressure. Hold on. Don't let anyone under pressure to give in to evil say, God is impervious to evil and puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give in to evil comes from us and only us. We have no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare-up of our own lust. Lust, getting pregnant. This is very hard to read. Seducing flare-up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and has a baby. Sin grows up to adulthood and becomes a real killer. Wow, this week's section is going to be just a little bit interesting for us. Okay, loud and clear. Awesome. Thank you so much. And you know, I see you on here all the time, but I never call you by name because I don't know if it's Andrea or Andrea. So yay for letting us be able to hear. I'm so glad for that. Thank you for letting me know that. So go ahead and give me a shout out where you're coming from, because we did not do that yet. Now, all the products that we are going to be using today, like I said, we're going to be playing with the Juvia's Place Culture 2 palette again. And so if you already have that palette, fantastic. If not, grab whatever you palette that has whatever colors you want to use. Today, we're going to be using a few variations of green. I don't normally wear green, but I thought it was kind of fun for today. So that's what we're going to be doing. Now, if you are in the Beauty and Grace Insiders, you knew this was coming because they get insight as to what looks are coming up. Okay, we're going to see if it will transition. Yay! Okay. One thing has worked correctly today. Okay, so I didn't say this, I don't think, but all the products are on a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com/YouTube. Use whatever you want. My thing and one of the premise to this is what you have is going to work great. Well, I guess that's unless it's yucky. But anyways, so that's got the links to everything. It's on Amazon. If you don't like something, you're able to return it. So, you know, safety there. So that is my thing and commitment to you is let's have it be something that, you know, if it just totally doesn't work, you just totally don't like it, the product is an underperformer, whatever. Places like Ulta where you can actually return the product, that is where I'm going to direct you to so that you can make the most out of your money. The object here is not to have a makeup room full of makeups and a drawer full of palettes, although I kind of have that. It is to make use of what you have and to look the best that you possibly can while working on the inside, the heart, the soul. Okay, so onward with what we're doing today. So today we're answering the question of, can I have a shimmery green at my age and will it make me look old or not? So we're going to play with it. Let's have some fun. Here we go. So Professional Matte Primer from Benefit Cosmetics. And we are going to be continuing on with that. I am going to, there we go. We're just going to work that between the tips of the fingers. Any place that you have fine lines and wrinkles, around the lips for sure. Maybe you get separation in your makeup. Whether you have dry skin, oily skin, this does not matter. So we're just going to put that there. It will help our foundation to do its job more effectively. That's always a great thing. There you go. We're just going to work that in all over. And then we're going to cap it because it is a little, a little on the thin side. We don't want to drip in out. So we're just going to cap that there. Now that we are prepped and primed and ready to go, we are going to grab our Bye Bye Under Eye from It Cosmetics. And we're just going to use a little ribbon of that. That is enough to do everything you need. So we're going to work that under the eye or wherever you have any darkness, redness, hyperpigmentation. For me, that's going to be under the eye. We got some dark stuff happening. I got some dark on the inside there. We are using some pretty good colors today, so I'm just going to bring that over onto the lid a little bit. A little redness. We'll blend that out onto the top of the cheek. And I have minimal amount of redness, so just the concealer will be enough. I don't need to use a red, a green to counteract that. So if you have more red than what I do, maybe you got a little rosacea or something, a green primer or a green concealer is going to help to kind of counteract that. If you've got super darkness in here, then you're going to head more towards orange for a little bit and super fair skin, and more towards red if you've got darker skin, more pigment in your skin, and if it is like super dark. So you see people who have like tattoos and they're trying to do tattoos cover up, they're going to be using a dark red cover up. Okay, so I am grabbing my Juvia's Place. This is the JP 102, and we're just going to blend that out. Going to make sure we go over that lid, let that do its job as a primer, blend that out onto the top of the cheek so I can get rid of that redness. There we go. Down the nose, because for whatever reason, I got a red nose too. It also acts as a good highlighter too. So I don't know. I just like running it down the center of the nose. I feel like it gives a good look in the end. So now we've kind of evened everything out. I mean, it looks like a crazy person right now, but we'll fix it. So I'm going to be using the Lancome Tinty Doll. I am the shade 225N. I am wearing glasses today, and I like the way that this does, you know, right here on the insides. Okay, so we're going to take our JP 102. We're just going to give us a pump kind of like right there on that green section. And then we're just going to blotch it out and then blend it out. I hope you all had a good week this week. I know I didn't do as good a job on the verse as I had hoped. I think the song did help with it, but now it's hard to do it without singing it. I like the story of it. I think so far this week's is probably going to be the more difficult for me. I don't know. It just doesn't, I just don't feel like it flows. And maybe that could be that maybe this is the section of verses that I have the most to learn from. You know, sometimes Satan puts things in your way just to make it more difficult so you don't get out of it what you should. So we'll see how that goes. Especially because it's talking about sin. No one ever likes to talk about that. Okay, so now we're going to give just a partial pump. And we're going to get that right on there. And then we're going to do the forehead. My hair is going like a crazy person. It's getting a little on the long side. And so it is time for a haircut. And I just haven't made it. And I don't think we have any rain coming. But I don't know. I feel like it's humid in the air. You know, in Texas, you just never know what you're going to get. Okay. So then we're just going to dab, make sure that we don't have any lines from our blending out onto the neck so that we don't have a finish line. All right. Give a close look, make sure everything's good. Yep. And so now we have our foundation. We are all one color, but now we're going to set that bad boy. So I'm going to be using, this is the JP 101. This is a tapered powder brush, and then we're going to be using the Benefit Cosmetics Professional Power Powder. That is your tongue twister for today. Benefit Cosmetics Power Powder. Okay, enough of that. So, we're just going to set it in there, and then we're going to tap it off. I'm going to start out under the eye. And we put that primer on there, so we're just going to set that. Coming up under so that we can make sure our concealer does not do any of that, you know, settling into fine lines and wrinkles. And this will also help blurring with the fine lines and wrinkles. So again, put it in, tap it off down the center. And don't forget to set under your chin. Same thing, set it in, tap it off. this truly is. Like I said, I can't wait till they come out with a truly, what's the word I'm looking for? Not neutral, translucent. There you go. Because this one does have just a little bit of color to it. So for everybody that is me and darker, you'll be fine. But if you are more fair than I am, then you may have a little bit of, it may be too much. So you'll have to try it and see. So I believe this is an Ulta exclusive. So you can get to Ulta and try it out in the store before you put any money on it. And then even at that, if you, like let's say you order it and have it delivered, there's still a return policy in place that would allow you to return it. So one way or the other, you're covered. Amazon, although I can't remember if I saw that on Amazon or not. That may be a link directly to them. So, okay. Now we got all that done. We have an even color to work with. Now we're going to add our contouring, our highlighting, and our bronzing back in exactly where we want it. So I'm going to use 2 brushes to accomplish that. The first one we're going to be playing with is a dual-ended, actually foundation brush. We're going to use this end for the bronzer, the low, and we're going to use this end for the highlighter, the light, the high. I'm going to be using the KBD. This is the shade Light Refillable Powder. Light Reflecting, I think it is refillable powder. I'm going to be living over here on this end, and then we're going to take this just a smidge, just on the outside corner at the very end. So I'm going to take the flat side of this. We're just going to do that. Going to turn it from here to about the corner of the eye. We're going to stay above the hollow of the cheek. And you're just kind of go a little bit in a U. And then we're going to work it right up here beside that hairline on the temple. Same thing on the other side. And then we're going to stay with that flat side. We're going to go right up on the forehead against that hairline. We're going to go side to side, but then up and down so that we don't give, like, we don't want a line up there. We just want to give a little bit of a shadow, reduce that forehead. Now, if you've got a very low hairline, you can maybe skip this step, although I just really like the way that just sort of brings the face together. We're going to use the skinny side of this now. We're going to go here. We're going to go from the ear to about the corner of the mouth under the jawline. So keep a neutral face so that you're truly getting up under that jawline. Same thing on the other side. This is going to help to frame the face and reduce any extra chin or chins that you have down there. Staying with that skinny side, we're going to go from the corner of the eye all the way to the tip of the nose. And one swipe will probably do you on this one. I don't think you need to redip. And we're going to go just under the tip of that nose. Now, I told you we were going to use that darker one. So we're going to take this one. We're going to use just the point of that. Just kind of tap it in there a little. And right here on the outside, we're just going to bring in a little dimension. Just right on that outside. Now we're going to switch to the fluffy. And we're going to go into the lighter one. We're going to write down the center of the face with that. Try to stay in the right color. And then I'm just going to make sure I didn't overshoot there. There we go. Okay. So now you have your contouring, and I just dropped my brush, but I guess I shall worry about that in a second, as I don't know exactly where it went. So we are using the Juvia's Place. This is a blushed volume 4. And for today, I'm going to be in this one right here. Very pigmented. So we're literally just going to go like that. That's all you need. Going between the blush and the bronzer, between the brush and the blender. And you know what I just realized? I did not highlight the top of my cheek. So let's go ahead and continue with this. I dropped my brush and got all confused. One tap, we'll do the forehead, the nose, and the chin. We don't want like a whole lot of color there. We just need a little bit just to kind of set that off. Now let me see if I can roll back here. There it is. Ta-da! So again, since I accidentally skipped it, we're going to use this side. We're going to go on to this one here. It's going to go the top of the cheek and right beside the eye socket. There we go. All right, so now we've got a little bit of color. We have got some shape to our face now. And now we are going to say our verse together. If I can get that in. There we go. Okay, so it is rolling across your screen. We are going to wait until it comes all the way back. We are almost to the end now. Let me see. Okay, there's the end of the reference. So here we go. We're going to wait till it gets to the middle. Here we go. Don't let anyone under pressure to give in to evil say, God is trying to trip me up. God is impervious to evil and puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give in to evil comes from us and only us. We have no one else to blame, or no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and has a baby, sin. Sin grows up to adulthood and becomes a real killer. James 1:13-15. You know, when you say it with the inflections in the right place, it makes a whole lot more sense. Maybe it will flow nicely. Okay, so I am going to, maybe I should tell you what I'm doing now. So I am using the Juvia's Place. This is the Luxe Liner. This is in the shade Wine. And we're just gonna, I love that this is a retractable. You don't lose product to sharpening. These blend out nicely. They're a good creamy in a good way. And they also stay put. They don't creep out into any fine lines and wrinkles. So if you got a wrinkly lip, this is gonna be your friend. So we're gonna start out here in the center in the Cupid's bow. Just going to give you a nice V, and then we're going to round out to the outside corners. We're going to be just to the outside of that lip line to catch a little extra real estate. Same thing on the other side. All right, now we're going to work out from the center and the bottom and do the same thing to the outside corners. All right, give a step back. Make sure you like the shape you just created. Even on both sides. Yeah. Okay, so today, because we're going to have a lot going on with the green on the eyes, I want a little more of a neutral kind of lip today. So I'm going to come to just the inside of that line with a little bit lighter pressure, and then we're going to drag that with our middle finger. So first, you're just feathering it a little bit. Okay, now we're going to take our middle finger and we're just going to drag that. And that's just going to give us a nice, smooth, soft outline that will help our lipstick to wear better but stay put. And just kind of put a frame on that. So I am going to be using this is the Maximal Matte Lipstick from MAC, and this is Snob. I remember when this came out, man, it was hard to get hold of. I had to like practically reserve one to get it because it was so popular. Love this color. It's like pink, but it's not like, wah, pink. So yeah, that's the technical word. Wah, pink. Okay, so we're going to start out in the center. We're going to do the top and the bottom, and then we're going to do the outside. So there's the center. Now we're going to go from the center to the outside. And yes, great question. You are actually going over the liner that you just did. We want just like a little hint of that. Okay. So now we got our lips going on. We are going to play with our eyes. So at the sound of that, my eyes started watering. Okay, so we're going to be playing with the Cultured 2 palette. And this is where we're going to be today. So up on the brow bone, we're going to start out with that palm candle because that's just a nice neutral color. If you have darker pigmentation, move to a darker color. You could maybe use Yoruba or Soy right there. Something close to your skin color so that you have something to blend in. So palm candle is going to go first. And then we're going to move to the Fufu. I don't know why. That just cracks me up. Okay, so we're going to move to Fufu. Those are going to be on the outside corners. Then we're going to give a little batik. That's going to go in the middle. And then in the very center, after we're done with all that, we're going to use the Joss right here. And that's going to be just with our finger. We'll do that. So we're going to start out by grabbing just a fluffy brush. This is a Morphe M433. We're going to go in that palm kennel right there. And we're just going to put that right up here on that brow bone. This is just something to blend into, just kind of a placeholder. We don't really need like a lot of color there. We just need something. And this will just give us something to blend into. All right. Now that we got that, we're going to, let's go with, let's do this one here. I'm going to use a Morphe M321. This is more of just a blender smudger crease brush. So we're going to go into that Fufu. Now, this is a very pigmented color. So you only need to like tap a little bit. We're just going to do the inside outside corner, just so that when we put the batik in there, it gives us like a nice dark color on the outside. So literally just kind of swirl just a tiny bit. So we're going to go into that Fufu right there. We're going to get that on the outside corner. And this does not need to be pretty right here. And then we're going to get it on that inside corner. And you're just going like maybe a quarter. And this is just to intensify the color as we put the other ones on. You want to actually see this per se. It's just giving us a nice base. Okay, so you can see we've got that dark on the outside corners of both of those. So we're going to set that brush aside and we're going to grab just a overall shadow brush. This one is a MAC, I don't know, maybe 200, 280, 290, something like that. Just a normal eyeshadow brush. We're going to go into the batik. This you can get on the front side and the back side. And we're just going to cover over let's actually just cover over this. We're going to cover it and then we're going to go just a little bit further. So we're going to leave an empty space in the middle. With this, we want to make sure that we're working up onto that eye socket bone right here. And then same thing on the other side. And again, we're just leaving that channel right through the middle empty. Now, before we move to the other side, you want to make sure, especially if you have hooded eyes, that when you're looking forward, you can see that green peeking over the fold of your eyelid. So for me, I need to come up just a little bit more. And I know if you've been hanging with me, you know I always underestimate that every time. So we're just going to blend that up. And make sure if you're like me that you don't actually go into the motherland, because that's like a bright green. Okay. So we're just covering that up. We're going to look forward. We're going to see that green peeking over the top. Now look at the difference between those two eyes. See what a difference it makes when you get that color peeking up over the top there? Okay, so now we're going to do that same thing. Batik is going to go over here on the inside. Going up. And then on the outside. Okay, we're going to make sure that we get that all the way up. I don't know if you can hear that, but my dog is snoring to goodness sakes over here. Yeah. Yeah, she's a senior and she just snores really loud. Okay, so if you have any fallout from that, go ahead and dust that off. Now we are going to use just our finger, and actually middle finger. We're going to go into that joss right here. And you're just going to get some of that right there. And we're going to put that right in the middle. We're just going to fill that in with that beautiful goodness. Right there in the middle. I'm going to take, wow, that is so pretty. Okay, I'm going to go into that batik just a little bit. And I'm just going to blend that out a smidge. I didn't really even put any shadow on it. I'm just blending it out. And then we'll come back with that palm kennel here in just a second. Okay, so now we need to work on the under of the eye a little bit and connect all this together and have it to make sense. So I am grabbing the Morphe. This is an M508. We're gonna do exactly the same thing that we did. So we're gonna grab this right here. Just one side will do ya. This is on the foo. We're gonna get it right here on the outside corner. We're gonna connect those two. Nice. And we're going to do same. I'm not even going to switch brushes. I'm going to use that same brush. I'm going to go into the batik. I'm just going to get it on one side. We're going to go over that. And then we're going to go to about the center. There you go. Now I am going to wipe the tip off on the napkin that's sitting in my lap because I don't want that dark color to end up on the inside or you're going to like close down your eye. So we were using the Joss. Let's just do it. Okay, so I'm going to grab the Joss. I'm just going to use a little bit of that. Don't load it too much. We just need a little bit right here. It's just such a pretty green. Nice. Now I feel like we need a non-color color on the inside just to kind of open it up a little bit. So this is a MAC 194, I think. I'm just going to grab some of that Chua right here. Just one little thing. We're just going to do that right in the center. Just going to brighten that up a little bit right on the center. Okay. Nice. Oh my gosh, I love that. This would have been a good one for St. Patrick's Day. We did a different green one. Okay. So now you can see what we've got is we got some shimmery. We got some iridescent going on, and let's go ahead and bring it down to earth just a smidge with our liner and lashes. So I'm grabbing the Killer liner from Too Faced. This is in Killer Black. We're going to go from the outside corner to the middle, and then outside corner to the middle. Well, if I can get it. There we go. Going to give you a little accentuating on the outside. Then we're going to take the line right on that lash line on the bottom. We're going to go from the corner to about halfway. It's like a not line. So you're giving it a little bit of color, but we don't want like a heavy black. Hey, Lakeisha! So we want to bring a little bit of balance to the outside. So we're going to use that liner on the water line, but we're only going to go about 1/4 of the way across. We're not going to line all the way. So we're going to water line just right here, about 1/4 of the way. And you're going to make sure that you go in that water line from the corner all the way to the color liner that you just put down. That's going to give you a little bit more depth on the outside, but it's not going to close down the eye. Okay, so we know we're going to be using some lashes. So we want to make sure that we give a nice runway for those lashes to go. We just put a lot of shadow on there. Well, really, it's not that lot. They're just very pigmented. Anyways, so grab your Too Faced Better Than Sex liner or whatever liner you choose. I store this tip down, so that the tip always has the product in it. So we're just going to uncap that. We're going to do a thin line from the outside corner all the way to the inside corner. Just a nice smooth line, which is why I love this tip. This is gonna give you a little bit of forgiveness if your lashes end up a little too far north from your lash line. This will kind of be a buffer for that. We're gonna do the same thing on the other side. Now, even though I used green shadows today, you could do the same thing with a dark, a medium, and a light of any kind of colors. So this could be, you know, dark blue on the outside. Use you a nice lavender in the middle. Be creative. Any color combination. You just need a dark, a light, and a medium. Okay. And some shimmer. Or glitter. You could do glitter ones too. Okay, so I told you we were going to come back with the kennel. So we're going to take that same brush we were using, which is the Morphe 433, M433. You're just going to tap it once, and we're just going to make sure that we got a nice blend going on up here. So we're just going to soften that a smidge. There you go. It's not doing anything really other than just softening the edge of that just a little bit. So now we got beautiful eyes. And what is going on with our brows? I don't have any brows, so let's get our brows done. I am using the Bad Gal Bang mascara in Wild Plum because it matches my hair. But whatever your brow product of choice is, that's what you are going to use now. So I am going to just lightly brush that on here. And there are some products that are like a brow mascara, so they'll go on pretty much the same way. I'm trying to stay hovered above my skin and just catch those hairs. The great thing about a mascara is that you don't need a setter because, you know, they kind of firm up. So it does it all by itself. So you can see the difference between the two sides. Ooh, she has a brow. Ooh, where's her brow? So same thing on the other side of whatever your brow product of choice is. And again, you know, I talk about this often, but if you do not know what brow product to use to get the look you want, get your appointment scheduled at the Benefit Brow Bar at Ulta. They will wax, tweeze, pluck, thread, whatever you need to have done. And then they will, bring a picture of what you want it to look like. And they will match you to the product that will get you what you want and then show you how to use it. So it's like a beautiful situation. I love going there. Do not let me find out you've been getting your brows waxed over at your nail shop. It's a nail shop. It's not a brow shop. Okay, so yes, I'm so glad you caught me live. Woo-woo! Nice to have ya. Okay, now we need some lashes, right? Because we got a lot of green happening up in here. So we're going to start out with a little bit of curl. I know we're putting false lashes on, but you still need to curl your lashes. You do not want to look from the side and see like a gap between your lashes and the false lasher. That's kind of yuck. So I am going to use the, the Tweezer Man Onyx Great Grip Eyelash Curler. I've used the, what's that other one called? The heated one from Grande Lash. Love that one too. This one is perfectly fine for what we're doing here today. So when you crimp down on your lash curler, it should not be pinching your eyelid. If it is, release and pull it out just a smidge. This should be a no pain process. So our verse is a little bit long today. Usually we use our verse as a timer. We'll do that, but I don't think we're going to hold it all the way to the end. So get your spot ready. The verse is not rolled around yet. And then we'll put it on there. We'll say the verse and stop, but keep going with the verse. So even though we may release the curl, just keep going with the verse. Okay, here it comes. Find your spot. Crimp it. Here we go. Don't let anyone under pressure to give in to evil say, God is trying to trip me up. God is impervious to evil and puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give in to evil comes from us and only us. We have no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare-up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and has a baby, sin. And sin grows up to adulthood and becomes a real killer. And that's James 1, 13 to 15. Okay, grab it on the other side. Before that gets away from us, here we go and grip. Don't let anyone under pressure to give in to evil say, God is trying to trip me up. God is impervious to evil and puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give in to evil comes from us and only us. We have no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare-up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and has a baby, sin. And then sin grows up to adulthood and becomes a real killer. And that is James 1, 13 to 15. So now that we got that on there, I'm going to be using the Bad Gal Bang. If you have black lashes already, you can totally skip this step because your lashes will blend in. However, this will give you more volume. So if voluminous lash is what you like, just go ahead and do this. So we're going to cover this just with one coat. Roll back on those tips there. I'm going to make sure we go all the way from one side to the other. And although you couldn't see them, yes, I do have lashes. They're just clear. Okay, other side here. From one side to the other. And then make sure you sweep them back on the tip. Now, you know we're not going to get false lashes on the bottom, so we want to make sure when we're doing the false lashes, when we're doing the mascara on the bottom, that you do that just like normal. There's nothing going to change about the way you're applying your mascara on the bottom. So we're going to take that mascara, same thing as the top. You're going to put that on, and then you're going to sweep under the tips. We want to make sure that the tips are nice and covered. We're going all the way from the base of the lash to the very tip with that mascara. We're going all the way from one side of the eye, all the way to the other side. All right, so there's one. Let's go ahead and do the other side. And hopefully you don't just touch your cheek the way I just did. And I know you know that I have been battling with road construction, so I hear them coming out front. So sorry if you can hear that. Eventually one day, they're going to get that finished. I will look forward to that because then I'll have a nice new sparkly street to drive in on. But now from one day to the next, you don't know what you're going to come home to. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and take this tissue. My eye is watering because of, I don't know, whatever they're mucking up around out there. I am going to be using today. This is the Juvia's Place. You know, I used them last week. I loved them. So this is the Egypt Light Nubian Lash. So, you know, I usually like a flare. This one's not a flare, but it does have a nice unevenness in the height of the lashes. And I just love the way that that gives you such a neutral look. So I'm going to use my velour lash tool. We're just going to grab that from the outside corner and get that off the tray there. I'm going to do the same thing with the other one. Grab the outside corner, pull that off that tray there. Going to set that box aside. I do always store mine in the box because then, number one, you can't lose one. Number two, it keeps them from getting kind of any hair or debris. And number three, I have 2 cats. And if the cats find it, you are never going to find it. So if you're one of those just, you know, set it on the coffee mug or something kind of people, more power to you. But, but I like to keep them in the tray. Okay, so I've previously trimmed these. We did that together last week. So you're going to trim from the outside edge, kind of do a dry fit, check the outside, and almost everybody needs to trim a little bit of lash off. I am using the Allure 18-hour eyelash glue. And we're just going to get it on that top of that band there. And then we're going to get it on the back side of that band. This one does have a little bit of a band. I like the black band though. Another reason why we don't need to worry too much about an eyeliner, because this band pretty much already has that for you. So we're going to go grab the other one right there in that center. We're going to get that on that top of that band, right along that line. And then we're going to do it again on the back side. Okay, that might have been a little bit much. Well, these won't move today. You're going to want to make sure that you pay special attention to the outside corners, because those are going to be the most likely areas to kind of give you a little bit of lift. Now, here's a little tip for you. If you find that when you put your lashes on, you're getting like poking on the inside or the outside, it can mean one of a couple things. First thing is your lashes are probably too long and you need to trim them from the outside edge just a little bit. Second thing it could mean is that you got a little lift going on. So I always keep an eyelash adhesive in my bag because you just never know when that's going to happen. So there's just a little bit of tip for that. So I am going to grab that first lash that I put the adhesive on, and if I can get it, there we go. Going to grab it there in the center. You'll know when it's ready because the adhesive is going to go from that like bright white it was, and it's going to turn a little bit clear. If you need to kind of speed it along, you can just sort of fan it. So I am going to take that one. Let's see, that was on that side. So that's this eye, and we're going to put it right there in the middle, right where your lash meets your eyelid. And then we're going to walk it around on the inside. You are putting it straight on top of that eyeliner line that you made. We're going to grab the outside corner and we're going to put that on the line as well. Now I want to make sure that my lashes are as close to my natural lashes as possible. So I'm just going to take this little tool and to this side of the lash, I am just going to kind of smush them together. And then I'm going to take the tip and make sure that my lashes are worked in with that lash. Now I see the inside of this one's being a little ornery. It's doing last week too. The more that you wear the lash, many more times that you wear it, the more that it's going to form to the shape of your eye, and the less kind of difficult it'll be when you put it on. So more times of wearing it is better because then it gets your shape. You are going to feel a little bit of cold when you first put that lash on. That's pretty normal. And then sometimes though it can mean that you didn't let that glue set quite enough before you put it on. So now you can see the difference that the lash makes. Really kind of tones down that green a little bit and opens up the eye. And these are a medium volume. So, you know, I don't know that I've ever seen anybody walk around with this big of a lash, but it's not like, oh my gosh, what she got? Okay, so we're going to set this one over here. Right there in the middle. There we go. Having difficulty letting go. There we go. And then we're going to put that right there on the inside. Going to grab the outside corner. Set that down right there. Then we're going to push these two together using that lash tool. Just making sure they're in the same space. Set that inside corner down again. Using the tip of that to work my lashes into it. I feel like this side's just a little bit high. Here we go. There we go. Now we have got our lashes on. Now, we got some nice shimmer and iridescent going on our eyelids. We are going to continue that on to the top of our cheek just a little bit. We are going to be using, this is the Juvia's Place. This is the Heroin Glow 2 from Juvia's Place. It's just a nice, kind of a rose gold, little bit of shimmer, not glittery, just shimmery. So we're going to use the Anastasia highlighter brush. We're just going to swirl that around right here on the top of the cheek, right here beside the eye socket. We're going to take that. We're also going to go down the center of the nose. I just love the way that looks on the nose. Oh, yay! How exciting! So we got, there you go. Use what you've got. So, and again, I'm going to go with Andrea. So you can correct me. Give me a pronunciation key down there. So excited to have you on here with us. And I'm glad that that is something that you can use with something you already have. And so a lot of people, you don't see green used often, but it's just a super pretty color. I really, really like it. Oh, yes. So if you want to send me a picture of what you got, any of the social media platforms, you can do that. You can attach a photo comment. So you can do that. If you're on Facebook with me, you can send me a private message if you don't want everybody else to see it. However you want. Okay, so I think also you can do a photo or video comment because I think you're on YouTube. So you can do a photo or a video comment as well. And I'd love to see what you did and how it turned out. Okay, so okay, so now I have to go to work after this. And so I don't want to mess with this. I do not want this to move all day. So I am going to take the Juvia's Place Ready, Set, Sealed. We're going to give that a shake. We're going to set that. There you go. And no, the answer is I am not supported by Juvia's Place, but when you find a good makeup line, it's just a good makeup line. That is why I use so much Juvia's products, because she just does a marvelous job with her products. All right. So thank you so much for hanging with me today. This has been a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. I look forward to chatting with you on social media. Let's see. When I woke up, oh, yay. Oh, and you know what? I didn't show you. So sorry. Okay. So I love greens and blues, and I have quite a few greens and blues tutorials on past episodes as well. So let's go ahead and review our Bible verses that we have had so far. Well, if it's going to let me. There we go. Okay, so week 1, we have I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello! Week 2, we had, oh gosh, what is the first word there? Consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so that you may become mature, well-developed, not deficient in any way. I love that song, and I was totally singing that inside of my head. Okay. Okay, if you don't know what you're doing, pray to the Father. He loves to help. You'll get his help, and you won't be condescended to when asking for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the Master that way. Adrift at sea, keeping all your options open. And that's James 1:5-8. Wow, I actually did better on that one than I thought. Okay. When down and outers get a break. I'm totally singing this in my head. Okay, if you haven't heard this song, you've got to go hear this song. Selah did such a good job with this one. Okay, so when down and outers get a break, cheer. And when the arrogant rich are cut down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower, so don't ever count on it. You know that as soon as the sun rises, sending down its scorching heat, the flower fades and the petals wilt. And before you know it, hold on, I gotta take a peek. Before you know it, oh, that beautiful face is a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment that everyone is looking on in admiration, it fades away to nothing. Okay, I liked that story of that one. Okay, anyone who meets on a test, anyone who meets a testing challenge and, oh my gosh, I thought it was better at this. And anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and manages to stick it out is mighty fortunate. For such persons loyally in love with God, the reward is life and more life. Woo! Okay, and then we have our verse for this week and the graphic, because you haven't had a chance to see that yet. Woo woo! Here we go. Love this girl. Love the hair. So, don't let anyone under pressure to give in to evil say, God is trying to trip me up. God is impervious to evil and puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give in to evil comes from us and only us. We have no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare-up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and it has a baby, sin. And sin grows up to adulthood and becomes a real killer. All right, so wow, lots of great verses there. So again, this is all coming from Color Me James. So if you don't already have your copy, go ahead and get that, because that is going to be, now there's lots of activities and things to do in there. So that is going to be totally cool. That's at a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. All three choices are there. That's the spiral bound, personal preference, the perfect bound from Amazon, and then the ebook version. So whichever one of those is going to make you the happiest, that's the one that you go with. So you can find a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus on your favorite podcast platform. And just a reminder about the Beauty and Grace Insiders. So we've got the Divine Beauty, the Precious Jewel, and the Cherished Queen. The ebook, if that is your preference, the Cherished Queen comes with a free copy of the ebook. So it'd be to your benefit to just go ahead and do Cherished Queen, because you get that, plus you get all the other perks. And for those of you that are hanging out here with me on YouTube, you can see if you're in the Beauty and Grace Insider, you get those special emojis. You get that little badge. There is soon to be coming we'll do a weekly memorization trivia time together. So we needed to get a few more members in here to make that something that will be fun. So until we meet again next time, my friends, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for each one of the ladies that has come and hung out with me here live. For those who will watch this later on, Father, I am just so grateful for them. And I pray that you would bless them with the word today. I mean, the makeup is fun, and we know the outside beauty is great, but it's really all about the inside. And I just pray that you would bless them, that you would help them to be diligent in their efforts to memorize scripture this week, that scripture would be a part of our being, part of our hearts, part of our soul, and that we would have it ready, willing and able when we need it for ourselves, and then also for the encouragement, edification, and correction of others. Father, I just thank you so much for this group of women, and I pray that you would send us out with a special blessing this next week. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Well, it has been a delight to hang out with you. I look forward to seeing you online and your pictures of how your makeup look come out. So until next Thursday, goodbye. Love you. Mwah.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Well, good morning, beautiful, and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together doing a full face makeup tutorial and memorizing a Bible verse. So we have been memorizing our way through the book of James using our coloring book and journal, Color Me James. So it is going to be a continuation of that. So excited. I hope you loved the song from last week, because let me tell you, It was one of my favorites, and my mom loved it. Okay, so we have got some great things coming at you today. Looking forward to sharing with you. Today, our easy full face makeup tutorial theme is there a dark blue eyeshadow too bold for over 40? So we're going to be playing with dark blue, and let's see how that looks on an over 40 face. I think it's going to be super fun, and wait till you see the lips. Okay, so go ahead and grab your palette. We're going to be playing with the Afro Galactic from Juvia's Place today. So go ahead and grab your palette, grab your brushes, grab you some false lashes, and get on back here.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
All right, so, there we go. Now I can hear myself a little bit better. Let me get that chat turned on. Go ahead and give me a shout out of where you are coming from so that I can, recognize you. Let's talk together about, what's going on in your neck of the woods. I love it when you share pictures of the looks that you do. Give me a shout out. Let me know what's happening to you throughout the week. You got prayer requests? Let's go ahead and talk about those too. I love to do prayer requests. Okay, if I can get my mouse to cooperate with me. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about the foundation verse for this podcast, and that is Psalm 119, verse 11. Technology's working against me today. There we go. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And again, that's Psalm 119, verse 11. And so we have been working through, again, the book Color Me James. That's available in 3 different formats. You can do ebook, which you can buy just straight out from my website, or if you become a Church Queen Beauty Insider on YouTube, you get that for free with that Cherish Queen membership. So it also comes in spiral bound, which is my favorite. And then you also have the perfect bound, which comes from Amazon. So lots of different choices. Find the one that works for you.
She didn't plan to fall, but the ground was familiar. It looked like comfort, smelled like just one time, felt like maybe God forgot her name. But that voice, that whisper, it didn't come from him. That trap was homemade, stitched together from loneliness, frustration, old wounds that never healed right. And in the silence, she heard the truth. This temptation ain't from God, this fire, it started in me. Don't let anyone under pressure to give in to evil say, God is trying to trip me up. God is impervious to evil and puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give in to evil comes from us and only us. We have no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare-up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and has a baby sin. Sin grows up to adulthood and becomes a real killer. You feel it?
All right, you can check out the rest of that. That is now on our playlist. So in Color Me James, go ahead and scan that playlist QR code, and that will take you to the Spotify playlist. It's probably going to be towards the bottom of the list because it looks like every time you add something, it falls to the bottom. So all those Color Me James are going to be there, but you don't have to listen to it just on Spotify. It's on, Apple Music and Amazon Music and all those things. All right, so here is our verse for this week. Continuing on in the book of James. This week we're going to be James 1:16-18. So, my very dear friends, don't get thrown off course. Every desirable and beneficial gift comes from heaven, or comes out of heaven. The gifts are rivers of light cascading from the Father of light. There is nothing deceitful in God, nothing two-faced, nothing fickle. He's brought us to life using the true word, showing us off as the crown of all his creatures. James 1:16-18. And I promise that'll flow a little bit better the more that you say it. Think of it like a story that you're telling. So my particular struggle, maybe this isn't yours, but now we have all these pieces of stories, and now I need to find a way to say them fluidly rather than, because right now what's happening is they're kind of all independent sections, and I'm singing the songs, but I'm struggling to say it fluidly. So if that is you, let's figure out how we're going to get our work around this. Okay, let me get back over here. There we go. So again, all of our colors today are going to be eyeshadow anyways, are going to be coming from the Juvia's Place palette. This is called Afro Galactic. The cover of it looks like this right here. And so that is what we're going to be doing with our eyes today. It is going to be a blue look, and I am super excited about this particular one. It's one of my favorite color combos, so I hope you enjoy it as well. So let us go ahead and jump in together. Let me get my stuff scrolling down. There we go. Okay, so I turn the chat off. I can hear y'all dinging, and I can't even see ya. Okay, there we go. So again, any question that you have, whether it be about the verse or it be about the makeup that we're doing, feel free to ask that in the chat of the platform that you're on. That'll come through, and I should be able to see all of the chats that way. For those of you, if you see me look over this way, that's because I got YouTube over there. And so for those of you Grace and Beauty Insiders, make sure to use those special emojis that you got. What is your favorite one? I think this week my favorite one is the heart, but you know, use the one that's your favorite. And I love to see your little icon that you get when you're a Grace and Beauty Insider, because it gives you a different one depending on how long that you have been hanging with us. So let's get going. So first thing, we're going to use our primer. This is the Benefit Professional Matte Primer. We're going to give that a little bit of a shake and get that ready for us. Oh, and you can see the verse is scrolling around on the bottom of your screen there. We will use that as a timer for a couple of things as we go throughout our day. So we're going to use, that's a little excessive, but we got that much right there. That is definitely enough. So we're going to work that between our fingers. Any place that you have fine lines and wrinkles, maybe you experience separation on your foundation, you got a little oiliness maybe in that T-zone, you're just going to tap that, spread that out there. For those over 40 lips, you're definitely going to want to make sure that you use that around the corners and edges of your lip there. That is going to help you from bleed out and extend the wearability of your lipstick just all the way around. That is going to help you out. So make sure no matter what prime you're using that you're doing that. And even though this is a mattifying primer, it's not going to dry out your lips. So you'll still be safe to use that as well. Okay, now we're going to switch to our concealer. This is the Bye Bye Under Eye from IT Cosmetics. I am the shade 11 Light Nude. Get to your nearest Ulta. I'm assuming Sephora has it as well, and they can shade match you. You want this 1 to 2 shades lighter than your foundation shade. So, you know, if you want to just like insurance, take your foundation in with you unless you actually know your foundation shade number or name, and that store carries that. Just bring it with you. That way they can match that for you. So for this particular one, we're just going to use a little ribbon of that, and a little of this is going to go a long way. Now you can see I've got a little bit of redness. I got some discoloration. I got some darkness happening here. We are just going to erase all of that with this. So we're going to take that and we're just kind of glop it in place to start with. We're going to let it set there for just a second. And then that's going to warm up to our body temperature, and then it will spread out nicely. So we're just going to chit chat for just a second. Y'all are being mighty quiet. I can see you on here. Well, I mean, not you individually, but I can see that y'all are on here. I just can't see anybody saying anything. Yep. Nope. Okay. I'm going to be using the Juvia's Place JP 102 flat round brush. This is a foundation brush, but we're going to use it for the concealer. Does a nice blend out, and then we will use it for the foundation as well. So now that that's kind of warmed up to our body temperature, we're just gonna blend that out nicely. And yes, that is true. Mohawk be laying down today. We have got stormy, rainy, yucky, humid weather here. And this morning she said, she being Delilah, my hair, she said, no, Mom, I'm not going to stand up today. We're going to lay down. And I said, okay, pumpkin. All right. And yes, she does talk to me that way. So we're just going to blend that out. We're going to remove all of that redness. And yes, you could use a green concealer if you want to. I don't feel like I have quite enough redness to necessitate that right now because the Bye Bye Under Eye just does such a beautiful job. So let's just minimize how many things we got to buy and how many things we got to have on a counter, and we'll just use that. So now that everything is all nice and, you know, kind of level playing field color, we're going to do our foundation. And that will let our foundation do a better job of being full coverage. So today I'm going to be using the Lancome Tinty Doll. I am the shade 225N. This has like 52, 58 different shades. So whatever your shade is, get into, again, Ulta. This one, really, this is one of the few that I think it does not matter what your skin type is. This does a beautiful job from one end to the other end. If you have aged skin, it does a beautiful job with that as well. So we're just going to use that. They do have another one. If you have very, very dry skin, they do have another one called, oh my gosh, I forgot the name. The cap is purple and white. It's a little, I don't think you're going to get full coverage out of that personally. It's about a medium. So if that's okay, then I would try that one. Otherwise, you could just use a moisturizing primer, like the hydrating primer from Benefit, and then this one, and you'll be totally fine. So I gave it a little shake while I was talking, and then I'm just going to give it one pump, and that is going to do the bottom part. I'm just going to kind of dab it where I want it. This one dries down in kind of a slow time, so you can kind of glob it where you want it, and then we'll blend it out. I'm going to use the edge of that to get around my nose. Make sure you go over the edge of your lips with that. I'm going to get up under the eye just a little bit and blending it up into the concealer that we put down. So when we finish with this, we should have an all over even, like, blah whitey skin tone. Well, if you have darker pigment, maybe not the whitey part, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, so I'm going to take that same brush and I'm going to do a partial pump of that. And I'm going to pull my hair back and I'm going to drop it on my desk and get it everywhere. There we go. And I'm just going to use that. We're going to blend that up into that hairline. Get it between those brows there, right down to where you put that first part of the foundation. And then we're just going to kind of tap it on there, remove any streaking lines. Get in if you need to. Just make sure everything's all nice. Blend it out. Anything that you spilled on the top of your desk, wipe that off. All right. You know, I'm watching that verse scroll across the bottom of your screen, and this week that verse is a little bit on the longer side. So, I don't know. It's going to be good. I promise you. I struggled in a little bit in the beginning with last week's verse until the song came out. And then when that came out, I was like, oh, okay, that made that thing a whole lot easier. You know, like when you were a little kid doing vacation Bible school. This is like vacation Bible school for adults. Well, women. Okay, here we go. So, oh, I didn't even tell you what I'm using. This is the Benefit Professional Power Powder. So I tipped it upside down, shook it a couple of times, and now I'm using the Juvia's Place JP 101. This is a powder brush. We're just going to set that in there, and then we're going to lightly tap that off. And that should be just about right. So we're going to start out around the eyes. And I'm just going to go into the corner. And then I'm going to go underneath. I do love the blurring powder of this powder. I have not found it to like get into fine lines and wrinkles very much. I mean, if you use a powder at all, that's probably going to happen. I cannot stand that sticky, gooey feeling from an unset foundation, so that's not an option for you, me. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that same thing, tap, and then go down the center. Every place you put foundation, you are going to tap this powder. Making sure we're getting around our nose there. Same thing, cheek. Same thing. Other cheek. You know, I did buy some new Juvia's products the other day, and I cannot wait to try them. Maybe next week. So they had a new eyeliner, or a couple new eyeliners that came out. I don't think I've used the setting powder before, and so I got that. I have not tested it yet. So maybe next week we will do that. We'll run a couple of, you hate to run too many experiments at one time, but we'll try that next week. I have not, well, I was going to say I haven't met a Juvia's product I didn't like, but I didn't really care for their eyelash adhesive too much. Anyways, most everything that she creates is just beautiful, wears well, has great color, nice pigment to it. Okay, there we go. So now we're all an even color. Now we're going to add in the highs and lows where we want them. So we're going to start our contouring. We're going to be using two different brushes. The first one that we're going to use is going to be this one here. This is actually a dual-ended foundation brush, but no worries, it works beautiful for this. So this end here, we're going to do the lows, the bronzer. This end here, we're going to do the highs, the highlight. So I am going to grab my KVD refillable or shade light refillable contour palette, and we're going to be hanging out, for me, over here on this end here, and then I'm going to use this one just a tidge. This one, the undertone's not quite right for me, so you'll probably never see me use that one. But this right here, beautiful thing about this is when you, like I've hit pan already in these two, right? So all I have to do is pop out those two pans and put in two new pans. I'd have to buy a whole new $65 palette. So, love that. So, bronzer, one side of that, we're just going to get it on that one side. And then I'm going to go from the ear to about the corner of the eye, staying above the hollow of the cheek. And then up that side of the temple. So it's going to be a little wider here, and then you're going to come in narrow to about the corner of the eye. We'll do that same thing on the other side. Then I'm still staying with that flat side there. I'm going to pull my hair up here, and I'm going to go right along that hairline. I'm just going to work a little bit in a circular motion so I don't have like a harsh end line there. Just going to give a little bit up here. I'm going to take the flat side now, or I guess I should say the small edge, minus the little straggler. There we go. We're going to use that skinny side there. We're going to go from the ear under that jawline to the corner of the mouth. We're going to keep a neutral face so that you're truly indeed getting up under the jawline. And then we're going to do that same thing on the other side. And that is going to give you more of a edge and reduce some of your, if you have them, or if you don't, double chins or any fattiness under here. And we're going to use that same skinny edge there, and we're going to run that from the corner down to the tip of the nose. Well, really not all the way in the corner. It's about right here. And then on the tip, that's going to narrow your nose just a little bit. Now I'm going to switch to the fluffy side for the highlighter. I'm going to go the top of the cheek and right beside that brow bone. And then down the center. And down the center. I'm just going to take this, make sure that stayed nice and clean. There we go. Now I'm going to take this. I'm just going to tap it in that dark one. Right here on that outside corner, I'm just going to give it a little extra right there. Just that little extra something there. Okay, so now we're not going to need that brush anymore, so you can go ahead and set that brush aside, and we're going to switch to a blush brush. I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place Volume 4. And today we got a lot of blue, a lot of powerful things happening today. So today we're going to pull it back just a little bit on the cheek using this. This is a MAC something, I can't even read it, 113 or something. Okay, so we're going to use this one here. So you're going to take this. We're going to get a little bit on there because these are very pigmented. So you really just need a little tiny bit. We're going to go between the bronzer and the highlighter. And then between the bronzer and the highlighter. I'm going to get a little more on the tip of that brush. And I'm going to go right up here into that hairline and just give a little. Now, whatever I have left on my brush, I'm just going to do the tip of my nose right under there and then right there on the chin. We're not trying to get like a deposit of color. We just need a little hint. Just a little hint. So you don't need any extra on there for that little part. Okay, now we can set that side. We have now completed that. Let's play with our lips a little bit. And I love this particular lip combo. So I'm going to be using, this is the NYX Suede Matte Lip Liner. And this is the shade Jet Set, which you can see is a nice like navy, dark blue kind of color. So we're going to take that. Make sure you got a nice good tip on there because this is dark and where you put it matters. So we're going to start out in the Cupid's bow. Just give a nice V to start with. Then we're going to round that out to the outside corner. Staying just on the outside of your natural lip line to catch a little extra real estate. All right. Same thing on the bottom. Start in the center. Just outside that lip line. Now go ahead and round that out to the outside corner. Now, because this is so dark, I like a little good morning. That's it. Rachel saying, hey. Okay, so we want to make sure that we're catching no line. We don't want a harsh line from this. We want to make sure that lipstick can do its job effectively because this is going to be, wait, is that Rachel? Anyways, good morning. So let's take the pencil. We're going to go just to the inside of that line. You're going to use a little bit lighter of a pressure because we're trying to get a little bit of an ombre. Not that we're ombreing. We're just trying to help that lipstick to do its job a little bit better all day long. And while I dearly love KVD, everything needs a little boost from time to time. So let's go ahead and do that. And you don't need to be too freaky about it. You're not going to see it anyways. Now, go ahead and take a step back. Make sure you like the shape of what you've just done. Both sides are even. Everything is good to go. Like mine is crooked on the bottom. And don't worry, you still have one more chance to get it straight if you don't like it once you get your lipstick on. Okay, so we are using, this is the KVD Everlasting Liquid Lipstick, and this is Scorpius, I believe. Scorpirus? However you say it. Beautiful dark blue color. There's also a nice one. Maybelline used to make a really nice one. And I think Nick's had one, but they haven't had a nice blue one in a while. So we're going to take this. It's a nice liquid lipstick, has a good tip on there. I always like to give it a little bit of a shake just because I don't use this one very often and it's been sitting. So let's just make sure that we give it a little mix. It can do its job its best. So give it a little shake. Now we're going to take that. We're going to work that glop just off the tip. And let's start out in that Cupid's bow there. Okay, so we got a good shape there. Now let's go ahead and round that out to the outside. Right now, we're just working on the outside. Don't worry about the inside yet. If you find that your dough foot dries out a little, put it back in. Just get you a little on the tip there. And now we're going to do the bottom. So same thing on the bottom. Start there in the bottom center. Nice smooth line on the outside. And yes, that's a great question. So you can see the dough foot has like an angle on the end of there. I'm using that flat part right there to do the outline. Okay, I'm going to put it in one more time. And what shows up on there is going to be enough to do the middle. This does dry out. If you give it just a couple of seconds, this one dries out nicely. The Maybelline one I spoke of just a minute ago, like really dries out. Your lips, I feel like, are too dry. You might even need a little gloss on there. So this one does nice, though. Here we go. Okay, now keep your lips separated for just a little bit and let that dry down happen naturally. So that, if you put them together and leave them together too soon, it's going to dry together. When you separate them, you're going to end up with like a line of nothingness. So just keep talking, say in your verse, whatever you need. I got a yes, ma'am. Okay, so let us go ahead and say our verse together, and then we are going to jump into our Afro-Galactic palette. But first, we have to wait till that verse scrolls around. So we're going to give it just a second there. Here we go. Now I see the end of it's coming around. Here we go. You ready? Okay. So, my very dear friends, don't get thrown off course. Every desirable and beneficial gift comes out of heaven. The gifts are rivers of light cascading down from the Father of light. There is nothing deceitful in God, nothing two-faced. Isn't that a good thing? Nothing fickle. He brought us to life using the true word, showing us off as the crown of all his creatures. James 1:16-18. And this will be the verse that we'll be working on all week, so you'll just kind of let that flow. Okay, so Juvia's Place, Afro-Galactic. Okay, so I know you see these blue lips, so let's see what's going to go with that. You ready? Here we go. I'm so excited. Okay, so we're going to start out here with Spirit. We're going to use that one. Then we're going to go and dip into Iris just a little bit. Then we're going to go up here into Orbit. I know. Oh my gosh, are you ready? There's still another one. And then we're going to go up here into Orbit. We're going to use, what is that one called? Stars, just on the very outside corner to give some intensity. And then we're going to come down here to Alien. So we are going to be Afro-Galactic in today. So I hope that you grab your brushes. So let's go ahead and jump in. So this is a Morphe 430 M433. Just a nice blending brush. This is going to do that Spirit. We're just going to, you can tell I like that one, right? Okay, so Spirit, we're just going to get that on the tip of that brush. And that's going to go right up here on your brow bone. Going to do that same thing on the other side. This does have a little bit of shimmer in there. Not so concerned about the shimmer. We're just trying to get something kind of, fleshy color. If you have a darker complexion, you might be able to use maybe Bologna or Mother Earth. They're a little more shimmery. Otherwise, you could try the Coffee Shop palette. That's got some beautiful neutrals in it as well. Okay, so now that we've got that, we are going to add just kind of a foundation color So you're not really going to see this color in the end, but we needed to kind of bolster up the other colors. So we're going to go right here into this one, which is Iris, right there. I am using an all over well, it's just like a general purpose shadow brush. This is a MAC, I don't know, 260, 280, something like that. It just looks like this. So we're going to do this one here. I'm only going to get shadow on one side. This is a very bold color. Your potential for fallout is great. So only load one side so that you can reduce and minimize your risk. Also, you're going to do just a little tap out on it. And then we're going to put that on this whole lower part of your lid. We don't need to be too freaky about the blending because we're going to have so many other colors on it. But we're just trying to use this as kind of a primer so that all the other colors can do their job a little more effectively. And no worries, everything is not going to stay this dark. Just hang with me. Hang with me. What is it? Trust the process. Trust the process. Okay. So we're just going to color in that whole lower part. I am going to use this up here into that, what was that one called? A spirit. And we're just going to kind of blend that out a little bit. So no additional shadow on the brush. You're just going over where those two colors meet to let that get a little crazy. So right now, we just got some crazy happening. It's okay. It's okay. There we go. That's going all the way from the lash root up to that brow bone. So now we're going to do that same thing on the other side. Now, you know, you cannot be walking around with blue lips and not have some kind of eye color to counter that. Okay. I'm going to get that right there in that crease. Just let that be nice and smooth. And then I'm not going to have any more shadow. I'm just going to blend that up into Spirit. Ooh, I almost dipped in Mars. Here we go. Okay. You want to make sure you got your fluffy brush nearby. We'll be dusting a few times just to make sure we do not end up with any fallout on our face. So I'm going to keep with this same brush because we are going to be going into Orbit, which is an absolutely spectacular, shimmering, holographic, on crack blue color. Can I say that? I'm not sure. Anyways, so same brush. We're going to go in here. This one clings a little bit better, so you could actually put it on both sides and you'll be fine. We're going to pay special attention to the outside corners of the eye. So right here on the outside corner, going all the way up to that brow bone. We're just going to give us a little color right there, and don't do what I just did and touch the brow bone. But there you go. So we're going to leave a little strip clear right down the center there. You'll see why in a minute. Then we're going to get it on that outside corner, and we're just going to blend that in. And we just want a little bit, not like that wide. Okay, here we go. There you go. Don't need to worry too much about making it look anything. You don't need to blend it out. Just deposit the color. We'll get to all that in just a minute. Now you can see I got some crazy fallout here. So let's just do that. There you go. Okay. Back into Orbit. Same thing on the other side. Oh my goodness. Look at that shimmer. That is just so crazy. All right. Back into Orbit. Hitting the outside. All the way up to that brow bone there. If you need to go back in so you can fill in here, do that. Oh yeah, I think that's what caused my fallout. Okay. So for those of you who have hooded eyes like I do, what you want to do now is look forward straight ahead and see if you see that blue peeking up above the fold of your eye. You want to make sure that you can see it. I have a tendency to not go high enough first time through. So we're going to raise that up just a little bit. This is going to help minimize the appearance of that fold and that little disappearing lid thing going on. So raising that up just a little bit. Don't need to worry about having a line up there. We'll get that in just a minute. So for right now, we're just raising that color. Making sure we can see it above the fold of the eye when we're looking forward. I know we got a gap down the center. Hang on, hang on. Okay. Dusting that away. I'm going to go ahead and grab a fresh, clean brush. This one is actually, it's a little smaller area we're going to be doing now. This one is the M124? Yeah, 124. So a little bit smaller of an eyeshadow brush. We're going to go into that alien right there. I'm just going to get it on one side of alien, and we're just going to put it right down that center. And then just work it back and forth a little bit to blend it out. So do that same thing on the other side. Just go right down the center. And then just work it from side to side. Super easy. Okay, now the inside, well, you know, let's go ahead and do the outside corner. Okay, I told you we were going to be dipping in stars for just a second. So we're going to grab that, what is this, a MAC? I want to say 219. It's just a smudger. We're going to go into stars here. Now with this one, we just need a little teeny hint of color for the outside corner. So don't get crazy on me here. We're just doing a tap, tap. So literally tap, tap. That is enough. You don't need a whole lot. We're going to write on that outside corner. And we're just going to go into about halfway. We're just giving a little intensity on that outside. There you go. Nothing too crazy. Literally tap, tap, and you're good to go. And then we're just going to flick that corner, which is going to give us just a little pow right there on that outside. That is definitely going to have a tendency for some fallout, so make sure that you brush that there. Okay, now back to what we were talking about. So we are going to do some color under the eye. I am going to grab, this is a Morphe, this is a M213. Just a nice, kind of a dense smudger, but it does great under the eye. Love that little shape of that. So how we set the iris down before, we're not really going to need to do that for this part here. So we're going to grab this orbit here. You're just going to get a little bit on one side on the tip. We're going to go to the outside corner, and we're going to go about halfway, and you're just going to put a little bit of that color there. And then we're going to let it kind of seat up here around that corner with where we were just playing with the stars. Okay, do that same thing again on the other side. Just right up to that lash line. We'll use a liner here in just a second, and that will help kind of bring all of that together. And we're going around the corner, blending that into where we put stars. Okay, so same brush, just, you know, wipe it off on that tissue you got in your lap. We're going to go into the alien. Again, you're just going to get it on the very tip on one side. We're going to go from the inside corner to that blue we just laid down. There you go. That's just going to lighten that inside corner a little bit, and then give us some continuity. All right. Now, if you want, you don't need to, but you could take that stars just right there on that tip a little bit and just hit that outside corner just a little tiny. Just a little bit. Okay, before we do anything else, we're going to go ahead and fix right there on that brow bone because we got a little bit of a mess going on. It's okay. It was to be expected. So I'm going to go back and grab that Morphe, that M433. We're going to go back into that spirit just a little bit. Just tap it a little bit. And you're just going to go over the edge where those colors are meeting each other. Just kind of go back and forth right on the middle where those two colors are together. Right here on the inside, and then right here on the top. And that is going to smooth that out and give you just a nice blend. All you're doing is going back and forth. We're just softening that edge. All right. So you can see now we've got a little shimmer going down the center. And actually, I think I'm going to take my finger into that alien. This, you usually get a better shimmer if you do it this way. So I'm just going to add a little extra insurance for that shimmer down that middle right there. So I'm just taking my finger and tabbing that down. Nice. There you go. Okay, so that concludes the eyeshadow part of this. Now let's go ahead and finish this look out. So I'm going to grab my Too Faced Better Than Sex Killer liner, which you can tell I love because... What? Is that a sharpener in the end? What? Shut the front door. Okay, anyways, you can tell I like it because it's small. How nice. I didn't even know it had a liner on board. Okay, from the outside corner, we're going to go about halfway. That's going to give us some intensity on that outside corner. You got a lot of color happening, so you don't need to be too freakish about this. Plus, we're going to be using a false lash, and that will cover some sins as well. So there we go. We're going to do the same thing on the bottom, outside corner to about the middle. This one's going to be a much finer line, so we don't want like a big, heavy black line thing. We're just going to go from that outside corner right in that lash line. Ever so thin a line. We're just trying to give a little clarity for the lash line, but not give us a black thing. There we go. If you want, you can give a little punch on that water line right on that outside part of the corner. Just a little bit of the way. That kind of brings attention to the outside there. We are going to use a little bit of that. There we go, which is nothing but a brush to just fluff out some of that. We're going to give ourselves a little bit of insurance for those lashes that we're getting ready to put on. This is the Too Faced Better Than Sex. This is the Easy Glide Waterproof Liquid Eyeliner. Love this one because it's so user-friendly, so easy to use. So we're just going to draw a thin line from the outside corner all the way to the inside corner. Whether you are wearing false lashes or not, I would do this just because it's like that frame on that picture. When you're wearing false lashes, though, this gives you a little bit of forgiveness. When you put the lashes in, if they don't make it all the way down to the base of your lashes, it's going to hide that little bit of gap that you might experience, especially if you're new at putting lashes on. So it's just a good idea. It gives you kind of a runway of where those lashes are going as well. So we're just going to go from that outside corner all the way to the inside. There we go. And that is all of that. Super easy. It's going to dry down while we're working on our brows. So for those of you who actually have brow hair or yours is a color other than clear, you're going to grab your brow product of choice right now. If you do not love the shape of your brows, you don't know what you're doing, you don't have any idea what product to use for the look that you want, take you some pictures into Ulta, go to their Benefit Brow Bar, and let those ladies help you out. So this is going to be, for me, because I got funky colored hair, this is the Bad Gal Bang in the shade Wild Plum. I am using a mascara for my lashes. So I'm just going to make sure that tip is clear. And while that liner is drying, we're just going to do our brows. There are all different kinds of colored mascaras on Amazon. You'll see quite a few of them if you go to my website, A Little Bit of Makeup and a Whole Lot of Jesus, because I've used a bunch of them. That way you can see what brands I've used too for, what has worked and what hasn't. Look at the difference that makes. Brow, no brow, brow, no brow. Okay, here we go. Let's do the same thing on the other side. I don't know what's happening. Okay, here we go. So we're making sure we're hovering above that skin with this. It's just covering on those brow hairs. The other thing great about using a mascara for your brow product is it is going to set them in addition to giving you a little bit of color. All right. So that was easy enough. Okay, by now our liner should be dry. So we are just about good to go for our lashes. Today I'm going to be using the Juvia's Place. This is the Egypt Light. These are a very uneven. Love the naturalness of those. Medium volume lash, like the band, very comfortable. If you are putting on a, new set of false lashes, you want to make sure that you trim from the outside. Always do a dry fit of the lash, unless you just like wore them so many times you know how to do it. But you are going to put those on, and then, sorry, I never had that happen. That was a little weird. There we go. So you're going to put the lashes on, just set it there and see, you know, how long, or it's never going to be too short. Almost everybody has to trim their lashes. I am going to use my velour lash tool. I'm just going to grab that lash from the outside corner and pull that off that little tray there. I'm going to do that same thing with the other one, and then we'll just set that little tray aside. I do put my lashes on the tray every single time because that helps them to last longer and keeps the band in a nice shape. So, you know, I've seen people, I've gone into people's house though, and they'd be sticking them on a mirror and sticking them, you know, on the top of their makeup desk, all kind of thing. So, to reduce, you know, germs, bacteria, the health of your lashes, the lash itself, the band shape, put it back in the tray that it came from. That's kind of what it was designed to do, and it will help you so much in the end. I am using the Eye Lure. This is the 18-hour lash glue. This one does not have a brush. This one has like a little paddle, and really like how this one works. So I'm just going to give that a little bit of a shake because that's what it feels like you do with everything. I'm going to pick that lash up with my lash tool. I'm going to hold it right there in the middle. With this lash paddle, I'm going to put that adhesive right on the top of that band. So the very top edge. Paying special attention to those outside corners. And then I'm going to turn it in and put it on the inside corner of that. We're making sure that we get those outside corners well. This is a clear lash glue, so it's going to come out white. But then as it starts to dry out, it will turn clear, and that will be about when it's ready for you to put it on. So let me go ahead and close that. We're going to set that down in front of us. Just let that do its little dry down. I'm going to grab the other lash right there in the center. We'll do that same thing with this one. So right on that top edge. Making sure I get those outside corners. We get a little extra adhesive there. I'm going to go flat to the inside there and get that on that inside of that band. It's not cooperating very well today. It's going to be one of them kind of days, huh? Okay. So there we go. Now your lash adhesive is on there. You are good to go. I always keep one of these in my purse so that if I feel any, so here's some signs. If you feel like kind of cold in your lash line, or maybe it feels wet in your lash line, or maybe you got pinching on the inside, you probably got some lift. So just keep a little lash adhesive in your purse, and then you got to worry about all that. So I also have very round eyes. So I'm just going to take these two outside corners and I'm just going to roll that band. You're just doing this, and that's going to help it keep that nice curved shape. I'm going to grab that in the middle. How about, yeah, we'll have to mascara afterwards because I got out of order. Here we go. So we're going to set that down right there on that lash line, right on that eyeliner line. This is what happens when you talk and you put makeup on. Okay, I'm going to take this tool. I'm going to blend my lashes with that lash. We're going to get everything in that same space. You can see the inside corner lifted just a little bit. Just put that right back down. Sometimes you have to convince that inside corner, which is why we make sure we get nice adhesive on that outside corners so that they will be encouraged to stay put. Once that is good to go, you can see the difference that that makes. We're going to go ahead and grab that one on the other side. We're going to do that same thing. Give it some curve. There we go. Getting that in the center. It's going to go right here. Catching that inside corner right on that eyeliner line. There we go. Outside corner on that eyeliner line. And then we're just going to crimp them together. Make sure they are occupying the same space. There we go. Now, there we go. What was the thing I forgot to do? I did not mascara my lashes. So if that happens to you, don't freak out about it. Just mascara after the fact. It'll be all right. So I'm going to grab that Bad Gal Bang, and this is in black. So it is going to be, you know, a good color anyways. This one, I'm going to make sure that I don't get too much on the false lash while I'm doing this, because I don't want to have the false lash end up like goopy or anything like that. So if this should happen to you, just be careful and try to get it only on your lashes. So I'm just going to take that Bad Gal Bang mascara, and I'm just going to put it on the inside of my lashes. Now I do see what that just caused was a little bit of lift on this corner here. So we're just going to take that lash tool and put that corner back down. There you go. Using that lash tool, get those lashes worked in there with that. There we go. And now we're just going to do that same thing on the other side. It might be the humidity today because I'm seeing I got a little lift happening on this one now too. We're just going to get that mascara in there. Let's grab our tool. We're just going to set that bad boy back down where it goes. There we go. Take the tip of that, work my lashes in with there. Kind of hold that there. There we go. It'll be all right. Okay. So now let's do the bottom lashes. You don't get false lashes on the bottom, so we're going to make sure that we get those nice and covered. So we're just going from root to tip, and then we're sweeping under those tips. Okay, same thing on the other side. Making sure we're going from one corner all the way to the other corner, all the way from root to tip, and then sweeping up underneath on those tips. Okay, and I think I was just blocking your view, so sorry about that. You are going to notice that there is a lot happening on the upper part of our eye. So if you want to go ahead and add an extra coat to those bottom lashes to kind of balance that out, that would be perfectly acceptable for today. Usually I don't do a second coat on the bottom lashes, but to kind of balance out what we've got, I'm going to today. And for those of you in the Beauty and Grace Insider, this is going to be number 12 in the image that you got. I kind of jumped out of order a little bit today because, I don't know, I just felt kind of blue and got all excited. Okay, so let's just give us a little, yeah. Okay, they stayed. Woo-hoo. So if you have, at this point, if you have any, oh, did I not get that? God damn it. Okay, so if you have any fallout, you can grab your little bullet brush, which I actually do not have here, and go ahead and do a little reconnaissance on those. So this is actually a highlighter brush. I don't have my bullet over here, but we're going to go ahead and grab that. We're going to get just a tiny bit of powder on there. And we're just going to go under that eye ever so slightly with just a little bit of the power powder. Now with the bullet, you can actually get in there and work around the little fine parts in there if necessary. If you don't need to do that, don't worry about it. Okay, so now we're going to add a little bit of some shimmer highlighter. This is a Juvia's Place. This is a Heroin Glow 2. Love this one. Just kind of a nice rose gold. Give you a little bit of shimmer. I'm taking that same. This is an Anastasia highlighter brush. Right there on the top of that cheek. Right beside that brow bone. Doing that same thing over here. Cheek, brow bone. And then I'm going to go right up here, up the center. Making sure I don't mess up the lipstick there. Okay, so that is our highlighter. I am so loving this. I feel like my room is getting like super hot though. Okay, so all right. So we are almost ready to go. We are going to say our verse together one more time, and then we're going to set this bad boy so it is good to go all day long. So our verse is scrolling around, just about ready. Y'all are so quiet today. I know I see a couple of my friends from the UK out here, although y'all aren't talking. I can see you. Okay, so now it is coming around. So let's just say the verse for this week together. Here we go. So, my very dear friends, don't get thrown off course. Every desirable and beneficial gift comes out of heaven. The gifts are rivers of light from the Father of light. Oh, sorry, I got ahead of the thing. Okay, there is nothing deceitful in God, nothing two-faced, nothing fickle. There we go. He brought us to life using the true word, showing us off as the crown of all his creatures. James 1:16-18. And I laugh because we are truly learning all of this together. So now we got this. We wanted to stay put. We wanted to stay looking beautiful all day long. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place. This is the Ready, Set, Sealed. Going to give it a little bit of a shake. My hair is falling down, so I'm going to pull that back just a little bit. We're just going to let that set. That is going to fan down and just give us a nice satin finish all day long. Help that makeup to stay in place. Help your eyeshadow to not do creasing. It is just going to help that. So it has been a delight hanging with you today. Thank you for coming, and I look forward to chatting you throughout the week on social media or on the website, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. We are going to go ahead and review our verses together. So whether you are new with us or not, if you just started your journey through James, all of these are going to be on YouTube. They're also on Apple Podcasts or wherever you watch video podcasts. So no matter where you are in your journey, go ahead and, go back, follow through, or just start from here and go forward. You know you and your personality, and just do what fits you the best. Okay, so here we go for our journey through. Okay, so we started out in James 1:1. Hello, let's see. Hold on, I'm getting... Wait a minute, I'm getting all... James! There you go. Am a servant of God, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello! And I can hear that song literally in my head as we do this. And then we went on to verse 2. Consider it a sheer gift, friends, when challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life shows its true colors. Shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so that you may become mature, well-developed, and not deficient in any way. If you don't know what you're doing, ask the Father. He loves to help, and you'll get his help, and you will not be condescended to when asking for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the Master that way. Adrift at sea, keeping all your options open. And then we had, when down and outers get a break, cheer. And when the arrogant rich are brought down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower, so don't ever count on it. You know that as soon as the sun rises and gives down its scorching... Wait, how does that go? So you don't know, sun rises pouring down its scorching heat. There we go. The flower withers and the petals wilt, and before you know it, that beautiful face is a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment that our people are looking on in admiration, everything fades away to nothing. Hence the song, fades away to nothing. Okay. And anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and manages to stick it out is mighty fortunate. For such persons loyally in love with God, the reward is life and more life. I liked that song too. You know what? There's not a song I haven't liked. Okay, so don't let anyone under pressure give in to evil and say, God is trying to trip me up. God is impervious to evil and puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give in to evil comes from us and only us. We have no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and has a baby, sin. And sin grows into adulthood and becomes a real killer. And then we are to today's verse. So, my very dear friends, don't get thrown off course. Every desirable and beneficial gift comes out of heaven. The gifts are rivers of life cascading down from the Father of light. There is nothing deceitful in God, nothing two-faced, nothing fickle. He brought us to life using the true word, showing us off as the crown of all his creation, James 1:16-18. So we have all week to work on that one. So the song for that should technically come out on Saturday. So be looking for I just realized that's a circle and my head is a circle. How fun is that? Okay, so okay, let's get on with what we got here. So Color Me James, again, is the book that we're going through. Comes in 3 different platforms. You can get that at a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. Just go to the shop and then go to books and you'll find it. Ebook, Spider Bound, again, which is my favorite. Or then there is the Perfect Bound, which comes from Amazon. So whichever way you want to go there. Alrighty, and so I have mentioned it before, but the Beauty and Grace Insider, 3 different membership levels, that is going to help you make the most out of that Color Me James study, the most out of this podcast. Be invested as you want to be invested. And again, the Cherished Queen comes with a free copy of the ebook so that you can use that on your, well, it'd be a little hard on your iPhone, but you could. But on a tablet, that would be better. And then you could actually color in the coloring pages using an app like Procreate. And then you can write in using, I think it's called Goodreads. Anyways, on my website, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com, on the ebook, it tells you the apps to use and it has links to those apps. So that will help you out there. So to be able to become a Beauty and Grace Insider, you're going to head over to youtube.com at a little bit of makeup, a lot of Jesus, and then /join. So you can just go to the YouTube channel and then put a /join at the end, and that'll get you there. A little easier to say that. All right, so let me pray a blessing over you this week. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, I am so thankful for every one of these ladies that has hung out with me here live, who is watching this later on. Father, I pray that you would pour out on us a measure of blessing as we strive to have your word in our heart, Father, like you have taught us in Psalms. And I just pray that these words would not just be things that we memorize like a script from a play, but that they would be things that would come to mind and that we would reference them and use them in our daily life for edification, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. And I just pray that we would also use these and share these with others as well. So thank you for those daily adventures that you have given us. And I thank you that that helps us to live with the verse and to really have that verse be a part of our life. Father, I just pray a blessing on each one of these ladies this week, and that you would be with us no matter what our situation, no matter where we live, Father, that you would just bless us where we are. And thank you so much for this community. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right. It has been a delight to hang out with you. I look forward to seeing you throughout this week on social media or on the website, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. Make sure to share your pictures with me. I cannot wait to see what palette you used and how your look came out today. So let me get us going here. There we go. Y'all have a great rest of your week. Love you. Mwah. Bye.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at me, can't wait.
Excuse me. I breathed in to say hello and I choked on my own self. Okay, good morning, beautiful. This is Wendy with a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. And I hope that you are hearing things better than me because right now I've got a whole lot of muffle happening over here. So give me a shout out in the chat and let me know if this is good for you. Hopefully it is. Okay, so again, my name is Wendy. It is a joy to get to hang out here with you this morning. So what have I been doing this week? Well, this week, working on the song for the Bible verse was a little bit challenging, but I think the end result was a little bit spectacular. Go God. So give a listen to the song if you have not already, and let me know what you think about it. I really like that the verse in the song is complete and intact because I think it just really helps drive home the memorization for the verses. Okay. So what are we going to be doing today? Today, our easy full face makeup tutorial is going to be, can a teal and silver eyeshadow brighten my over 40 eyes? So we're going to answer that question today. Teal and silver, is that going to help me out if I am over 40? So go ahead and grab your eyeshadow. Today, I'm going to be using the palette from Juvia's Place called Wahala 2. So grab your palette, whatever you're using, grab your brushes, grab your false lashes, and get on back here. Let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
All right. And I don't know, maybe it's just my ear, but it seems like the music is just a tad bit loud. So let me turn that down just a smidge for us. Okay, we're going to get back in the chat. And I've got a thumbs up. Yay. Thank you. Okay. So our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And then all of the verses that we're going to be doing in season 3 are coming from Color Me James. So if you haven't already picked up your copy, 3 ways you can get that. You can do that ebook. If you're in the Grace and Beauty Inside of the Cherished Queen membership level, actually you get that for free. Then there's also the Perfect Bound, which is from Amazon, and then the Spiral Bound, which you can get from my website. So whatever's easiest for you, the Spiral Bound is probably my favorite version. Okay, here's our song from this week.
You don't send the storm to break. You send the trial to grow my faith. You are the giver of all that's good, the Father of light, just like you said you would. So my very dear friends, don't get thrown off course. Every desirable and beneficial gift comes out of heaven. The gifts are rivers of light cascading down from the Father of light. There is nothing deceitful in God, nothing two-faced, nothing fickle. He brought us to life using the true word, showing us off as the crown of all his creatures. You birthed us.
Okay, I'm going to leave the rest of that for you. But if you have not had a chance to listen to that, to get that on, whatever music platform that you are on, make sure you give a listen to that. Now that puts us, I believe that was the 6th song, or was that the 7th? I think 7th song. So we are just like knee deep in scripture verse songs, and I hope you are enjoying Selah and the beautiful vocals and the words, especially to help you memorize those songs in a vacation Bible school, but adult kind of way. So, and good morning. I see, several of you on here. Hey, yay. Okay, so let's take a look at what our verse for this week. Now, I've been asked before, what are these album covers and what are these crazy graphics? These are the full color versions of the graphics that are in the Color Me James book. So you're getting to see what they originally came from. You may color them in whatever way you want to when you come to that coloring page, but this is what it originally looked like. This was my inspiration when I did the book. So anyways, that's what that is. So let's look at our verse. The song was the verse from last week. So let's look at our verse that we got for this week. And okay, here we go. So we're going to be in James 1, 19 and 21. Okay, so I'm going to lean in a little because this one we're all working on together. I don't have this one memorized yet. So here we go. So post this at all the intersections, dear friends. Lead with your ears, follow up with tongue, and let anger straggle along in the rear. God's righteousness doesn't grow from human anger, so throw all that spoiled virtue and cancerous evil in the garbage. In simple humility, let our gardener, God, landscape you with the word, making a salvation garden of your life. Wow. The song this week is going to be another difficult one, but I am a gardener. And so I absolutely love the talk and conversation about the landscape, let God landscape you with the word, making a salvation garden of your life. I absolutely love that as a gardener. You don't have to be like super skilled in garden to appreciate God being your gardener. Okay, so what are we doing today? Today we're using Wahala 2. You can use whatever palette that you want. I've got 2 lights. Well, one is a light for the top of the brow bone. Another is going to be a highlight for the inside. Then we've got kind of a base color. We've got a darker color to go on the outside. And then there's sort of a mid color in the middle. So really you're going to need, 5 colors to make today happen. But use whatever palette you have. This is the one that I'm using. If you don't know where it is, haven't seen it before, whatever. Whenever we finish this podcast, the show notes will be, we'll have a link to it there for you so you can make sure you're getting the exact same product. Okay, so, and there's the QR code there for you. So the Bible verse is going to be scrolling across the bottom of the screen there. So I think I'm let me see if I can tip us just a smidge. There we go. I think we're about right now. Okay, so just checking out. I believe volume, I got a thumbs up for the volume. Okay, we still okay? Because it sounds very funky in my ear. Somebody give me a thumbs up out there. Y'all are kind of quiet today. And tell me where you're coming from. I'm going to X out of that little thing that's driving me crazy. There we go. So let me know where you're coming from this morning. And you know what I didn't do? I turned the music off for the video and I did not turn it back on. So let's get that bad boy back on. It'll take it just a second. There we go. Okay. And the chat's back on. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with our makeup tutorial. I am going to start with the Professional. This is going to be the matte primer from Benefit. And so we're going to prime our face. What does that do for us? Why do we need to prime our face? I've never primed my face. So the primer can actually bolster a couple of things. Fine from here in England. Yay! Okay, so, and thank you for hanging out with us all the way across the world from where I am. I appreciate you. Okay, so we're going to use just a little bit of this. So a primer can do a few things for you. It can add hydration. It can help mattify, which this one does. Whatever you choose, the primer's primary job is to make your foundation do its job better. So it matters. If you go to paint a room of a house, you're not going to use some cheap, yucky primer thing, because if the foundation is bad, the whole rest of the thing is going to be crap, right? Right. Oh, I said the C word. Okay, so sorry. So we're going to prime just like a wall, and we're only going to use a little tiny bit. We're just going to get that right between the fingers here. We're going to put that wherever you have, well, all over the face a little bit, but we especially want to target any place where you have fine lines and wrinkles, where you might experience separation in your foundation, especially around the lips for those of us over 40. That's going to help your lipstick to do its job better and help you to have a nice clean line when you use your liner. So for this particular primer that I'm using, it is definitely going to be blurring. So if you have pore issues or anything, fine lines, wrinkles, it's going to fill that in and make your foundation look more smooth. This one's also mattifying. So if you struggle at all with having, okay, yay. Okay, so Sorry, my little thing was covering up the chat there, so I missed a couple of you. So if you are going to be oh, now I lost my train of thought. Primer, we're primered. Let's move on to the next thing. So this is going to be It Cosmetics. This is the Bye Bye Under Eye. This is going to be your concealer. So what we're going to do with this is, right now you can see I got like a little bit of splotchy kind of color going on. So we're going to even out that skin tones. When I put my foundation on, it can actually look like a true, this is kind of like a primer in the sense of evening out the color of the wall. So this is like your, this is like your kills for those of you that have ever painted before. Okay, so yeah, I'm getting some giggles here. Okay, so we're just going to use a little bit of this. A little bit goes a long way. Another great one, if you're not using this one, is definitely going to be the Tarte. And the name is escaping me at the moment, but their concealer is amazing. Tarte face tape. Thank you. Shape tape. And again, with that one, you just need a little bit. So we're just going to start out with this particular concealer. It does much better when it warms up to your body temperature. It's going to blend out nicer and smoother. So we're just going to kind of pat that into big patches of blurry nothingness to start out with. And we're just going to leave that there. We're going to talk for just a brief moment. You know, whatever you do, pick your brush for your eyeshadow or something while that thing's kind of warming up a little. It's very thin, so we're done. Okay, so we're going to grab the Juvia's Place. This is a JP 102. This is a foundation brush. Nice angles on this to work around areas on your eye. The flat edge of that does great with getting around that eye. We're going to use that also as a primer on our eyelids so that our eyeshadow colors can be more true, and it will help prevent any creasing or anything like that. Now, we're not going crazy with any glitter colors today. I know Rachel just got upset. We're not going to be using any glitter today. Well, there is some sheer and sparkle. So not glitter, but sheer and sparkle. Okay. So we're just going to blend that out. I'm not going to have any ending lines. So you can see it's all just smoothed out. But all that redness is now colored. And so we're just got kind of an even texture and color that we can now play with to add our foundation. So for today, I'm going to be using the Lancome Tinty Dole. This is the 225N. Things I love about this one. If you wear glasses, like I do on most days, it is going to play nicely with the glasses. Nothing is going to stay. Sorry to give you that little heads up. Nothing is going to stay right here. It's just not going to happen. But this one plays nicer than most. So we're just going to take one pump of that. And then we're just going to blob it on there, working on the bottom part of the face. Then we will blur this out. Oh, I see the aw man. Okay, let's see. When you get to your lips, could you get here? Let me put that up there. There we go. When you get to your lips, could you please get some tips on how to avoid the color bleeding into the fine lines? You betcha. Okay. So we are going to, the other thing great about this Lancome foundation is that it does not, it doesn't really have like a dry time. So if you put it on and go turn and do something for a sec, like I just did, it's not going to dry down and you're not going to be stuck with like patch colors on your face. There are a few that do that. Okay. So definitely for the conversation about the lips and the bleeding out. So you definitely want to make sure, if that is a concern that you have, that right now, before we've done everything and we've said everything, make sure that you go around your lips with your primer. And also when we do the foundation like I just did, make sure that your foundation is going over the edge of that lips as well. I know it's going to seem a little weird because you're kind of taking away the color from your lips, but you put it back in with the lipstick and the liner. So definitely you want primer on the edge and you want your foundation over the edge. Okay, so now we're going to do just a little bit of a partial pump there, and that is going to do our forehead. That was not enough of a partial pump. Let us try a little bit more. There we go. Too partial. Need more partial. Less partial. Anyways. All right. So we're going to take the edge of that brush and just go up into that hairline. We're going to work that down our temples. We don't want to you don't want to be able to see your hair discolored from the foundation, but you're going to go right up to it. And then the brows, you can just go over that because you're going to put your brows color in the way that you want when we get to the brows part. I'm just going to go under the eye one more time. I love this corner right here because it just nestles right up under that eye. And then also right around your nose. Okay, blending out underneath that chin as well. And now we have, let me just get in a little closer, make sure. Sometimes I get a little crazy right here. There we go. Oh, you bet. You are so welcome. Okay, so going to our next step, which is going to be to set this. Today I'm going to be using, this is a Juvia's Place I Am Magic setting powder. And this is white sands. Yeah, white sands. So moving on and trying this one. I like this one. Does not have talc in it. I do not believe. I think this is one of the talc free ones I have. Doesn't actually say on here. Okay, so we're just going to shake that a little bit. Let some of that come through those little holes that we've got in the top there. And this one's it's a little different. It feels more corn silky. You know, that kind of silky texture compared to the one that we were using from Benefit from the Power Powder. So we're just going to give a little in there, and then we're going to tap it off. And then we're going to go under the eye. I do like this one, though. Been using this for, I don't know, about a week now. And it really does a good job of setting. I don't really notice it so much for the oil control, but I haven't noticed it working against it either, so. All right, and I think my chat has now gone lower than, there we go. Okay, we're going to go here. We're going to do that same thing again, tapping it out. You know what? I just remembered I bought a triangle from Juvia's Place, and I don't think I've used that yet. I know I've explained before how much I hate the dust. So one thing that using a triangle puff does for you is you don't have as much flyaway powder. Now this brush here from Juvia's Place does help minimize that as well. So, but I wanted to try, they have a triangle puff that comes in 2 different sizes. And I think I bought one of each. I don't know. I think the smaller one would do better for around the eye area. And I'm not really one for like switching puffs and stuff like that, but I don't know. It might be too much for the whole face. So I got one of the larger ones too. We'll play with that maybe next week. All right. So we're just, every place you just put your foundation, you're just going to set that with your powder. And that's going to give you, this particular powder is going to give you a nice matte, yet not a harsh matte. So it's more of a, I guess not quite a satin, but just more of a natural matte kind of finish. So you're not going to look like, oh, look, she has no color and shine to her face. It's not quite like that. Okay. So we are going to press on. Now that we have got this done, now our face is all one color. We look a little stark, sort of like a ghost. But we're going to add our color back in where we want it and shape our face the way we want it. So how are we going to do that? We're going to do that with the KVD Everlasting Shade and Light Refillable. So this has 6 different colors in it. Each one of these is refillable. So you just pop out the little pan and replace it, which is what I love about this. Rather than having to buy the whole palette again, you just buy the shades that you've used. So I'm going to be in these 2 here and then just a tidgy tap in that one right there. I am using an IT Cosmetics foundation brush. This is a dual-ended, so this end here will be for the bronzer, the dark. This end here will be for the lighter, the highlight. So we're going to start out with this one on the flat side. We're just going to get a little bit on that flat side. We're going to go from the top of the ear in a sort of a circular motion to about the corner of the eye. We're going to stay above the hollow of the cheek there. And then right beside that hairline. There we go. Same thing on the other side. And staying with that flat side, we're going to give just a little bit of a swipe right here. And because my hair is falling down today with the humidity, I'm going to pull that back a little bit, and right up against that hairline, we're just going to use a little bit of circular motion to give us a little bit of depth and color up here. And now we're going to switch to the narrow side. So we're going to go here. We're going to go from the ear under that jawline to the corner of the mouth. Keep a neutral face when you do this so that you're truly getting underneath that jawline. And do the same thing on the other side. Now we're going to stay with that side. And we're going to go right beside the nose, leaving a clear runway white down the center. Give our nose some good shape. Okay, we're going to switch to the fluffy end. We're going to use this highlighter right here. Right on the top of that cheek, right beside the eye. Same thing on the other side. And then we're going to do that same thing right here down the center. Make sure you hit right down the center. Now I did forget my tap tap, and just right here on the outside. There we go. So now we got some highs, we got some lows, but Wendy, you talked about some color. I don't see any color. Okay, we're there. So we're going to be using the Juvia's Place. This is the blushed volume 4. So we're going to have that, like I said, nice teal and silver going on. So I'm going to be using this one here today, just because I don't need quite so much pink, because we got a lot going to be, not a lot, but some going to be happening in our eyes. So using a MAC blush brush. Just gonna, well, since this is to paint, I have another one. I just should have got it out. We're just gonna get a little bit of that on the edge. You really only need like 2 swipes if your palette is new, because these are pretty pigmented. There we go. Right between the low and the high, you're just gonna give yourself a little bit of that pink. With the teal that we've got going on today, you really couldn't use an orange, but you could maybe get away with a peachy color if that goes with your skin tone a little better than the pink does. We're going to use just a little up here in the bronzer, right there on the tip and the chin. Not too much pink there. We don't actually want to see pink. We just want to kind of make a continuous thought on the tip of the nose and the chin. Okay, so before we dive into our lips here, we are going to say our verse together. So it is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. We're going to wait until that comes around, and then we are going to say that together. So wherever you are, whatever time of day it is in your neck of the woods, here we go. So post this at all the intersections, dear friends. Lead with your ears, follow up with your tongue, and let anger straggle along in the rear. God's righteousness doesn't grow from human, sorry, I got ahead of the verse, doesn't grow from human anger. So throw all spoiled virtue and cancerous evil in the garbage. In simple humility, let our gardener, God, landscape you with the word, making a salvation garden of your life. And that is James 1:19-21. I know it gets a little rough when it's because I talk so fast. I'm sorry. Maybe I should have the scrolling go faster. I don't know. Then it might be hard to keep up with that. Okay, so on with our lips is what we're going to be doing today. So with regards to the question about how to keep it from falling out into your fine lines and wrinkles around your mouth. So one thing would be to choose a matte lipstick versus a cream lipstick versus a lip gloss. The cream, the gloss, it doesn't mean you have to sacrifice moisture. The one from MAC that we're going to use today, which is part of their Viva Glam line, is also hydrating as well. They changed the formula a while back so that it's matte, but it is hydrating. So those things right there will help you out as well. the like softer, creamier, mushier that the lipstick get mushier. I don't know if that's a good word, but anyways, that it is, the more it's going to be a temptation for it to creep out. Another thing, when you're lining your lips, if you don't like a colored lip line, like a darker or lighter or opposing color, if you don't like that kind of lip liner, choose a lip liner that's the same shade as your lipstick. And then don't go all the way to the edge of the liner. Stay just to the inside of the liner, because liner is thicker and will last longer. And that will help it to not creeping out. It's almost like the liner is the fence for the lipstick. So today we're going to be using, and I love these because these do not bleed out. This is the Juvia's Place. This is the Luxe Liner. And this is the shade Love Me. It's about the same color of the lipstick that we're going to be using today. So great question with what we're going to be doing today. These Juvia's Place Luxe Liners and all the lip liners that I've used from Juvia's Place and the MAC liners, they do very well as well. They are all wonderful for staying in place. I have never had a problem with any of those creeping out or getting into fine lines and wrinkles, because I do got them right around here, especially right in there. So we've got the primer on, we've got the foundation on over the edge, we've got the setting powder over the edge, and now we're going to go in with our lip liner. So we are going to start out right here in the center. And we're just going to give ourselves a nice little V so we can get a good shape going. Then we're going to round that out to the outside edge. Now, depending on your level of wrinkles, it might be better to actually stay in your lip line when we do this. If your wrinkles are like mine and they're just a little bit fine line wrinkles, you can actually go outside onto your skin just a little bit. But in my experience and what I have seen in makeup applications, if you're going to line onto the skin and you have wrinkles, you're going to be more apt to have a little bit of bleeding out. So run a couple of experiments. One day do it one way, and the next day do it another way. See which one is better. In marketing, you do A/B split tests all the time. So we're doing the same thing, but with our lipstick. So for me, I'm going to go just to the outside of my lips because my wrinkles are kind of more fine and I have not experienced any trouble doing it this way. I have combo skin, so I got a little bit of oil happening on there too. So that can play into it. Okay, so we're going to go from that edge right here. And I'm outside my lip line just a smidge with that line right there. Same thing on the other side. Okay, now we're going to do that same thing on the bottom. Just giving us a nice starting point right there in the center, and then we're going to round that out to the outside corner. Now, especially if you've got bleed out problems, I always come in one line more to the inside of that. If you find that maybe your lipstick is like wearing out really fast, you can line the whole lip and that will help with that. The Viva Glam, they wear wonderful, so I don't feel like you need to do that with that particular lipstick. So we're going to come to the inside of that line one more time. I'm going to use just a little bit lighter pressure and more of a feathery stroke as opposed to a line stroke. And we'll do that same thing on the bottom. Okay. Take a little bit of a look back and make sure that you are even on both sides. You like the shape of your lips before we get to the lipstick part. Okay. So now we're going to use the Viva Glam, and this is the, I believe it's the Viva Planet. Yeah, Viva Planet. Kind of a little bit of a pink, but a very much a neutral, kind of neutral with a little tiny bit of a pink twist. Kind of a non-color color. So we're going to fill in where we were. Again, mature lips, got little wrinkles going around. Come just to the inside of the lip liner. All right. Now, I know my grandmother, who didn't wear a lot of makeup, but did wear lipstick from time to time, she used to do her lips like a chicken fried steak. If you're not from Texas, you may not be familiar with this. So let me explain the process of a chicken fried steak. So chicken fried steak, you're going to put a little liquid on it. You're going to put it in some dry batter. You're going to put a little liquid on it. You can put it in some dry batter. So what she would do is she would take her lipstick. She would put a little powder on there. And actually I saw, what's her name? Erin Parsons? Erin Parsons. I think that's her name. She did that the other day. She put the lipstick on. She put a little setting powder. She put lipstick back over the top of that. You may try that as well. That could be your ABC test for your lips. So I've not personally tried that, but I have seen that and know my grandmother used to do that all the time. So you may try that. And yay, give it a try and let me know how it works out for you. I can't wait to see. Send me some pictures. Okay, so now that we have got that done, we are going to move on to our eyes. So excited. We're playing with the Wahala 2 palette. So Wahala 2, we are going to be, I know, are these not spectacular? We are going to start out right here into Shakara, and then we're going to use a little bit of, okay, let me look at my color palette here. We're going to use a little bit of Hunter right here. No, Hater, excuse me. Hater right here. Then we're going to be in Money for just a second. And then we're going to use a little bit of Venom. Where's Venom? There it is. Venom right there. And then we're going to be in Ambitious, which is right here. So we're just going to be having some fun playing around with that today. So I hope you got your brushes ready. Let us begin. Okay, so this is a Morphe M433. We are going to be using this in Shakara right here. You can tell I like that one because there's not a whole lot left. Just a little bit on there. We're going to use that up on the brow bone. So if you have more pigment to your skin than I do, I'm jealous. But no, seriously, if you have more pigment to your skin, then you may want to choose a different color. We want something up here that's a little bit like your fleshy and then some. So you might use a little bit of lit right here. You could also use a little bit of ASAP right here. Maybe Yab. That's a little pink. But if you've got more rosy to your skin, that might actually work for you. So we're just going to put that up here as kind of a color to blend into, and then we're going to set that brush aside. So our next color that we're going to be using is Hater, and let's use this one here. This is, no, yeah, okay. This one is the Morphe M1, is that 62 or 152? And this is a little bit finer of a brush. Nah, I take that back. I'm going to use this one here. We're covering almost the whole bottom of the lid, and I don't want to be like going over and going over and going over. So we're going to use this here. This is a MAC, just a general eyeshadow brush. I think it's like a 162 or something like that. You can see the tip on that one though. Just great for basic application. So we're going to go into Hater right here. Is that correct? Yes. So Hater right here, I'm just going to get that. These are pretty pigmented, so I'm just going to get that on one side of the brush. And we're going to do about a little more than a third on the outside and the inside. And if you have hooded eyes like me, remember to get that up. We want to go almost all the way. Just want to leave a little distance up there. We want to be able to see that. Sorry, I'm having trouble talking and doing today, evidently. When we look straight ahead, we want to be able to see that nice tealy green color peeking up above the fold of our eye there. So we're going to leave just a little of a space right up there. There you go. And I'm actually going to just come right here, right there. I'm going to join these together just right there at the top. Sort of looks like a, why do I think transformer? I'm not sure. Anyways, you're just going to leave that space right there, and we're just going to color that in, leaving that runway. Okay, then we're going to do that same thing on the other side. You don't need to worry too much about like blending out and all that right now. Right now, we're just getting the color in place, and then we will blend all that out in just a minute. Okay, now on the outside corner. I don't know if you can hear that or not. My dog is over here on the floor asleep and she is just snoring to goodness sakes. That is, it's not Wesley this time. It's my lab Phoebe. Okay. Now I think I got a little bit less of a runway over here. So we're just going to even that up. There we go. So now we look a little weird. We got that clear center and then we got that nice aqua teal kind of color going on. We're going to set that aside. Go ahead and grab your fluffy brush. You see any fallout right now, just go ahead and fluff that away. I don't know that I actually saw any, but just making sure. Okay, and now we're going to use money. So money is going to be, what is that one? That's that darker one. There it is, right here. We're going to use this one on the outside corner. So I'm actually going to use that one I just talked about, which is the Morphe M152. I think that's going to be a better brush for this. Again, just on one side of that brush. We're just going to get it a little bit. And we're just going to go on the very outside. Make sure you dip into the right color when you're doing this. We're just adding a little extra intensity to that outside there. And we're just going to come right here on the inside, just a little tiny bit. You're only going about maybe half of the distance of what you've got from the hater. We're just building a little dimension. And I'm not going to put any of that up on the top, you know, up here where I had that. Okay. And I don't know what's in the air today, but there we go. Now we're going to get into Venom just a little bit. And Venom is this one right here. So actually I can use that same, well, no, let's not do that. Come on, Wendy. Okay, I'm going to grab a smudger brush just because we need a little bit of shadow application. This one is a MAC, I think. Yeah, 210, 219. Just a little smudger. We're going to go into the Venom. We're going to get it just on the tip. And that's going to be the color right here. So we're going to fill in that. And with this one, you are going to blend out just a little bit onto those side colors. So we're going to go down the center and then blend it to the sides. And now you've got a little bit of lightness. We've elevated that area right down the center. And we'll do that even a little bit more here in just a second. Okay. Now we're going to get into Ambitious. And Ambitious is going to be this one right here. So I'm going to use a very tiny smudger. This one is a Morphe M213. We're going to use this very tiny brush here. And we're going to go into Ambitious. We're just going to get it on one little tiny part. We're going to get it right in the corner. That's going to be just our little bit of accent right there. I see a little bit of fallout. There we go. Now I do feel like I was hoping that was going to be a little more darker on the outside corners. So I'm going to go ahead and take, this one is a Morphe M321. And I'm going to go ahead in this color right here, what is that called? Egbony? This right here. We're just going to add, I don't feel like this is as dark as I wanted on the outside corners. So I'm going to take the tip of this and just tap it in there. And let's just give it a little bit. Yeah. That's more how I saw this going. I'll have to add that to the show notes since I've added that to my lid now. Yeah, I like that better. All right, now I feel like I need a little more something something right down that center. So I'm going to take the tip of my finger and I'm going to go in that ambitious and I'm just going to set that on there. And then let's just put a little of that right there. We're just giving a little bit of lift right there. Yeah, much better, much better, much better. Now we want to blend out. I kind of got a line thing happening right here. I'm going to go back to that 433 and the color that we have up there is Hater. So I'm just going to lightly tap right there in Hater and we're just going to blend those two colors together right here. Soften that line a little bit. Tapping in Hater. Just blending that out a little bit. And I want to get a little bit of that ambitious love right on that brow bone right there. So I'm just going to get a little bit of that right there. And I'm going to go right here on that brow bone with it. Just give a little bit of that nice silver shimmery. I guess that's silver and shimmery blended together. Okay. So let's go ahead and get that under eye area done. We've got the top part going on there. So we're going to go back to our M213. I think I have like 4 of these because I use this one so much. I love the 413. So we're going to go into the Hater first. On one side, we're going to go under the eye. Right up to that lash line. And we're going to go a little more than halfway across. There we go. And now the other one that we used was, actually, I think we're going to use just a smidge of the Venom, just like a little tiny, and do that right in the center. And then we're going to grab that ambitious, and that's going to go right here. Nice. Oh, actually, I just dipped that in Hater. It was Venom that was right here. There we go. Okay, so now we got all that going on. Let's get a little line, a little definition. Then we're going to do some lashes. So I'm using the Too Faced. Nope. Yeah, Too Faced, but this is a killer liner in black. Let me see if it'll let me sharpen it. I was having troubles with it the other day. So this is a sharpening. Okay, evidently. There we go. It was working. Okay, so we're going to line from the outside corner to about halfway with this one. And you can see from the one side to the other side just gives you a little bit of intensity on that outside corner. Then we're going to do the same thing on the bottom of the eye. We are really writing along that lash line. We don't want to actually see a line. We just want an illusion of some intensity on that outside corner. I'm going to about halfway in the middle of that lighter color that we used right there in that ambition. Okay. So So we've got our first liner on. Now we're going to do our liner, the Too Faced Better Than Sex. This is the Easy Glide Waterproof Liquid Eyeliner. And this is going to go from one edge to the other edge across the top. And that is going to help give us just a nice clean line, nice runway for those false lashes. Also give you a little more of a frame on your eye. So we're going to go from the outside corner. And then this, I feel like this, I am not very good with liquid liner. And so this one is really just a goof-proof liner. I love the tip on this. It stays its shape. The liner itself does not have a tendency to dry out like some do. You know, you use it twice and then it's dried out and you can't use it anymore. So that's just going to give you a nice clean line right there. Once it dries down, it is not going to go anywhere for the whole day. This one is wedding approved. But you got to let it dry first. Okay, so we're just going across to the other side. And yes, great question. You can see the first liner that I put on kind of peeking up above that just a little bit. And that's what you want. It's what kind of helps give you the little bit of dimension to what you're doing here. And let me see. If you have eyes watering like me, you want that liner to dry down. So if you need to fluff a little bit, there we go. Okay, so now we are to our brows and then we will do our lashes. We're going to wait for our mascara and lashes while we're letting that eyeliner dry because we want it 100% dry when we go to put our lashes on. So whatever your brow product of choice is, I am using the Benefit Cosmetics Bad Gal Bang in the color Wild Plum. And for you, that might be, you know, a normal people eyebrow product. But I find that for fashion colored hair, colored mascaras work well. So if you need help with that, you don't know how to do it, you don't know how to get the look you want, head over to Ulta to the Benefit Brow Bar, schedule an appointment, try to do a walk-in. Some have walk-ins easier than others. And show them a picture of what kind of brow look you want, and they will shape your brow. They will show you the products that you need to use to get the look that you want, and they'll show you how to use them. Okay, so you can see a difference a brow makes. Wow, that's crazy. I really don't have any brows. Okay, so here we go. When you're using a mascara for a brow product, or even some of those brow pomades in a container like this, you're gonna kind of hover above your skin. You're really just trying to get it on your brow hairs. So we're just going to brush that hair into the direction that we want it so that once it dries, it actually stays there and I don't got to think about it or worry about it for the whole day. It's just going to stay in place. Okay, let me see. Yeah. So what I need is for the skinny brows to come back in a hurry because that's what I got. Oh, we got a little bot going on here. How sad is that? Let's see. Add to block list. There we go. Thank you for coming today. Appreciate you. Okay. Here we go. So now our eyeliner is dry. We are good to go. What are we going to be doing now, Wendy? Because we're using lashes, we're just going to use this eyelash curler. This is the Tweezer Man Great Grip Onyx. Wait, hold on. I always say it wrong. Tweezer Man Onyx Great Grip Eyelash Curler. There we go. It's a lot of words for so early in the morning. Okay, so we're going to be using the Bad Gal Bang Mascara. This is a wonderful water resistant formula. If it's raining where you are like it is where I am, this is not going to go anywhere if you go out in the rain. The only time you may have any issues with this is if you like go swimming, in which case, what do you wear makeup for anyways? Okay, so we are going to get our verse today. Let me get it actually over here, is a little bit long. So we're not going to use the whole verse for our eyelash curler because that would be very long. But we are going to use half of it. So we'll use 2 sentences for the timer and then we'll use the same 2 sentences for the next. So when you get your lash curler on there, you want to make sure that all your lashes are between these two blades. And then when you crimp down, you do not want it pinching your eyelid. If it does, then you want to release and let it and try it again. Okay, here we go. Post this at all the intersections, dear friends. Lead with your ears, follow up with your tongue, and let anger straggle along in the rear. God's righteousness doesn't grow from human anger. So throw all spoiled virtue and cancerous evil in the garbage. In simple humility, let our gardener, God, landscape you with the word, making a salvation garden of your life. James 1:19-21. Okay, maybe we are going to do the whole verse. Okay, here we go. Find that sweet spot on the other side. And here we go. Post this at all intersections, dear friends. Lead with your ears, follow with your tongue, and let anger straggle along in the rear. God's righteousness doesn't grow from human anger. So throw away all spoiled virtue and cancerous evil in the garbage. In simple humility, let our gardener, God, landscape you with the word, making a salvation garden out of your life. James 1:19-21. Okay, so we are all good and curled. Okay, here we go. I am going to grab my magnifier mirror. We're going to give probably 2 coats of mascara on the top since we're wearing lashes. We're going to come in from behind as well. We want our lashes to blend in there. If you have black lashes, you can probably skip this step. You recall, it will give you more volume. So there we go. And I see what I did right there. So I'm going to grab this. There you go. Now that's gone. I touched my mascara wand to my eyelid, so I was just fixing that. So we're going to come over here to the other side. Again, we're sweeping behind the lashes so that we're getting those tips nice and coated. And I do curl, good question. I do curl my lashes even when I'm wearing false lashes because mine kind of point down, like straight down. And if you don't curl them, you're going to have, if you looked at the side of your eye, you're going to have my lashes and then the false lashes. And that's going to look a little weird. So I do curl my lashes even when I'm wearing false lashes, just so that everything is coexisting in the same space. So we're going to do the bottom lashes. They are not getting false lashes. So we're going to make sure that we get those nice and covered. We're going from root to tip on these as well. Same thing on the other side. And I feel like maybe it's time for a new tube of mascara because I don't feel like this is covering as good as it usually does. So let me go ahead. We're going to do that top one more time. I just like a nice voluminous slash. So there you go. Coming back on those tips, making sure those are nice and covered. Okay, much better, much better. And then one more time on those bottom lashes. This is more of my mascara problem than it is a normal necessity. But I just like for my bottom lashes to balance out all the volume going to be happening on those top lashes. So there we go. Okay. Sweeping up under those tips on the bottom ones too. There we go. Now I did notice something while I was kind of close up in there, and I saw a little more fallout than I really care to keep. So I'm going to take, this is the Magic Bullet Brush. This has been in the show notes quite a few times, so you may need to go back and look. It's on my website as well. I don't know that I call it Magic Bullet. Maybe I should put that in there just so you can do it. So I'm going to get that into the powder. I'm going to tap that off, and we're going to go under the eye right here. And we're just going to erase any of that fallout happening with our setting powder. There you go. And now it's gone. So that is how you can fix that. Some people do put their eyeshadow on before they put the foundation on. I don't know. I've just never liked that or cared for that myself. I would rather just, if you have fallout, fix it that way. Okay, so now we are ready for our false lashes. So I'm going to be using the Ardell Gains today. This was a line of lashes that they did specifically. It's their Active Lash series, specifically made for people who want to wear false lashes while they're exercising. Okay, so let's see. What is that question? Why do so many makeup products nowadays have such long names, even eyelash curlers? I know! I do not know. You know, keep it simple. I don't know. Maybe in years past, they used up all the simple names. I'm not sure. Sometimes they're cute, but I don't know. It seems a little bit ridiculous to me that we have to have 5 names for an eyelash curler. Can't we call it like, you know, extreme eyelash curler? That's simple. That's easy to say. That rolls off the tongue. Or the best. Ardell lashes. Ardell, what is it called? Hold on. It's Tweezer Man. Tweezer Man, the best eyelash curler. Tweezer Man, the supreme eyelash curler. Tweezer Man, the curliest eyelash curler. I don't know. That would be much easier, but maybe that's just me talking. Okay. Okay, so we are going to be grabbing the lash right there. We're just going to get it off that tray. We're going to set them in front of us on the little tape. Well, you can do it from the tray, but I don't know. I just don't like to get adhesive on this, because then when you go to put it back in, if there's like adhesive on there, then you got like a whole problem for the next time. So I see I've got a little, like a tag. See this little tag right here? There you go. So here's what you do. You take that little tag and you take that tag off. Okay, lashes. One thing I don't like is to have my last lash, any residue from that to be on there, because like, let's say yesterday I had on purple shadow and today I'm doing green. Well, if you have shadow residue from your last lashes on that lash band, when you close your eyes like this, you're going to see it. Sometimes, depending on the extreme difference between yesterday's and today's, you could actually end up seeing it from looking forward. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I think that looks a little strange. So usually I remove the residue from my lashes when I put them in the tray, but for whatever reason, evidently I didn't this time. So there we go. Now the lash band is all clear. You can see there's no, well, can you? Anyways, there's no residue built up on there. I am going to be using the lash glue that I did not actually grab. So over across the room, I have a wonderful makeup station. Where my lash adhesive lives. There we go. This is the iLure 18-hour lash glue. Somehow I missed that in my setup instructions. Okay, it happens. Real life, people. This is alive. Okay, so we're going to take our lash band and we're going to put that right on the top of that band there. I know, right? That's just, it goes. It happens. It's real. Here we go. And then we're going to go with that lash adhesive right on the back side of that band. Now you know what I look like when I scoot across the floor. Then we're going to do the same thing with the lash band for the other side. It's going to go right here on the top. I'm going to be embarrassed when I watch this back if you're going to see that today, out of a normal thing, I actually have my pajama bottoms on. I hope you couldn't see that. I mean, they're just like striped, but My clothes for today are an overall, and I couldn't wear that with my makeup and Jesus shirt. So I decided that I was going to keep my pajama bottoms on today. Maybe that wasn't a good idea. You know, the one time. Okay. Let's go ahead. Now the first set of lashes that we got our adhesive on should be about ready to go. So we're going to take that lash. We're just going to give them a little bit of a curl, make sure they're nice and ready to go and that they're going to form to our eye. I'm going to take that right there in the middle and I'm going to go right on that black eyeliner line that we did. These were not 100% ready. If they feel cold and wet when you put them on, the adhesive wasn't quite ready to go yet, but that's okay. We can make do. Sometimes you just might get a little shifting, so you got to kind of babysit it. So we're going to take the tip, work our eyelashes in. We're going to make sure that everybody is occupying the same space. So just above that band, we're just going to make sure they're pinched together. Not pinched, that's not a good word. Mushed, smooshed together. There we go. And so you can see the difference between a lash side and a not lash side. These are a very natural lash. I really like these, especially when you don't want like so much of a lash look. You just want a little something. So we're going to take the lash for the other side. We're going to do that same thing. Give it a little roll. Get that curve going on. Grab that in the center. Set that down right here. There we go. Put that right on that line. I think I got a little adhesive, so we're just going to wipe that off. There we go. And setting that right down on that eyeliner line. I'm going to come back. Make sure the lashes are all occupying that same space together. See, this is what I meant about the lifting when your adhesive is not quite ready. There we go. And then that tip. That little guy's trying to be a little ornery today. Here we go. Get my little lashes over there. There you go. There you go. Everybody play nicely. Okay. Okay, he's staying. Yay. Every once in a while you have a day where, you know, things just operate a little differently. One thing to do is just don't get frustrated. Just be patient with it. Just let it do its thing. You know, kind of like today's verse talking about anger. So, I don't know. Maybe it is that makeup application is part of that test of your character. So, there we go. So now we got some beautiful color going on. We got some shimmer. We got some sparkle going up on that brow bone. But let's go ahead and add a little something today. So we're going to go with our heroine. This is our Juvia's Place, the Heroine Glow 2. This is going to give you just a nice kind of a rose gold. We're going to use that Anastasia highlighter brush. Just give you a couple of swirls. We're going to go right on the cheek there, right beside the eye socket. That's going to give you some nice, lovely shimmer. A little bit of rose goldiness, so a little tiny bit of color right there. We're going to go down the center. Blend that out just a smidge. I love that little bit of shine right on the top of the nose there. There you go. Just adding a little bit of that. It's those little extra touches that are really going to set your look apart from other people, yesterday's look, or whatever. So my eye is watering fairly decent. Now, I've done all this work. You've done all this work. We want it to stay put, right? You don't want to be messing up and touching your makeup all day long. So we're going to use our Juvia's Place. This is the Ready, Set, Sealed We're just going to give it a shake. We're going to spray that down. Oh, man, love the smell of that. That is going to set our makeup for the day. It is going to go on. It is going to help you stay with that pleasant satin matte finish. It is going to help also with the lip thing. If you're spraying that like I just did, not like directly on the lips or anything, but around that whole lip thing, that will help to a certain extent with that as well. So let us say our verse one more time together. That is scrolling across your screen. Post this at all intersections, dear friends. Lead with your ears, follow up with your tongue, and let anger straggle along in the rear. God's righteousness doesn't grow from human anger. So throw all spoiled virtue and cancerous evil in the garbage. In simple humility, let your gardener, God, landscape you with the word, making a salvation garden of your life. James 1:15-21. I love that. Oh man, look what just happened. Look. See it? Okay, so that may require a touch extra of adhesive right there because it is just having a misbehaving problem. So we're just going to do this right here. Crimp those together. There we go. Okay, it happens. Now you know what to do to fix it. So thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It has been a delight to hang out with you as we played with our teal and silver. And let's see, this morning, I look forward to seeing your looks that you've done, especially we've had a serious conversation about lips, foundations, concealer. So send me a picture of what you got. I would love to see how your look turned out today. So look forward to seeing you throughout the week on social media or on my website, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. So let's go ahead and review our verses for this series that we've been doing. Oh, well, that did not. There we go. Here we go. So we've got James 1:1. I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello. Consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so that you may become, mature and well-developed, not deficient in any way. And that's James 1:2-4. If you don't know what you're doing, ask the Father. He loves to help, and you won't be condescended to when asking for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. It's hard to do this without singing. Without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the Master that way. Adrift at sea, keeping all your options open. James 1:5-8. And then we had, hold on, there we go. When down and outers get a break, cheer. And when the rich are cut down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower. So don't ever count on it. Oh man, I'm trying to remember the song of that. You know that as soon as the sun rises with its scorching heat, the flower withers and the petals wilt. Oh, I'm getting it messed up, huh? The flower withers and its petals will. Oh, and before you know it, that beautiful stem, that beautiful face is a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment everyone is looking on in admiration, it fades away. It fades away to nothing. And the song fades away to nothing. Okay, and that is James 1, I think 9-11. Oh, hold on. There we go. Okay. And then we work to anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and navigates through it and manages to stick with it is mighty fortunate. For such persons loyally in love with God, there is life and more life. Okay, and don't let anyone give into pressure and give into evil. Say, God is trying to trip me up. God is impervious to evil, and puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give in to evil comes from us and only us. We have, let's see, it gives a temptation of us and only us. We have no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare-up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and has a baby, sin. Sin grows up into adulthood and becomes a real killer, which was that week's song name. And then this week we've got, here, let me scroll down because that one's really tiny. So, my very dear friends, don't get thrown off course. Every desirable and beneficial gift comes out of heaven. The gifts are, oh, that's actually last week's. I'm just kidding. The gifts are rivers of light cascading down from the Father of light. There is nothing deceitful in God, nothing two-faced, nothing fickle. He brought to us life using the true word, showing us off as the crown of his creatures. Wow, I guess I need to work on that one a little bit more, huh? How did that work for you this week? That one, I really liked the song, but evidently I need to work on that more. So here we are to this week's. James 1, 19 to 21. Now I have a project. Okay, post this at all the intersections, dear friends. Lead with your ears, follow up with your tongue, and let anger straggle along in the rear. God's righteousness doesn't grow from human anger, so throw all spoiled virtue and cancerous evil in the garbage. In simple humility, let our gardener, God, landscape you with the word, making salvation garden of your life. So that's what we're going to be working on this week together. Again, these are all coming from Color Me James. So you'll be able to have that coloring page that looks kind of like those graphics we just looked at. Again, ebook, which comes with the Cherished Queen, Beauty and Grace Insiders on YouTube. Then we've got the Amazon Perfect Bound version. And then my favorite, which is the Spiral Bound version. Actually, I like the Spiral Bound and the ebook the best. Just because then I can always have one or the other with me. But the Spiral is definitely much better for me for working through it and highlighting and really kind of dissecting the scripture. Okay, so Beauty and Grace Insider. I know I've mentioned that a couple of times. This is on YouTube. So you're going to go to my YouTube channel and then /join, and that will get you to it. 3 different membership levels. The Cherished Queen is the one that gets you the ebook for free. So make sure when you join those, you're going to get a little information thing. Make sure that you follow the link that's in there so that you can have that delivered to you. Okay. So let me say a blessing over us and we will pray. So Numbers chapter 6, verse 24 to 25. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for each one of these ladies that are hanging out with me online, the ones that will be joining later on in the recording. Father, I just pray wherever they are in this world, in their life, time of day, Father, that you would bless them where they are, that you would help us to hide these words in our heart, just like the Psalm tells us at the beginning of this podcast, that you would help us to hide these words in our heart so that will protect us, that will encourage us, that will edify us, and then we can use those verses to help encourage others. Father, I'm just so thankful for each one of these ladies, and I pray that you would bless us with your word, and just send us out this week in your grace and mercy. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Well, again, it has been a delight to hang out with you. I look forward to seeing you on social media or in person for those of you that are here in my neck of the woods. You all have a great rest of your week. Goodbye. God bless. Love you. Mwah.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Ooh, gotta love it. When your podcast goes live before you're ready. There we go. Good morning, beautiful, and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. I am going to adjust this real quick because I did not have a chance Oh, that's super fun. Hang on just a minute. Okay, I think this may work. There we go. All right. Gotta love a plethora of technical difficulties in the morning. All right. Well, again, this is a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. And you know what? Now that I've done that, I cannot hear myself in my ear. So let me see if I can get this fixed here. All right. Yes, this indeed. You're right. This is a live podcast for sure. So we're going to see if my earpiece will work so I can hear what you're hearing. And also so I can hear you dinging in there in the chat. I already see a couple of messages. I got a little blue bubble there. Okay, let me try this again. Well, I hope that you all have had a great week. I know it's always interesting to see what kind of things are going to happen when I step in here on Thursday mornings, because let me tell you, oh, there we go. Okay, so sometimes it just amazes me the lengths to which Satan will go to prevent us from hanging out together. So do not let that hinder you this morning. Let me get that turned down just a teeny. Okay, there we go. So now, good morning. And welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together in a full face makeup tutorial. I'm talking top to bottom, and then we're going to continue on in our working through the book of James and in memorizing those scriptures from the book of James. So super love last week's song. I hope you did too. We'll get to listen to that here in just a minute. Well, who am I? My name is Wendy, and I have been wearing makeup and doing makeup for a very long time. We're not going to talk about numbers. That'd be rude this morning. But it has been my joy these last, can you believe it? We're in week 9. These last 9 weeks to get to really work through the book of James and craft the songs and the graphics and everything for you. And I just want you to know that every week before we get here, you are prayed up. All week long, I pray for you guys. I may not know your name specifically, although some of you I do, especially those who are in the Beauty and Grace Insider, because we actually get to share requests and things in there. But it is just a joy to get to think about you individually sometimes, and then sort of generally other times. So what I know is we are a group of women over 40 who love God and who love makeup. So let us get on with it. What question are we answering this week? So our easy makeup theme for today is, will the Tarte Man-Eater Sunset Tones make my over 40 eyes pop? So we're going to dive in and take a look at this palette, and I'm super excited. I know we've used this palette before a time or two, and just delighted to get to do it again today. So go ahead and give me a shout out in the comments. Let me know where you are coming from. Let's celebrate this day together. So like, subscribe, grab your palette, grab your lashes, grab your brushes, and get on back here. Let's get going together. Here we go.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
All right. So our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And I know I've already talked about it a little bit this morning, but we are working our way through Color Me James. What is Color Me James, you ask? Let me tell you. So Color Me James is a journal, a study guide, memorization, all kinds of fun. It is the adult woman's vacation Bible school in a book. So it comes in 3 different formats. We've got the ebook, which comes with the Beauty Insider YouTube Cherish Queen level. You get that for free with that, or you can go to the website and order that, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. It also comes in a perfect binding, which is from Amazon. And then also we've got the spiral bound, which is my favorite because it's just so much easier to lay that flat and color and fill out the journal pages and all that. And that is going to come from my website. So you got lots of different choices, lots of different ways to get in. Here's our song.
Lead with your ears, follow up with your tongue, and let anger struggle along in the rear. God's righteousness doesn't grow from human anger. Lord, tame my tongue, calm my soul, let your spirit take control. Humble my heart, shape my ways, let my life be full of grace. Your plan in peace, where pride once stood, grow in me was true and good. So throw all spoiled virtue and cancerous evil in the garbage. In simple humility, let our gardener God landscape you with the word, making a salvation garden of your life. Lord, tame my tongue, calm my soul, let your spirit take control. Humble my heart, shape my ways, let my life be full of grace. Your plan in peace, where pride once stood, grow in me was true and good.
All right, I'll let you listen to the rest of that on your own. It is in our Spotify playlist. So how do you get there? I mean, it's all over social media. Go to Spotify. You can search Color Me James. That will get you there. And then also, let me think. Well, Selah Soul has, most of the time, she's always posting the links and things for that. So you can find it that way as well. Let me think. Spotify, if you just circle Selah Soul or Color Me James, it should pull up that way. But anyways, wherever music is played and distributed, it's there too. I know Amazon Music, Apple Music, all that kind of thing. So enjoy that. Have fun with that. I don't know. I still think the first song was my very favorite one. So let me know what you think. So I'm going to turn the chat on. So I gotcha. Okay. Oh, good morning. Quick, get in the queue for the video. All right, so this is our verse graphic for this week. We are going to be continuing on. This week, we're going to be in James 1, 22 to 24. So our verse for this week is going to be, don't fool yourself into thinking that you are a listener when you are anything but. Letting the word go in one ear and then out the other. Act on what you hear. Those who hear and didn't act are like those who take a glance in the mirror, walk away, and 2 minutes later, they have no idea who they are or what they actually look like. Kind of reminds me of that, a little bit of that song from Michael Jackson, you know, The Man in the Mirror. A little bit like that. So, not quite. We're not quoting Michael Jackson here, but there you go. Okay, so this is the verse that we're going to be working on this week. And then the next day or two, you'll have those graphics come out. So you'll have that wallpaper for your phone to help use like a flashcard and help you memorize that. All right. Oh, and then the song will come out too. So, like I said, today we're going to be using the Man-Eater palette. Got my Man-Eater palette going. So that is going to be in the show notes. You can also use that QR code there to get to that. You can use whatever palette you would like. Today, we're going to primarily be in yellows and oranges and kind of like a burnt orange sunset kind of look today. So that is what we are going to be looking at. Let me get over here. So we're going to start out with some matte colors, and then we're going to add a little bit of shimmer to it, but all from that palette. Okay, so again, all the products today are going to be used are going to be in the show notes, and then they'll also be on the a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com, and you can just go to the shop and find everything there. Okay, so now we've got the verse scrolling across the bottom of our screen there. Let us get going. And so far, now I'm hoping I get your name right this week. Is it Anthea? Oh, I keep looking at your name trying to get it right. Okay, anyways, she'll say something here in just a minute. It is great to have you here with me, whether you are hanging out live or you are watching this later on. It is just wonderful to have you here with us. Now, if you just picked up your copy of Color Me James, you can either start where we are and move forward, or you can go back to the beginning. All the videos are on YouTube and on the website, so you can follow along. I'm working on an email list that will kind of guide you through that as well, just to make it a little bit easier. So let us start with our primer. We are going to start with the Professional. This is the matte primer from Benefit Cosmetics. So we're just going to give that a little bit of a shake, let that get going. This is going to minimize pores, fine lines, and wrinkles. And we're just going to, well, if we can get it to come out, we do need a little bit. There we go. We're just going to use about that much right there. And we're going to be talking about our eyes this morning. So we want to make sure we're definitely getting around that eye area. That is going to help minimize those fine lines and wrinkles around your eye, which could possibly detract from the eye makeup that we're doing today. Also, make sure you get around your lips, and that will extend the wearability of your lipstick as we are going throughout it. I love the color today. Not just the name, but it's just such a nice, beautiful color. So there we go with that. Now we're all primed up. We got our pores minimized. We got our wrinkles diminished. And now we're going to add our concealer. This is the It Cosmetics by Under Eye. I am the shade 11 Light Nude. Get over to your nearest Ulta so you can find that. We're just going to use a little bead. This does better when you let it warm up to your body temperature before you blend it out. We're just going to kind of get it in place and make it look like a mess, and then we'll blend it out. Okay. I know. I think the technology glitches have got to my brain. Okay. Well, I mean, you have to laugh about it or else you just go a little crazy, right? So, just flow with it. Like I said, it's just always interesting to me what the devil tries to get in the way every single Thursday morning. I won't have any technology problems all week long until Thursday morning. Okay, I'm using the Juvia's Place JP102, and this is going to be our foundation brush. Love the edge on this because it really gets in around those eye areas and around the nose. So now that we've let that warm up just a smidge, we're going to blend that out. Just going to remove any harsh edges. Now we're just going to blend that onto that lid there. That's going to be our primer for our eye. And it's just going to lift and brighten and elevate that area. Now it's going to look like a little crazy for a minute. See how kind of white it is? Don't worry about that. Okay. Hi! Oh, I'm so glad to see Rachel on here. I know you were a little under the weather. It is good to have you here this morning. Now, I see there's quite a few on here, but none of y'all are saying anything. So, I see a couple that I believe are from, we got some Europe represented. We got some Texas represented. I think Jennifer is from Arkansas. So, if y'all aren't going to say where you're from, I'm just going to shout it out for you. Okay, so we've got our redness reduced with that by Under Eye. We've got the darkness under the eye cut down a little bit. I didn't get enough sleep last night. I was prepping for y'all and praying for y'all. And so I used my favorite under eye mask. If you do not have an under eye mask that you love, I didn't bring it here as a prop, but you need to get hold of the Pure PUR. What's it called? Mellow Eyes, I believe. They are a gel green under eye patch. Keep them in the refrigerator. It has CBD in it, and let me tell you, those are magnificent. I never have a refrigerator without those in it. So, Pure Mellow Eyes. Okay, and they're like kind of green. Okay, so we're going to be using the Lancome. This is the Tinty Doll in the shade 225N. I'm going to give that a little bit of a shake. Oh, I know, poor thing. I have had kidney stones so many times, and they are absolutely no fun at all. As soon as I saw that this morning, I said a prayer for you, girl. Okay, so we're going to take this. We're going to get that everywhere. And now we're going to blend out up into that concealer that we got up around that eye area. This is a medium to full coverage foundation. So if one time through does not give you the coverage that you want, just go ahead and do it a second time. If you wear glasses, though, like I do on most days, if you do the second time, just a warning, you're really going to end up with some tracks there where those glasses are. Just a heads up for that. If you don't wear glasses, well, first off, if you don't wear glasses and you're looking for full coverage, I would go with the Juvia's Place. But if you do wear glasses, definitely use the Lancome. Love that for glasses. Yes, ma'am. Love you too. Okay, so we're just going to blend that out. Using the edge of that brush. See how that nice corner edge right there around that nostril? Especially if you got, I don't know, mine kind of like bulb out right there. If you've got that brush, let me tell you, it just works right around those nostrils beautifully. So we also blended out under the neck just a little bit. I didn't say that, sorry. We're going to give us just a little bit of a partial pump. Ooh, it looks like I'm about ready to need a new foundation. Okay, try that again. Here we go. We're going to work that up into that hairline, yet not gooping into the hair, just right up to it. You don't want to be able to look, if you decided that you wanted to like pull your hair back or slick your hair back or whatever, you just want it blended in there so that it all looks like one, seamless face happening. I remember in the 80s, it used to be a thing where your foundation was a different color and you had this like wonderful line thing right here. Wonderful with a little sarcasm. That is not a thing in 2025. So we're just going to blend out and let that be nice and seamless. I'm going to work that into the corner of our eye there. Now we have a nice even color so that we can add color where we want it to be. So we're going to shape, well, first we're going to set it and then we're going to shape our face. So today, now my sound just got very quiet. I hope y'all are hearing perfectly fine over there. Juvia's Place. This is the I Am Magic setting powder. This is in the shade White Sands. Just going to tip that upside down a little bit. And that's going to give us our powder in the reservoir right here. So we're going to take our brush. This is the JP 101 tapered powder brush. We're going to set that in, tap that out. I'm going to start out around the eye area. The order that you do this in doesn't really matter. I just always do it the same way because I don't want to forget something. And usually, I think we were talking about this in the office yesterday, when you have a process, a system for doing things, everything gets done the same and everything gets done right. It increases your probability of not forgetting a thing. So we're just going to set that there. I'm going to set that in there again. I'm going to go down the center of the face. Every place I put shadow, I am going to shadow. Every place that I put foundation, I'm going to set it with this. And this is going to help give you a nice matte coverage. This particular powder does a good job of not settling into fine lines and wrinkles. So just work that right up around that eye area and you'll be good. And our final spot to do is going to be up here on our forehead. So I'm just going to hold my mohawk back a little bit. And we're just going to work that up into that hairline exactly like we did the foundation. Making sure we get around our brows. So when we do our brows, everything just looks like one beautiful seamless design. Here we go. So y'all are being quiet about where you're from. How was your past week? Can you give me a thumbs up or a yeehaw or something like that? And how is your verse coming along? Now I know last week we did a really nice, I believe last week was the kind of teal color. Yeah, I think it was teal and silver. So how did that go for you? Did you enjoy that? What other colors did you try? All right, so we are going to contour now. Everything is set. We are like all one color. So now we're going to put our color back where we want it. So I'm going to grab my KVD Shade Plus Light Refillable Contour Palette. And we're going to be in this color here, and just a teeny smidge of this right over here. I'm going to use a foundation brush from It Cosmetics. This is going to be the low. This will be the light. So side of the brush right here, just like that. We're going to go from the top of the ear, kind of in a curve towards the corner of the eye. We're going to stay above the hollow of that cheek there. And then we're going to go right up beside that temple. And this is going to give us our low. It's going to kind of, you can see between the two sides here, it really brings in, give me a little shape because I got like a totally round face. Okay, so we're going to do that same thing on the other side. And we're going to grab just a little bit. Let me set the palette down. And we're going to go right up along that hairline and just blend that in a little bit. Just going to give you a little dimension and continuity. Now we're going to use the skinny side of that brush. We're going to go from the under of the ear to right about the corner of the mouth under that jawline. So keep a neutral face. And just work that in there. That will give you the illusion of more of a cut line to your jaw, especially if you wear any extra weight like I do. Or maybe you just genetically have a double chin, whatever the case may be. It will help to minimize that and give you more of an edge. So speaking of edge, we're going to use that edge again right here beside the nose. That is going to narrow the schnoz and give us more of a runway for our highlighter. So we're going to grab the highlighter there. We're going to run that down the middle. And then we're going to take the tip of this, go in that dark one, just a couple taps, and right here on that outside L, we're just going to give us a little more depth right here. There you go. And you can see now we've actually got some shape to the face. So we're going to set that brush aside and we're going to grab the blush brush. This one is a MAC brush. We're going to be in the Blushed Volume 4. We got orange and yellow going to be happening today. There's not really any pink in this. So I'm going to stay away from this one because there's nothing to kind of marry that together. We're going to be in this one here because it gives us a little bit of color, but it's not going to interfere with the eyeshadow. So we're just going to use the side of that blush brush. And because I've already hit pan, usually you don't need to work it that much into this palette because these are very pigmented. So we're going to go between the bronzer and the highlighter, and then between the bronzer and the highlighter here. Same thing on the other side. And then we're going to do that same thing right up here with that bronzer. Just a little bit of color up here. And then I'm not really going to add any more to the brush, but we're going to hit the tip of that nose and the chin just a smidge, just to kind of bring it all together. There we go. Now we are all contoured up. So let's go ahead. Let me see where we at. Let's go ahead and do the verse. Say the verse together, and then we're going to get on our lips. I love the lipstick color for today. It is a MAC lipstick, and I think you're going to love it too. It also wears really, really well. So we're going to be using a NYX liner and then a MAC lipstick, and I'm trying to get that verse to come around. Okay, here we go. So the verse should be scrolled around on the bottom of your screen. Here we go. Don't fool yourself into thinking that you are a listener when you are anything but. Letting the word go in one ear and out the other. Act on what you hear. Sorry, I'm talking a little faster than the thing is scrolling. Those who hear and don't act are like those who glance in the mirror, walk away, And then 2 minutes later, I have no idea who they are or what they look like. And that is James 1:22-24. Now, James has not been pulling any punches here. He has been getting on us about do what you say you think. Because if you're not doing what you say you think, you're not really thinking it. And today's verses that we're going to be working on this week are definitely pointing that out. Everything should equal itself. So let me not step into sermon. Okay, here we go. NYX Suede Matte Lip Liner. This is in the color Orange County. I just added that to the website this morning. So there's a link on there for you. Amazon, it's kind of a little bit hard to find. I think it might be getting ready to be discontinued. Okay, and then we're going to be using the MAC. And this one is called Hot Paprika. Love this. Okay, so let's start out with that Orange County from NYX. And it is orange, which will go beautifully with the eyeshadow colors we're using today. So we're going to start out in the middle. Okay, I think I need to give a little bit of sharpen. I feel like the outside of this may just be a little tiny bit crunchy. Here we go. A little bit of sharpen, fresh orange color. Here we go. So we got that little bit of V working in our Cupid's bow, and now we're going to round that out to the outside corner. And for today, this is really just ensuring that you have a nice clean line on the edge of your lipstick. So it gives you just a little insurance that your shape is good. And we're riding just to the outside of our lip line. So let's go ahead and do that same thing on the bottom. Okay, now we're going to come to the inside of that, and we're going to use just a little bit lighter pressure and just kind of shade that out so we have a nice smooth edge for that lipstick to kind of work up into. So really, if you use like the side of the pencil, that'll help do that. Nice. Take a step back. Check a look at your shape. Make sure that you're even on all the sides and you like the outline that you've just given yourself. Okay, once everything is as you want it to be, we're going to grab our lipstick and we are going to fill in the blanks. So here we go. This is the MAC. What is this one called? Oh, this is the Powder Kiss. This is Hot Paprika. Look at that. Wait till you see the colors. It is so gonna go. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna just color in what we just did right up to that pencil because the pencil is almost the same color as the lipstick. And I love how MAC reformulated these, so you actually get a little bit of hydration with these now. Okay, so now we've got our hot paprika on. Let's go ahead and see what we are going to be playing with today. What is going to work with these hot paprika lips? So again, we're going to be in this Tarte Man-Eater palette. And I know you're saying to yourself, how is she going to get something out of this neutrally sort of palette to go with these orange lips? Hang tight. We're going to do it. Here we go. So we are going to be, I hope I can get it open. Here we go. So we're going to start out here in Playful. And that's going to be up on our brow bone. And then we're going to go to Desire and Mischievous. And we're going to give a little bit of shape to the eye. And then we're going to add a little bit of, where's Insatiable? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Then we're going to play a little bit with Insatiable here. That's going to be our dark on the outside corner. Then we're going to add a little bit of heated, and then we'll add in the center just a little bit of sundown, and then that'll go in the corner as well. So we are going to be, oh, yay! I'm glad you like that. Isn't it beautiful? That's called hot paprika again. So I am going to grab just kind of a buffing shadow brush. This is a Morphe M433. We're going to go right here in this playful, and we're just going to get that on the tip. And that is going to go up on the top of our brow bone there. This just gives us a neutral color to shade into and to blend into. So if you have darker pigment to your skin than I do, because I got none, then you'll want to use maybe one of these other shades. Go with a matte shade though. You can use the sparkle up here, but I feel for this particular look with what we're doing, I think you're going to be better off if you use a matte for this. And let me actually get this open here. There we go. Okay. So let us see. So that gives us a little color on the up there. Let me move these contour brushes out of the way. There we go. So let's add, I'm just going to use one brush for the next two mattes that we're doing. I'm going to start out with the darker one, and then we'll move to the lighter. So I'm going to start out in Mischievous right here. No, take that back. Let's go to Desire. Let's use Desire first. So we're going to take Desire. This is a lighter color, so you can really get this on both sides. It's going to go in the middle. We're going to make a T with that. It's going to go in the middle, and then we're going to go on that eye socket right there. I know it's a little weird, but hang with me. It'll work out in the end. This is just going to be kind of like a primer color as we get ready to put the other colors down. And again, on that brow bone there. So we just pretty much made a T with that nice Desire color. If you have hooded eyes like me, when you're looking straight forward, you want to see that yellow above that fold of your eye. So for me, that's going to mean I have about that much space between my brow and where that color starts. Okay, same brush. You don't need to change it out because this one, this is the Tarte Man Eater palette. Okay, so now we're going to grab the same brush. I just kind of dusted it off a little tiny bit. And we're going to go into this Mischievous right here. So this is a little bit darker. So I'm only going to get that on one side of the brush. I'm going to hit the inside. And then I'm going to hit the outside. You don't need to worry too much about blending because we are going to be going back over this with the frosty colors that we're using. We're just kind of putting down some framework here. Then we're going to take that right here and we're going to use the tip of that brush and we're just going to join those two sections together. So we're just priming the eyelid for right now. So same thing on the other side. Don't worry about it looking like crazy right now. It's okay. There you go, right there on that outside corner. And then again, just on that tip, and we're going to join those two halves together, or, two sections. Just like that. There we go. So now you should look something like this. Okay. Let's go ahead and I'm going to... what order did I have this in? We weren't using alluring. Let's just do the insect. We're going to start out with the heated, right? We had the heated and the sundown. Yeah, heated. You can use the same brush, but we'll switch when we get to the other one. So heated is going to go on top of that orange we just put down. You can see it's got a nice shimmer to it. It's a little bit lighter than what we put down, but you got some beautiful shimmer to there. And because we laid that matte down on the bottom, we get some really, really nice color from that. So again, it's just going on one side of my brush. and I'm just blending it almost. It's just going over that dark color that you put down. We're going to come in just a second with that sundown and fill in that middle. So I'm going to go over that top part there. Well, I got this here. I'm going to go ahead and grab what is this one? This one is a Morphe M124. It's a little longer, little flat. You can get a little less product on it, but we're going to use that, and we're going to go into Insatiable right here. Just a little tiny bit of that, and we're going to do that right here on that outside corner. We just want to give a little depth and dimension right here. So I'm just going to bring that in right there. About the brush width right there on that outside. And then we're just walking it in. And you can see that just gives us a little bit of depth there on that outside corner. Gives us some shape. Okay. Now we need to do something with that yellow thing we've got there in the middle. So I am going to, let's just do this one. This one is a Morphe M4, what is that? 431. This is a smudger, but it'll work for what we're doing. We're going to go into that sundown right here. We're going to get that sundown on there, and we're going to put that right in the middle and give us a little bit of lovely bright shimmer in the middle. I don't feel like that shimmer is liking that brush too much. Let's just do it this way. You know, when all else fails, just get your finger in there and finger paint. There we go. So we're going to work that gold right there in that center. Give us that nice yellow. Right on top of that yellow that we put there. Well, as long as I got this brush out, I'm going to use this to help blend out what we have going on here with the mischievous right here. So we're just going to take that. I just dusted that brush off. And I'm just going into the heated. And I'm just working that out a little bit. Now we're getting more fine tuning. We're just going over the edges and blending it out. You can see we don't have any lines where everything is ending. Now I want to make sure that it is looking pretty up on this upper edge. So I'm going to grab the brush that we used, which was, I don't actually know that I said this one. This is a MAC. I don't remember saying MAC. Anyways, the lip shade was called Hot Paprika, and that's in the Powder Kiss line from MAC. So we're going to take this one and we're going to go into that Desire that we had, and we're just going to go over the edge there and blend those two so that we don't have a harsh edge. You're just going to go back and forth between where the Desire and the, was it Mischievous? Yeah, Desire and Mischievous was. There we go. Now I see a little tiny bit of fallout here. So I'm going to grab my fluffy brush. And gently, I'm just going to fluff those away. And then that'll get rid of that. Okay, I feel like we need a little more depth still on that outside. I'm going to grab that Morphe M124 that we were using. And alluring right here, let's do Moody. I feel like it needs a little tiny bit of pink. So I'm going to grab just tap it into that Moody ever so slightly. And let's just get that. Yeah, there we go. We're just going to get that on that outside corner just a smidge. There we go. I'm going to give it a little bit of a V right here. There you go. Much, much better. I like that. Okay. Again, brushing it away. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the under eye part. Now you can see how these colors, if you're over 40 or not, these colors, the yellow and the orange together, look at how blue my eye looks right now. That is, if you have blue or green eyes, you are definitely going to be loving these colors. I am going to grab a smudger. Let me see. This is a Morphe M213. And this is just a nice one for working that under eye area. We're going to start out with the lighter color and then work our way to the outside. So I'm going to grab first the Desire, just a little bit right on the edge of that brush. We're just going to go right here on the inside. And then I'm going to grab that Mischievous, do that right on the outside. Now we're going to just dust that off on the tissue that I have in my lap, and hopefully you do too. We're going to do the Heated on the top, just like we did on the upper part of the eye. And now we're going to add that, now we're going to add that, was it Sundown? Yeah, Sundown on the inside. Now I want little bit lighter of a color on the inside of the eye. So I'm going to grab the Heartbreaker right here. I'm just going to use that same brush. And let's just get a little bit of that Heartbreaker. This one does better. It's a little crunchy or crusty or flaky or whatever you want to call it. So just kind of tap it there and just get that right on the inside corner of the eye. There you go. And that'll just kind of brighten up and open up the inside. I'm going to do this one more time. And we did use a tiny bit of that Moody. So I'm going to use that right here. Just on the very, very outside corner. And then I'm going to walk it up around the corner of the upper lid. Nice. So you can see we've got a little bit of that highlight happening right down the center. Man, I love the shimmer in that. So nice. And then we've got that orange blended out. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we're going to dust away. Look how that balances out with that lipstick. Isn't that nice? Right. Okay, so we're going to complete this look with our killer liner from Too Faced. We're going to start on the outside corner. You're going to go about halfway in. Just give you, now if you have wide set eyes, you probably don't need to do this part. Because what it does is it does give you a little weight to the outside, which is going to kind of pull your eyes a little bit. We're looking to just create a little bit more illusion of that weight on that outside corner. So we're going to do that same thing right in that lash line. I mean, in that lash line right here. Not really looking for a line, just looking for a little bit of color deposit. There you go. So just adding a little weight to the outside. Now we need our insurance for what we've got going on for our lashes. So I'm going to grab the Too Faced Better Than Sex Liner, Waterproof, Easy Glide, lot of names liner. We're going to go from the outside corner, just a thin line right along that lash line. And that's just going to give you a little insurance as you put your false lashes on. Also, I just like the way it looks. Especially when you use frosts. when you've got that extra color on there, this liner is absolutely beautiful once it dries, but you gotta let it dry. Especially when you, I have no idea. I lost my train of thought. Love the liner though. Do the liner all the time. Okay, so while we're waiting for the liner to fully dry, we're gonna do our brows. So whatever your brow product is, you're gonna go ahead and grab that. For me, that's gonna be the Bad Gal Bang in the color Wild Plum. You can see right now, my poor granddaughter, I went to a softball game last weekend with my to watch my grandson play, and my granddaughter, I looked over at her and I saw me in her. She has clear brows and clear lashes too. And I was like, oh, honey, I'm so sorry. But you know, one day thin, sparse brows will come back and we'll have it. Okay. So here we go. I'm just going to fill this in. If you need help with your brows, maybe you don't like the shape, maybe you don't know how to trim properly, maybe you don't know what products to use for the look that you want. So head over to your nearest Ulta Benefit Brow Bar and let them help you out. Bring a picture of the kind of brow that you want, and they will help you find the product to get you the look that you want and then show you how to use them. So that is a beautiful thing. And then they're actually professionals in brow waxing. Do not let your nail tech wax your brows. They're not brow professionals. Let arch experts do your brows. Okay. So now we're going to do the same thing on the other side with whatever brow product it is that you're using. With fashion colored hair, colored mascaras work very well. I've used lipsticks, eye color, eyeshadow, highlighter, you know, because if your hair is cotton candy pink, you're going to need something a little light. All kind of things. My opinion is if it's good for your face, it should be, you know, good for anywhere on your face. And most things wear pretty well. So there we go. Let me see. Got a little bit of a something right there. The beautiful thing about using a mascara is when you do that, it sets your brows for you in addition to giving you the color that you need right then, right there. So my favorite was blue when I had blue hair and I used the blue mascara because I just love the blue mascara. Okay. Yes, that was the sound of my earpiece falling out. There we go. So now we're going to mascara our lashes and then get on with our false lashes. So I am using the Tweezerman Onyx Great Grip Eyelash Curler. And we're going to first crimp our lashes, and then I did not even bring a mirror, so we're going to wing it today. We are going to put the lash curler on. You're going to make sure that when you pinch down on there, it's not pinching your skin. You should not feel pain when you're doing this. So go ahead and set it there. Give it a little bit of a crimp just to kind of test it. And we're going to say the verse together as soon as it rolls around, and that will be our timer for our curl. This week, long verse, you will get a great curl out of that. So it is almost rolled around to the beginning. So get that lash curler ready. Find that sweet spot that does not pinch you. And here we go. Don't fool yourself into thinking that you are a listener when you are anything but. Letting the word go in one ear and out the other. Act on what you hear. Those who hear and don't act are like those who glance in the mirror, walk away, and 2 minutes later have no idea who they are or what they look like. And that is James 1:22-24. Wow, that's a little bit long. Okay, quickly the other side because we don't want it to roll around and have to miss that. Here we go. Sweet spot. Don't fool yourself into thinking that you are a listener when you are anything but. Letting the word go in one ear and out the other. Act on what you hear. Those who hear and don't act are like those who glance in the mirror, walk away, and 2 minutes later have no idea who they are, what they look like. Who they are or what they look like. James 1:22-24. Okay, great curl today. I'm using the Bad Gal Bang. This is a water-resistant formula. Love this one. And we're just going to give just a single coat because we are wearing false lashes. So all I'm doing is turning my blonde lashes black so that it is going to blend in and match with the false lashes we're putting on. Oh, do you see what I just did? Okay, gonna grab the brush that had that orange on there and let's just make that disappear. There you go. Okay, back to what we're doing. Back to your regular scheduled program. There you go. We're making sure we're sweeping back on the tips there. There you go. Getting all the way from corner to corner. If you have black lashes already, you can possibly skip this step. Although one thing I do like about it is it does give you a little more volume. So if you like volume in your false lashes, I mean, why else are you wearing false lashes? But if you like volume in your lashes, this will definitely help bolster up any false lash just by having your lashes be prepped and ready to go. Okay, we're making sure we're going all the way to the outside corner. We're going from root to tip, and then we're sweeping back on those tips so that every part of that lash is covered in that mascara. And I'm gonna make sure I get the little inside ones. There we go. Okay, now we're not putting false lashes on the bottom. So we're gonna make sure that we catch those bottom ones good and with a normal mascara coat because they're not getting false lashes. So here we go. We're just gonna take that mascara. This one's gonna be hard without my magnifying mirror. And again, we're going from root to tip. And then we're sweeping back under the tips. And try to not poke yourself in the eye. Okay, there we go. Same thing on the other side. Sweeping back under those tips. Okay. I feel like I need to go over the bottom ones one more time. When I switch from side to side, I rotate the brush around so that you're getting the fresh mascara from the other side. When you use just the one side, you still have the mascara product on the other one. So that's what I like. My fingers just kind of roll it over. Okay. Now that those are all good and ready to go, we are going to grab our false lashes. I'm so excited. This is really coming together. Okay, this is the Ardell, and these are the active lash. This is the style of, where's it at? Gains, right here. So, like these, nice thin, flexible band on these. These have already been trimmed. I have already wore these. So, if you have a new pair that you're getting ready to put on, you're just going to set those on your eye and kind of dry fit them and trim from the outside if you need any trimmed off. So let me set these in front of me. I am using my velour lash tool because my eyes do not like it when I start putting my fingers in front of my eye. I don't know, it's just a thing. I start blinking like crazy and crazy things happen. So I am just going to set these down in front of me. Let me grab this one. Looks like I've got a little once you've wore the lashes before, every once in a while you're going to end up with, like, I don't know, a little stray hair on it or something. Also, you can see on this one that my curl has seemed to got off. So let me show you this tool here. This is a velour tool, and this you can put right into the lash and brush that out. And that is going to separate and lift your lashes. If you find like you've got maybe a little spot in there, I know you brush your hair, you brush your teeth, you should probably brush your lashes. So I'm just going right up next to that lash band and just combing through those lashes. We're just going to do that over here as well because it looks like I may have a little bit of glue residue from, you know, the last 14 times I wore these. There you go. We're just brushing through it. And now they're all clear and brushed and ready to go. So I am using the Allure. This is the 18-hour lash glue. I am going to grab the lash with my velour lash tweezers. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like that. This has a paddle, not a brush. And we're just going to put that right on the top corner of that band and then on the back side of the band. I'm just going to evenly distribute and spread that out. You can see it's white to start out with. Once it starts to dry and is ready to put on, it'll start to get a little bit clear. So that's just kind of a tell of when it's ready to go. I'm going to grab that other lash band and we'll do the same thing on the other side. And then again on the back side of that band. This is a clear band, but it's still, even so, it still has the top edge and then it has the back side. I like to make sure to pay special attention to the inside and outside and corners as you are putting on your lash adhesive, because those are the most likely areas to give you a little bit of lift. So we're just going to give ourselves a little extra insurance as we do that. So another thing is when you get your lashes and it's your first pair, you can take this on both corners and just kind of roll it like this, and that will soften that band and also give it more of an eye shape. So I'm going to take this here. We're just going to fan it because it's not quite ready to go yet. This will speed up the process for that adhesive. Okay, so now I don't remember if this is the inside or the outside. We're just going to go here. So we're going to take that right in the middle and set it right on that eyeliner line that we gave ourselves. And then we're going to walk it around. So I'm going to do the inside corner first, right on that eyeliner line. I'm going to take the outside corner, get it right on that eyeliner line. And then we're going to make sure that our lashes and the false lashes are all in that same space together. So we're just going to, ooh, that was fun. Look at that. See, I told you the adhesive wasn't quite ready. There you go. So kind of a good thing when it does that. If it pops loose like that, don't even worry about it. Just like when you super glue something together, when it separates and then comes back together, it makes a stronger bond and it tends to dry a little bit faster. So it's all good. Just going to make sure that this is nice, and here we go. I'm going to use the tip of that to work my lashes into the false lashes. Because that lifted on me a little, I'm just going to give another walkthrough to make sure we're all good. There we go. Still on the eyeliner line. Yep. Okay, now we're all good there. See the difference that the lashes make? These are in the natural end of the lashes, so it's not like, you know, caterpillar be living up there. But it does give you a nice lift, and look at how much my blue looks blue with that. So I'm going to grab the lash on the other side. We're going to do all that same thing again. So grab the edges, give it a little bit of curl, grab it in the middle, set it down right in the middle on your liner line. Or not. Here we go. I think a little adhesive got on my tip, so I'm going to take my tissue and just wipe that off. There you go. The beautiful thing about this tool is it really allows you to fine-tune where your lashes are going so it can be exactly where you want it to be. So I'm just going to make sure the lashes are all in the same space together. I have no idea what my arm just touched on that light setting. I apologize. But now, what did it do? Did you enjoy that little strobe light show as much as I just did? There we go. So I'm going to take the tip. We're going to work that in there just like that and make sure everything's good to go. Nice. And you can see how nice and separated those lashes are because we combed them before we put them on. And we got something in the air today and my eyes are watering, so please forgive that. Okay, so now we've got our lashes on. I'm just going to give a little press, make sure everything's nice and stuck tight. Everything feels good. I don't feel any gaps. Okay, so now we've got that going on. You can see the orange And the yellow that we worked through up here with that little bit of kind of pinky orange on the outside corner just to give us a little bit of depth. Then we've got that beautiful hot paprika on our lips. What do we got now? Let's go ahead and say our verse together. It is almost ready to roll around. And then we actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go, because I know we're already 9 verses deep. So let's go ahead and, oh, yay. Thank you. I'm glad you like that. So let's go ahead and we're going to go to, well, no, we need to set it. Let's set it. Here we go. Juvia's Place, ready, set, sealed. Give it a shake. Give it a spray. Now everything you did is going to stay all day long. You are now a beautiful mess for the rest of the day. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at our verses that we've got for for our review. Okay, there we go. Okay. So, I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello! And I think I can actually use this button, and it'll make it go, yay! There we go. Consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so you may become mature and not well-developed and not deficient in any way. If you don't know what you're doing, ask the Father. He loves to help. You'll get his help and you won't be condescended to when asking for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything from the Master that way. Staying adrift at sea, keeping all your options open. When down and outers get a break, cheer. And when the arrogant and rich are brought down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower, so don't ever count on it. You know that as soon as the sun rises and lets down its scorching heat, the flower withers, the petals wilt, and before you know it, that beautiful face is nothing but a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment that people are looking on in admiration, it fades away to nothing. And I can always remember that last part because that's the name of the song, Fades Away to Nothing. Okay. Let's see. Anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and manages to stick it out is mighty fortunate. For such persons loyally in love with God, the reward is life and more life. Okay, don't let anyone under pressure give in to evil say, God is trying to trip me up. God is impervious to evil. God puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give in to evil comes from us and only us. We have no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare-up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and has a baby, sin. Sin grows up to adulthood and becomes, the name of the song, a real killer. Okay, so my very dear friends, don't get thrown off course. Every desirable and beneficial gift comes out of heaven. The gifts are rivers of light cascading down from the Father of light. And there is nothing, there is nothing deceitful in God, nothing two-faced, nothing fickle. Oh yeah, there's nothing two-faced, nothing fickle. He brought us to life using the true word, showing us off as the crown of all his creatures. And then last week, post this at your intersections, dear friends. Lead with your ears, follow up with your tongue, and let anger straggle along in the rear. Strong in the rear. Oh, God's righteousness doesn't grow from human anger. So throw all your spoiled virtue and cancerous evil in the garbage. In simple humility, our gardener, God, will landscape you with his word, making a salvation garden of your life. Woo! Okay, and then our verse this week. Woo! How many of you are hanging on with me? This is wonderful and frightening all at the same time. Okay, so this week we're working on don't fool yourself into thinking that you are a listener when you are anything but. Letting the word go, letting the word go in one ear and then out the other. Act on what you hear. Those who hear and don't act are like those who glance in the mirror, walk away, and 2 minutes later have no idea what they are or what they look like. So that gets us from James 1 all the way to verse 24. So I hope that you were hanging with me for that. It has been delightful to work our way through, study our way through, and then memorize the book of James together. So again, this is all coming from Color Me James, and I am doing a coloring book only version of this. So if you don't want to do the study part of it, that is an option for you. And again, the Cherish Queen membership level has where you get the ebook for free. So you can take that ebook and put it into an app like, what's it called? Procreate, I believe, and color those coloring pages, or print it out and do it by hand, one way or the other, what makes you happy. So all of our scripture from season 3 are coming from this book, Color Me James, a spirited exploration of faith and memory. And you can get that on my website, on Amazon, or really YouTube as well. Okay, so you can find a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus on your favorite video podcast platform. So please like and subscribe. Make sure that you check out the Beauty and Grace Insider on YouTube. That is a YouTube item. So until we meet again, my friends. Oh, sorry, there's the Beauty and Grace Insider. So you can see there's 3 levels, but the Cherish Queen is the one that gets you the ebook. So until we meet again, my friends, let me send a blessing out over you this week. So number 624 through 26, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for all these women that have come and hung out here with me live. For those who are watching this streamed later on, Father, I just pray that you would send them out this week, helping us to hide your word in our heart, Father, that we would see the vision, the inspiration, the breath of God in the word this week, that to be good listeners, to be a good listener means that we hear it and then we act on it and it changes us. Father, help us to just memorize these, recall these as we need for encouragement for ourselves, for edification for ourselves, for others. Father, help these to just be a resource. Let those live in us. Father, I pray blessings on these women as they go out throughout their week, and help us to just have a wonderful, blessed time, a divine appointment between now and next Thursday. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Well, it has been a delight to hang out with you this week. I absolutely love that each one of you has been here, even though y'all were a little bit quiet today. And I look forward to seeing you on social media this next week. Now, I will confess, my social media platform has had a little bit of a problem, so I may be a little bit quieter until they get all that fixed, but I will do my best to get stuff posted for you. So at very least, you're going to see the song come out and then those graphics. So until we meet again next time, friends, I love you and God bless. Mwah!
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together with a full face makeup tutorial and then memorizing a Bible verse. And we have been working our way through James, so we will continue on with that with James chapter 1 verse 25 this week. So let's see, what have I been up to this week? It has been a busy week, but it has been glorious. I hope that this podcast finds you doing well right now. And again, I'm a little quiet in my ear, so I hope that you guys can hear me just fine. All right, so what are we going to be doing today? Today, what we're going to be answering today is, Is light pink and purple the secret to fresh, youthful eyes? So grab your palette, grab your lashes, grab your makeup brushes, and get on back here today. I'm going to be using the Culture palette, but you use what you have. Light pink and purple today.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at can't wait.
All right, so I can see some of you already here, some of you trickling in a little bit, and I look forward to hearing a shout out from where each of you is coming from. I recognize a few of you already, so give me a shout out and let me know where you are coming from. Our foundation verse for this podcast is going to be Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And all of the scriptures, I talked about it a little bit at the top. All of our scriptures are going to be coming from the book of James. They're coming from Color Me James. This is available in 3 different formats. You've got an ebook, a PDF version. You've got the perfect bound version, which is coming from Amazon, and then a spiral bound version, which comes from my website. But if you go to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com, that will get you to all of them. Just head over to the shop and you'll get you directed in the right direction. Just a reminder as well that if you go to YouTube and join the Beauty and Grace Insiders, that Cherished Queen package gets you the ebook for free. So just a reminder about that. Here's our song from last week.
I've heard your truth 1,000 times, but still I wrestle, still I hide. Your word's not just for me to hear, it calls me to obey. Draw near, don't fool yourself into thinking that you are a listener when you are anything but letting the word go in one ear and out the other. Act on what you hear. Those who hear and don't act are like those who glance in the mirror, walk away, and 2 minutes later have no idea who they are, what they look like.
All right, so you can listen to the rest of that. It's on our Spotify playlist. So if you have the book, when you go to the weekly page up in that upper right corner, there's a QR code, and that will take you to the Spotify playlist for the book. So you can go ahead and listen to that. It's all of the Color Me James songs by Sailor Soul are on your favorite music streaming platform. So Amazon Music, Apple Music, Spotify, all the places. So be sure to check them out there. Now, our verse for this week, like I said, is going to be James 1:25. But whoever catches a glimpse of the revealed course of God, the free life, even out of the corner of his eye, and sticks with it, is no distracted scatterbrain, but man or woman of action. That person will find delight and affirmation in the action. And that is from James 1:25. It's kind of wrapping up the thought that we had from the scripture verse in the previous week. So the song for that will be coming out in the next couple of days. And again, we're going to be using the Culture palette for today. This is from Juvia's Place. Just a nice, diverse selection of colors. You can do a lot of things with this, but today we're going to be using light pink and purple, and of course, a couple of ancillary colors just to make all that happen. So use what you've got, but I love the Juvia's Place colors. Now, if you want to know exactly what I'm using or pick up what I'm using, you can go to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com, go over to the shop, and actually, I think it'll be on the No, it might not be in the landing page, but anyways, it'll be in the shop for sure. It'll also be in the show notes shortly after this podcast finishes being live. You can use that QR code on the screen as well. Try to make it as super simple as possible for you so that you know what's going on and can use what I'm using. Okay, so our verse is going to be scrolling across the bottom of the screen right now. Let us get into playing with what we've got today. So you know that it is of utmost importance that we start out with a primer. Just like painting your house. You would never paint the exterior of your house without a primer on the wall, would you? No. Well, I mean, you could, but your paint ain't going to last very long. So that is one of the reasons why we use a primer. So I'm just going to give it a shake. This is the Benefit Professional. What is this called? The matte primer. So it doesn't take a whole lot of this. We're not trying to like cover the whole face. We're just going to use about that much right there. And that is going to be enough to do everything we need. So we're going to work it a little between the fingertips, under the eye. If you have combo skin like me, you're going to put that down the center of the face mostly. You can see I'm concentrating right here in the middle. Any fine lines and wrinkles, make sure you put it there. Around the lips, to reduce the amount of bleed out you have in your lipstick. And also this does have a little bit of hydrating, not oily, powers to it. So it will help as well. So it doesn't matter if you're a combo skin or not. This particular primer is good for all skin types. So it's going to blur. So it's going to smooth out fine lines and wrinkles. And then it's also going to help keep that nice, pleasant matte finish, not a harsh finish, just a nice, pleasant finish. Okay, good morning. Okay, so again, y'all being a little bit tiny quiet. Let me know where you're coming from. I know I see some of you on here. You crazy people over in Europe staying up all night. Okay, where are we at? Okay, so this is the It Cosmetics by Under Eye. I am the shade 11 Light Nude, and we are going to use just a little ribbon of that. There you go. Actually, that's a little thick, but there you go. That is going to do everything you could possibly need. This is going to take out any redness, any darkness. It is going to help your foundation to do its job a little bit more effectively because it's going to take out all that. So I got darkness happening here. I got darkness in the center. I got redness here. I got redness on the top there. Could I use a green primer? That is a great question. And yes, I could. But then I have to have another product and another purchase and all that. And for my redness, I don't actually have rosacea. I just got a little bit of redness. So this will do fine. This will just take the tinge of that out so that my foundation can show its true colors. And that was the name of, I think, our week two song, True Colors. Anyways, Julia's Place JP 102 flat foundation brush. We've let that set for just a minute so it's warmed up to our body temperature. And then we're going to blend that bad boy out. And you will see now it's just like an oddly an even color. There we go. We're also going to blend it out onto the eyelid. That is going to act as a primer for our eyeshadow. Especially because we're using that light pink today. We want to make sure that we've got a nice even color on those lids for that shadow to be able to look its best. Just going to work around that nose nostril a little bit. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, it's lunchtime in England. Okay. Nice. Oh, I'll show you what we're talking about. Okay, so there you go. 2:15. There you go. Well, we're just getting started over here in Texas. It is a little bit after 8 o'clock in the morning. All right. So now we pretty much got kind of an even nothing coloring thing going on. So we're going to add the colors back in the way that we want them. So I'm going to start out with the Lancome Tintido. I am the shade 225N. Get to your nearest Ulta, Sephora. I'm sure confident they have this. This one I think it is the new one. So it does have the sunscreen in it. There was a minor little bit of a change when they converted over into the sunscreen in it. I kind of like it because then that's one less thing I have to do, one less product I have to buy. But I heard people whining about it. So, do you. Here we go. One pump. And that is going to do the bottom part of our face. And actually, I feel like that was not... Oh, I'm so glad you like that. Starting your day off. Little Jesus in the morning or afternoon in your case. Always a good thing. There we go. We're just going to blend that out to our chin. Blend that right into that concealer. Oh, fun thing at work this week. Actually, not today. So, we always kind of chit chat about something. One thing I love I mean, there's a lot of things, but one thing I love about God is his care and concern for animals. He created them, right? So this week we had a stray parakeet show up outside, and he got caught nicely, politely, carefully. And we have him now as a work pet. And I just think it is so absolutely cool that such a tiny creature like that is cared for by God Almighty to make sure that he is safe and not scared. Because I can tell you that little bird was scared out of his mind to start with. Okay, we're going to add a little bit here. And now that I'm pretty new at work, and but now after having seen how this goes, I can tell already I am definitely among animal lovers, and so I love that. My boss has gone a little bit a little bit crazy with toys and bird baths and fancy bird seed, and today she's bringing it a fruit buffet. But I love it. It's a pleasant distraction, and he's a little cute guy. His name is Ghost. And, you know, if I'd have thought I was going to tell this story, I'd have brought you a little bit of a picture to show him, but I didn't think about that. So, anyways, we thought originally he was white, but he's actually a very light blue. But he's just so cute. So now we have an office pet. His name is Ghost, and he's just this little cute parakeet. And I just thank God that he allowed us to catch him and that he was safe. And, you know, God cares for everything, even the birds of the sky and the lilies of the field. So there's your little sermonette for today. Okay. Yes, I know. Oh, thank you. Yeah. You know, it was fun to be a part of that. So now we have our foundation on. We're all just one plain, nothing color. So let's go ahead and start our work. So we're going to set this. I'm using the Juvia's Place I Am Magic setting powder. We're just going to tap that upside down a couple of times, get that powder in the top of that reservoir. I'm going to take this JP 101 powder brush. We're just going to set that in there, tap it out. If you don't tap it out, you're just going to be wearing an expensive powdered shirt. So make sure you tap it out. I'm going to start in the eye area, and we're just going to, every place we put that, even on the lid there, I mean, you don't need the heavy part there, but go ahead and swipe it over that lid just a little bit. I know animals are funny. He's so cute. We've only got to hear him chirp like once. Yesterday morning, he chirped a little bit. I thought maybe he was like, you know, hoarse from being outside or something. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yes, my hair is up high this week. Yesterday it was down flat. It's so humid outside. I debated not having it up because I know what's going to happen. Even with a plethora of product, I'm going to get to work and that bad boy is going to start tipping. So I'm going to have to do a little teasing today to keep it up. Okay, so now we're going to set our cheek. Under that where we blend the foundation out. And we're going to come to the other side. Oh, he talked this morning. Yay! I think maybe he was just really, I mean, I know he was super scared. So I'm hoping that we get to hear him chatter a little bit more. But maybe not so much that he's a distraction on the phone. But super cute. I don't know. A part of me is excited to be able to say, "What's that sound?" That's my parakeet. Is that just me to think that's weird? I think that's cute. Okay. Yes, and there has already been discussion. Yeah, true. There has already been discussion that he's going to need a playmate, but we're giving him a little bit of time to adjust, make sure he's healthy and all that good stuff before we introduce somebody else to the mix. But he will probably have a friend. And if I know my boss, like I think I do, she'll probably bring one in before the weekend ends. Or weekend happens. So, okay. There we go. So now we're all set. Pale as can be. It is time to go ahead and move on to the contouring. So now everything's all and even. Well, you may not be as pale, but I am. So now we're going to put our color back in where we want it and how we want it. So we are going to start out by grabbing our KVD. This is the Shade Light Refillable Contour Palette. I have tried a great number of contour products. I do like some of the ones that come with the doe foot. but they take a minute longer to put on, and you have to be super, super careful because a lot of times those go a long way and then you just end up with a face full of contour. Nobody wants that. So I find that the powders like this, you have a little bit more control, and I like that level of control. So we're going to grab our It Cosmetics dual-ended foundation brush, bronzer, highlighter. We're going to go into this one right here. We're just going to sweep right on the side. Well, I guess it'd be the face of the brush. Just on one side. We're going to go from the top of the ear to about the corner of the eye, above the hollow of the cheek. And then up the side of the temple, right against that hairline. We're going to do that same thing on the other side. I almost just swept into the dark one. Well, that would have been interesting. Actually, I did start out using that, but I don't know. With my skin color and because we're coming out of winter and all that, I'm a little extra pale. So that would have been kind of excessive. I am going to take just the tip of that brush though and go in this dark one and just tap it a little bit and just hit that outside corner. Just right there like that. There we go. And then we're going to grab the highlighter end and the highlighter up here. I'm almost ready for my first refillable. I had seen this palette for years before I actually got around to purchasing it. It's a little pricey, but because when the color runs out, I don't have to buy all 9 of these. I just have to buy these 2. I thought that was a great saver, and so I look forward to just having to pay to refill those. I do hear great things about the e.l.f. powder contour palette. So if you're looking for something maybe a little more affordable, maybe a place that you can get like at the grocery store, I have had great luck with e.l.f. products, although I haven't actually demoed one in quite a while. I should remedy that, huh? Okay, now we're going to use our blush. This is the Juvia's Place Volume 4. The Juvia's Place is so affordable. It's like you get the quality of the prestige products at the price of just above the e.l.f. products. So that's what I love about the Juvia's Place, and their wearability is just amazing. So we've got these 2 colors here. We're going to use this one here today because we're hovering in that light pink and purple. I'm grabbing my MAC blush brush, which is like a 113, 118, something like that. We're just going to get a little bit on there. Normally, you would just kind of tap. This one's a little almost out. We're going to go between the bronzer and the highlighter, and then between the bronzer and the highlighter. And then we're going to get just a little bit right up along that hairline, a little bit right on that tip of that nose and the chin, just like a hint. We don't want, like a clown nose thing going on. We just need a little hint right there. Okay, so that concludes our contouring. Now we've got a little shape. We've got it where we want it. And you know what I didn't do? Wait, no, I did do it. Okay, hold on. I'm getting all out ahead of myself. Okay, so let's go ahead and say our verse together this morning. It is, I'm like a waitress, man. Wait until your mouth is full to ask you if you need anything else. So the verse is just about rolled around to the other side. Like I said, this is a continuation of thought to the conclusion of the verse that we had last week. So we're in James 1, verse 25. But whoever catches a glimpse of the revealed counsel of God, the free life, even out of the corner of his eye, and sticks with it, is no distracted scatterbrain, but a man or woman of action. That person will find delight and affirmation in the action. James 1:25. So we're going to be working on that this week. I look forward to the song this week. Last week's song, if you haven't had a chance to listen to that, it's a little more upbeat compared to the ones we've done so far, but I super, super like it. And I actually had my oldest daughter kind of helped me out a little bit with that one. Go, Chelsea. So usually my mom and I kind of work on the songs together, but this past week it was my youngest. Okay, so I am using, here, let me put this back. I'm using the NYX Suede Matte Lip Liner in the color Amethyst. That is going to be our lips, just a nice purple, and it looks like she needs just a tiny bit. Oh, there it is. just a tiny bit of a sharpen. So I'm going to grab my little sharpener. We're just going to give it a nice little bit of a sharpen there. Okay, we're going to start out in that Cupid's bow. Go ahead and give yourself a nice V to start with. That's going to be like your starting point. Then we're going to take this and we're going to round out to the outside edge. We're going to be lining just on the outside of our lip line. Now, I know this is purple. Y'all settle down just a little bit. It's not going to be too crazy once we get the pink on there. Here we go. Same thing on the other side. Here's what I know about trying new things. Are people going to know if you walked into a room and you have a whole new lip look or a whole new eye look? What are people going to notice? Your whole new lip look and your whole new eye look. But how you wear that is how that comes across. So if you love what you've done, be confident in that. Stand in that. And then they will receive it that way. It is all in how you do it. So today we're going to be using purple lip liner, pink lips. Be confident in that if that's not something you normally do. As long as you like it and it's beautiful to you, wear that baby. Here we go. In the center. We're just giving ourselves a starting point just outside that lip so that we have a direction to go. This will help you keep your sides even a little bit better. Okay, so now we're going to go to the outside. Again, straddled on the outside of that lip line just a little bit. And you can go ahead and use the pointy tip of the pencil because we'll blend that out here in just a second. Okay, and you'll know you're in just about the right place with that outside the lip line thing. When inside your head, you're saying, you're outside the lips. That's about the right spot because it feels a little tiny bit abnormal because the feeling is different inside the lip versus outside the lip. Now we're going to take that same pencil and we're going to turn it on its side and line just where we were. And that's going to blend that out just a little bit. Now, this is a dark line, so we don't want to smoosh the lips together. It's going to muddy it up just a little bit. Take a little bit of a step back. Look at your lip line. Make sure that the sides are even, that you like what you've done. Sometimes you may have to, oh, you know what I just realized? I just realized I turned the music off for our song and then did not turn it back on. I'm so sorry. That's exactly right. Own it. That's exactly right. All right. So now we got a beautiful purple line going, amethyst line going on. We're going to grab our MAC. And this is one of my favorite colors. I love this one because it's like pink, but not too pink. This one is called Maximo Matte Lipstick, and this is Snob. When this one came out, it's just a nice pink color. When this one came out, we literally could not keep it in stock. I couldn't even get a copy, and I was a dang store manager. Okay, so now we're gonna line right up to the edge of what we just did. We're gonna start out in the center, fill that in first, and then go to the outside. So center first. Get that all nice and pink while your lipstick is nice and clean. Now we're going to go from the center to the outside. There you go. And now you have just a bare hint of that purple lip liner happening. It's not anything too crazy. It's just a little something that will blend in with the eye look that we're doing. So look at that. See, not crazy. There you go. Own it, like Rachel said. So what are we going to be doing with the eyes today? I am super excited because I like this one. It is not too crazy. No, it's not crazy at all. Okay, but this will be nice. This is the Culture Palette from Juvia's Place, and here's where we're going to be today. Let me see if I can get my colors right. We're going to be in, I never know how to say some of these. We're going to be right here in this one. I'm going to call it Ija. So we're going to be in Ija, we're going to be in Kobo, we're going to be in Ecowas, and then we're going to come back with Katanga. We're going to come back with Katanga, Ashanti, and then a little tiny bit of Afik in the inside corner and up on the brow. So let us start out with our just kind of general blending brush here. This is a Morphe M433, and we're going to go in that Ija right here. We're just going to give that a little bit on that tip, and that's going to go right up here on that brow bone. Now, if you have darker pigment to your skin, this may be too light. Just depends on what look you want. So you could even use the talking drums if you want to. If you have a little bit of warmth to your skin, you could maybe use this one here. This one here would be a good choice too. And this one here, I think if you were a medium to a dark tone, this one might be really, really pretty. It's got just a little tiny hint of pink, but it's got brown. So find something that is a color close to your skin tone that'll just let you blend out into it for this top upper part. And really, in the end, you're not going to see much of this. We're just putting that up there so we have something to blend into. So we're going to set that there and just set that brush aside. That's all we need for that one. We're going to grab we're going to add some undercolors. These are just going to be some mattes to help our colors do their job a little bit better. So we're going to let's start out in Kobo first. And actually, let me... there you go. Sorry, couldn't find my mouse. Okay, we're going to grab just a general eyeshadow brush. Oh, this one's a MAC. I don't even know what the number is. I've had it for a long time. We're going to use... yeah, let's do Kobo. Okay, so the Kobo, we're going to get it. You can do it on both sides. Just don't, like, overdo it. We're going to go right up the center here. And we just need a hint of it. We don't need it, like, super dark or anything. So just give Kobo right up the center. And I'm trying to remember what he said on the news this morning was in the air. I think it was like smoke and grass and something else. I am feeling that today. You know what I think we're going to do? We're going to come down just a little bit right there. Okay. Now I'm going to grab another brush that's exactly the same. So just another one of those. And we're going to go into the Ecowas. This one right here. This is just a nice kind of purpley lavender sort of color. We're going to go on the outside corner with that. Just a little bit. You're just setting a nice foundation. And then we're going to go right here. Just a little tiny. There we go. And this is not going to be the final color. We're just setting this down as a primer color. This will just help our shimmers to do its job a little bit better. Okay, let's go here. And then we're going to come right up there like that, just a smidge. Now, you can see right here, I've got a little bit of fallout happening. I'm just going to take that fluffy brush and dust that away before that becomes an anything. Okay, so now we're looking a little crazy. We're going to grab the same brush as we just had. So go back to that pink one. Actually, let's start out with the dark one first. We're going to go to the purple one that you just used, but instead of being in Ecowas, we're going to go into Katanga. And with this, you just want color on one side of your brush. So we're just going to get it on one side, and we're going to go here on the outside corner. And I'm actually going to put it on the tip of the brush, and I'm going to go right here. That is Wesley talking. And then I'm going to go right in here just a smidge with that. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. right on that tip of that brush. Okay. Okay, I am going. Ooh, the eye watering needs to stop. Any fallout that you got, go ahead and slip that away. Grab the pink brush that you started with, that we did in the Kobo, and we're going to go into Ashanti. Well, actually, was that Kobo? Yeah, Kobo. We're going to go into Ashanti right here. And again, we're going to get it just on the one side, and we're going to go right over that light pink that we put in there. And then down here, right there. And this is going to fill in where we had that light pink color. And right there on the inside. There we go. We're going to take our fluffy brush that we started with. We're going to go back into that jaw just a little bit. And we're going to just smooth out and even out the edge of that. And actually, I think I want just a tidge. I'm going to grab this one here, which is the Morphe M124. And I'm going to go into the Ashanti just a little bit. And just run that over that joiner right there. Just give kind of a transition from that dark into that light. There we go. Now, I know we've talked about it before, but when you're looking forward, you want to be able to see that purple and that pink we just did peeking up above the fold of your eye. If not, bring it up just a little bit. I'm actually going to take this just a little. Let's just blend this up a smidge. There we go. Okay. Now, we're going to get into that Effique just a little bit. So with Effique, we're going to grab a smudger. I am using the, what is this one? Morphe M321. And we're just going to go in that Effique. Get that little bit on that tip there. We're going to put it right in that inside corner and blend that out just a little bit. Let me just make sure no one has said anything because... Oh, hello. Good to see you. Okay, let me turn that back up. There we go. Okay. So I told you we're going to use a tidge of this up on that brow bone. So we're going to take that same smudger into the Effique. Just a little bit, and you're going to go right here. That last 3/4 tail. Why does that look like that is blue? Okay, hang on. See that? Let's erase that. Let's figure out what's going on here. I don't see anything on my brush. Let me try one more time. Okay, I have no idea what was going on there. There we go. And just to finish with that erasing, I'm just going to come back here, blend that back out. Okay, let's do that same thing on the other side right there. There you go. That's going to give you that nice color. That really does look like it's got some kind of blue funk happening in there. Well, we're going to grab a smudger. This is a Morphe M213, and we're going to add a little bit of color to the under of the eye. So this time we're not going to use the matte colors on the underneath. We're just going to use the frost. So I'm going to do a little bit in the Katanga and then come with the Ashanti. So on the tip of that, just get a little bit, and then we're going to go from the outside corner about halfway, a little more than halfway. Just drag it over a little bit so we got something to blend into. Then we're going to take that Ashanti, just get a little on the inside, right here. So we're going to go from, what was that one called? Effique over to the Katanga. There we go. Any fallout that you've got, go ahead and get that away. There we go. Now we've got some nice shimmer going on. I think I want a little bit more light right there in the center. So I'm going to take my finger and I'm going to go in that Effique. Just get a little bit right on that tip and just put that right there in the middle. Just lift that up a little bit. There you go. Now we got a little bit more shimmer going on. I like that. Okay. Let me get back over here. There we go. So now we need to complete our eye look because we got like lots of pink and purple happen. Love this. Notice with this pink and purple, if you have green or blue eyes, I think with brown it's going to be maybe not as much noticeable. But you are going to see your blue just increased and turned kind of an aqua, and your green just got more emerald. So that is just a super fun thing that comes along with this. I'm going to grab the Too Faced Killer Liner. This is in the Killer Black. We're going to go from the outside edge to about halfway. We're just going to give a little intensity on the outside there. Then we're going to do the same thing on the bottom. We're going to go from the outside corner to about the middle. Now, if you want maybe less contrast than what I have done here today, bring your pink and purple closer together. So rather than such a dark one and such a lighter one, you could mute it down just a little bit. That will help you come a little bit more towards a classic look. Just all personal preference. But where you place the colors would still be the same. So you're going to need a light, a medium, and a dark, no matter what it is that you're using. So you could do this with, a green and orange, a green and a yellow. You could do a brown and a pink. That would be super pretty. You could do it with a blue and a pink. That would be pretty too. Kind of opposing colors is what you're looking for. So let's go ahead and add our liquid liner so we can get our lashes on. This is the Too Faced Better Than Sex Easy Glide Waterproof Liquid Eyeliner. Lots of words. Store this upside down in your makeup tray so that the product stays at the tip. We're just going to add a nice thin line from one side all the way to the other side. There you go. This is just going to give us a little forgiveness when we put our lashes on. It is going to give us a nice runway of where to put that lash band. And it just acts like a frame on the eye as you finish out your eye look. So just like that a lot. We're going to fan that down just a smidge. Once this bad boy dries, it is not going anywhere. But if you cry or do anything while it's still wet, you might get a little bit of bleed on it just because it's not dried down yet. But once it's dried down, this is waterproof. Okay, so we're onward to brows. I'm going to be using the Bad Gal Bang in the shade Wild Plum. Whether you are using a pencil, a pomade, one of those fine liners, whatever you're using, you're going to do that here. You need help with your brows. Get to the Benefit Brow Bar at your nearest Ulta and let them shape your brow, show you what products to use to get the look that you want. They'll do a little brow mapping for you. What is that? Okay. I had like a foot-long brow hair going on there. I was like, there's no way that's there. Okay. And we're just going to color in those brows. I know, isn't it amazing? I have no brows at all. No brows at all. And then when you put the brow product on, you're like, oh, wait, she does actually have brows. Okay. And now we're going to do that same thing on the other side. I see a hair come down. There we go. What is going on? There we go. You know, I swear I have the craziest things happen when I'm live with you guys. I never have some of this stuff happen when it's just me and a makeup mirror. But then you go live and crazy stuff happens. So the cool thing is you get to see how to fix it live if something does go wrong. So I guess that's kind of a cool aspect of it. I know I have heard people who've had different things happen while they're doing their makeup and they just sort of freak out, freeze up, and, you know, wash it all off and stop. And I mean, while that is an option, knowing how to fix it is definitely going to be a help. So now we have that on. We are going to mascara our lashes. If you have black lashes, you can probably bypass this. But if you don't, like me, because you can't really even see them, so get up, go see. Okay, so so we're going to use our, oh my gosh, Tweezer Man Onyx Great Grip Eyelash Curler to curl our lashes. And then we're going to use the Benefit Cosmetics Bad Gal Bang. And this is in the black. This is a water-resistant formula. They do have a waterproof formula. What does this mean? It means if you cry at a wedding, nothing's going to happen. It means if you sweat and you're running around, nothing's going to happen. But if you're going to go to the beach and go swimming and that kind of thing, you need the waterproof version. So, waterproof version, you are going to need a mascara remover. Benefit makes a great one. I also like the L'Oreal one that's in the green bottle. Takes it off very, very easily. So, let us go ahead and get our curl going. Find your sweet spot there. And that verse is right on our screen right now. So we're just going to go ahead and go for it. Here we go. But whoever catches a glimpse of the revealed counsel of God, the free life, even out of the corner of his eye, and sticks with it, is no distracted scatterbrain, but a man or woman of action. That person will find delight and affirmation in the action. James 1:25. So we're going to quickly switch to the other side before that verse scrolls out of our screen. Find that sweet spot. And here we go. But whoever catches a glimpse of the revealed counsel of God, the free life, even out of the corner of his eye, and sticks with it, is no distracted scatterbrain, but a man or woman of action. That person will find delight and affirmation in the action. James 1:25. Okay, now we're going to take that Bad Gal Bang and let's go ahead and put some mascara on that top lash. We just need a little bit so that our lashes will blend in with the false lashes we're putting on today. So just going up, sweeping back on that tip. And one coat will do you on this because we just need like a little bit of color. Now, if you're a volume girl, then maybe you want to do more than that, but it's not necessary. I would just do one coat and then find the volume that you want in the lashes rather than your mascara. And sweeping back on those tips. Making sure we're catching those outside little tiny lashes and those inside sweet ones. Okay. Now, our bottom lashes are not going to get any kind of extension-y nothing on them. So we're going to want to make sure that we cover those bottom ones as you normally would. So let's go ahead and do that. And my little mirror has gone AWOL. So I hope I'm not too close to the camera for you. We're sweeping under the tips there. Oh, you know what? I just remember where it went. I dropped it and it broke. Okay, so I'm going to need a little tiny magnifying mirror. Here we go. Sweeping back under those tips. Here we go. I'm actually gonna, I feel like my mascara might be drying out just a little bit. I'm gonna do this one more time. There we go. Here we go. I feel a little bit of something over here, so I'm just gonna dab that. And now we are ready for our false lashes. So I am using the Ardell. This is the active lash, and this is the Gains is the name of this one. So these have already been trimmed. If you are using your lash set for the first time, you're going to want to make sure that you kind of do a dry fit of the lash first. So you are going to use your lash tool to remove the lash from the outside corner. Just sort of, I would go ahead and get them off the tray first. Sometimes when you very first remove a lash, they got a little like a craziness happening to them. It is like an extra spot of glue or something that just sort of makes them stick. If it takes you, some brands are a little bit worse than others about this. If it takes you a minute to get the lash off the tray, don't worry about it. Just be gentle and just keep trying. Sometimes you may have to actually get your fingers in there to get it removed off. But once you get it off, you're going to set those lashes on the table in front of you. I like to keep them where, you know, the centers are together. So I know when I pick them up, which eye it is that it's going to. If you have a flared lash, meaning that the inside part of the lash is shorter and the outside part of the lash is longer, super easy to tell which eye your lash is going on. But like these right here, Gains is not really a, here, let me show you. It's not really a flared lash. Both edges of the lash are, there you go. Both edges of the lash are about the same. So once you've worn these a few times, your lash will start to just kind of naturally go to your eye shape. So I just like to keep the same sides the same. So we're gonna grab that lash right there in the center. I am using the Allure. This is the, what is this, 18 hour, 16 hour, 18 hour lash glue. Love this one, seems to work the best. And, okay, yes. So, here we go. Let me put this up there for you guys. So, yay, I'm so glad that that helped keep your lipstick from bleeding out. I'm glad that that worked good for you. The lip liner on the inside the edge, definitely a help. So, if you find that using your primer around the edge of your lips maybe not so helpful, maybe try different primers, because your face likes different primers, so your lips probably do too. But I really love this one that we've been using, this Benefit one. I feel like it does well. So we're just going to take that, and your name is Anthea, is that correct? Am I saying that right? I don't know how you're going to, other than to tell me yes or no, I don't know how you're going to phonetically tell me, but you may have to leave me a video comment on YouTube so that I'll know how to say your name correctly next time. Okay, so once we've got that all covered on the top and the bottom, we're going to set that lash down in front of us. We're going to grab the lash on the other side. And we're going to do that right here. It's going on the top edge of that lash, and then we're turning it just a little bit and getting it on the back side of that band. We are making sure that we're paying special attention to the outside corners. That is where you are most likely to experience lift. And this is a clear lash glue, so you'll see that it's going on white. We're going to talk for just a second. Oh, yay! Okay. So we're going to let that set for just a second. You're going to know that that lash is ready when that white, well, if I can get it off my finger, when that white starts to turn, there we go, starts to turn just a little bit clear. So if you start getting little tiny patches of clear, you're in about the right spot to put those lashes on. When you first set them on your eye, if it feels like kind of cold and wet, you probably didn't wait long enough. Not a big deal. You're just going to have to play with it a little bit more because it's not going to have the tacky to kind of sit there. So it really is important that you let those lashes just kind of set for a minute. So even though I've worn these before, we're going to take the outside edges of this lash and we're just going to roll that lash band. We're going to soften that lash band up so that when we set it down on our eye, it is got a nice curl to it to be able to stay. Yay! Your nickname is Anthe. Okay, yay! Well, nice to meet you. Now that I know that I'm got your name right. So here we go. So we got still a little bit of white, but you can see it's kind of toning down just a little bit. So this one's about ready to go. So we're going to take it in the middle and we're going to set it right there on the middle on that line that we gave ourselves. And we're going to grab the inside edge and we're going to put it on that line right there on the inside edge. We're going to go to the outside. Same thing again. Put that right there on the outside edge of that liner line that you put there. Now you see it lift up just a little bit because it might have been just a little bit wet, but just keep going back and just set it down. It'll get a little bit tacky. Every time it lifts, it gets a little more tacky. So we're going to grab the tip of that tool and we're just going to work our lashes in. We're going to right above where that band is, just kind of crimp those together. We want to make sure that everybody, or I can't do it that way. We just want to make sure that everything is occupying the same space so that it will wear all day without you having to touch it or do a thing to it. That was not a fun thing. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Stay put, you bad boy. There we go. Again, let's just get my little lashes right over to the end there. There you go. And once you get those on, you should not have to. Oh, hold on. We've got a troll. There we go. Okay, I think. Oh, cool. I love learning different names, and I prefer to say people's names the way that they are said in your name is your name, man. That represents you. So I would rather learn how to say your name the correct way than like is the habit sometimes in America where you adopt a US name. I mean, if that makes you happy, that's great. But I would rather learn how to say your name the way you say your name. Like, how does your family say it when you're sitting around the kitchen table? That's what I want to know. I grew up in a Navy family, and we lived all around the world, and I love the differences in different cultures. Not that I necessarily want to adapt all of them, but I love and find value in the fact that we all have different ways that we do things. And I just think it's cool and wonderful, and how we can all be Homo sapiens, but have different, you know, how does your family sing the happy birthday song? It may be completely different from mine. Maybe in your country, you don't even sing the happy birthday song. I don't know. I just think those things are cool. And I would like to know how to do it the way that you would like it. Okay. So now we've got our lashes on. And I'm just going to press one more time on there to make sure that feels like there's a little bit of maybe a bubble in the center of this one. But it'll dry down and it'll be fine. So now our lashes are going to be good to go all day, barring any excessive tearing or crying on my part. You can see how that just really sets off that nice pink and purple. It's not overwhelming. It kind of tones it down just a little bit. It balances nice with the pink and purple that we have on our lips. And yes, people will probably notice that you have a new look, but it's not going to be, you know, too much. I think this is a nice balance and really can make the eyes pop with that pink and purple. So I hope that you have enjoyed that today. So we want this to stay all day long. We do not want that to go anywhere. So we're going to use our Juvia's Place Ready, Set, Sealed. Just give it a little bit of a shake. Spray that down. Love the smell of that. Oh, you know what I didn't do though? I didn't come back. We can do that after. That's fine. I'm going to grab the Heroin Glow 2. This is just a little bit of a shimmer. We're just going to use that Anastasia highlighter brush right on the top of the cheek, right beside the eye there. I'm going to come down the center. I'm going to blend that out just a smidge. I just love that little bit of shimmer right down the center. And it'll be, you just set the setting spray, so it'll be fine. You can add more setting spray if you want to, but not necessary. So now we are good with that. I just want to say thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It has been a delight to hang out with you. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week. My social media posting thing has been broken for about a month. They claim that they've got their new server up and going, and it should be good to go. Actually, starting yesterday, but overnight it didn't work so great. So let's hope that this week they've got it up and going, and I can spend a little bit more time with you. So if you chose a different palette, or if you chose the same palette, I would love to see how this look came out for you. So shoot me a picture as a comment on social media, tag me in your post, give me a video comment on YouTube, whatever your pleasure. I would love to see how this is coming out for you. Are you working through the book of James with me? With Color Me James, you got some verses memorized? I would love it if you would quote the verse in a video and leave me a comment. You know what? As soon as my social media guy is up and going, I would like to do a contest for scripture memory. So this week's verse is super easy, maybe not the most meaningful. If you had to pick any verse that you would memorize, I think I would go with the second week. So go back to season 3, episode 2, and memorize that verse. Listen to the song too, because I think that will be super helpful for you. So let's go ahead and, speaking of verses, let's work on a little bit of memory to see where you are. Okay. Well, if it changes, maybe it will, maybe it won't. Okay, here we go. I, James, am a slave of God and the Master Jesus, writing to the 12 tribes scattered to kingdom come. Hello. Oh my goodness. What is the first word? Hold on. I'm having now that I talked about it, I can't remember the word. Consider it. Thank you. Consider it a sheer gift, friends, when tests and challenges come at you from all sides. You know that under pressure, your faith life shows its true colors and is forced into the open and shows its true colors. So don't try to get out of anything prematurely. Let it do its work so that you may become mature, well-developed, and not deficient in any way. I told you that was a good one. So this is the one here. If you have to come back to something, go to this one. Okay, and then week 3, let's see. If you don't know what you're doing, ask the Father. He loves to help. You'll get his help and you won't be condescended to when asking for it. Ask boldly, believingly, without a second thought. People who worry their prayers are like wind-whipped waves. Don't think you're going to get anything out of the master that way. Adrift at sea, keeping all your options open. When the down and outers get a break, cheer. And when the arrogant and rich are cut down to size, cheer. Prosperity is as short-lived as a wildflower, so don't ever count on it. You know that as soon as the sun rises, pouring down its scorching heat, the flower withers, the petals wilt, and before you know it, that beautiful face is a barren stem. Well, that's a picture of the prosperous life. At the very moment that everyone is looking on in admiration, it fades away to nothing, which is the name of that song. All right. Anyone who meets a testing challenge head on and manages to stick it out is mighty fortunate. Okay, sorry. Sticks it out is mighty fortunate. Such persons royally in love with God. Royally in love with God. The reward is life and more life. Sorry, the name of the song. Okay. And then we come to, don't let anyone pressure give in to evil. Say, God is trying to trip me up. God is impervious to evil and puts evil in no one's way. The temptation to give in to sin lives within us and only us. We have no one to blame but the leering, seducing flare-up of our own lust. Lust gets pregnant and has a baby, sin. Sin grows up to childhood and becomes, the name of the song, a real killer. All right. So my very dear friends, don't get thrown off course. Every desirable and beneficial gift comes out of heaven. The gifts, oh goodness. The gifts are rivers of light, which is the name of the song. Rivers of light cascading down. Oh my goodness, what's happening? The rivers of light cascading down from the Father of light. There is nothing peaceful. No. There is nothing deceitful in God, nothing two-faced, nothing fickle. He brought us to life using the true word, showing us off as the crown of all his creation. all its creatures. Okay, so post this at the intersections, dear friends. Lead with your ears, follow up with your tongue, and let anger straggle along in the rear. Let's see, straggle along in the rear. God's righteousness doesn't grow from human anger, so throw off all spoiled virtue and cut up. No. Oh gosh. From human anger, so throw us full of cancerous evil in the garbage. I knew the garbage was in there somewhere. In simple humility, let the gardener God landscape you with with the word, making a salvation garden, the name of the song, of your life. Okay. And then last week we worked on James 1:22-24. Don't fool yourself into thinking that you are a listener when you are anything but. Letting the word go in one ear and out the other. Act on what you hear. Those who hear and don't act are like those who look in a mirror and walk away and forget who they are and what they look like. Yes, and the idea of who they are. Okay, that's kind of it. As a little bit loosely translated there, but... And then our verse that we've got this week. But whoever catches, hold on, I'm going to look at this one because I have not got it memorized yet. It's just our this week verse. Okay, so 25. But whoever catches a glimpse of the revealed counsel of God, the free life, even out of the corner of his eye, and sticks with it, is no distracted scatterbrain, but a man or woman of action. That person will find delight and affirmation in the action. So together this week, we get to work on this. And so again, all of these verses and the graphic images that you're seeing and the coloring pages are all coming from Color Me James, available on the website, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. All right, so I talked about the Beauty and Grace Insider. Cherish Queen is the one that comes with the PDF free. You get that very straight out the chute. It's going to display a link for you to get that sign up done for the email list, which is how you're going to get that free ebook delivered to you. All right, so let me send you out with a blessing this week. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, I just thank you so much for all of the ladies that have come and hung out here with me live. For those who will catch this later on, Father, I am just so thankful for them. And I pray that as we work our way through the book of James, as we hide your word in our hearts, that you would bless us, that you would give us grace and peace and mercy to be able to remember these scriptures, to hold them, to treasure them, bring them to our mind when we need to hear them and when those around us need to hear them. I just pray that you would give us a wonderful, fantastic week and help us to remember that beauty on the inside is absolutely paramount, but beauty on the outside is okay too. All right. I pray all these things in the most gracious name of Jesus. Amen. All right. Well, again, it has been a delight to hang out with you. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week on social media. Y'all have a great, wonderful rest of your day. Mwah! I love you.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
Well, good morning, beautiful, and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together, enjoying some beauty on the inside and some beauty on the outside. Sorry, just trying to tweak these controls a tiny bit while we get going. So how was your week this week? I cannot tell you, I don't know how your week went, but let me tell you, mine was so fun. So we caught a parakeet at work, and then the parakeet needed a girlfriend, and we have had all kinds of fun with our work pets. And it is just a joy to see, how in the scripture where it talks about God taking care of the birds of the air and lilies of the field, when you actually get to be like a tiny microcosm part of that, cool thing. And it's so nice and delightful just to hear them kind of chirping a little bit in the background. It has really elevated the office experience. Okay, enough about me. So tell me in the chat how you are doing this past week. How did you do with your verses? Did you try any new fun makeup things? Where are you coming from? All the things. So just get in there in the chat and do that. So my name is Wendy. I should have started with that. And let's see what else we got. Oh, today we're going to be talking about how to wear Afro Galactic Blues eyeshadow on hooded eyes. So this is going to be for those who are over 40 or not. But specifically, we're going to be targeting the needs for individuals who have hooded eyes. Now, if you don't have hooded eyes, minor tweak, and you can use this eye technique as well. So here's what we're going to do. Go grab your shadow palettes. You're going to need blues, a couple of different shade variations, light to dark. So go grab your shadow palette, grab your brushes, grab the rest of your makeup, grab some false lashes, and get on back here. Let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at 8, can't wait.
All right, and I got a shout out. Good morning, Rachel. Nice to have all of you. And I see a bunch of you in here, but you're being very quiet. So I know it's been kind of quiet the last couple of weeks, but that's okay. That's okay. So our foundation verse for this podcast is going to be Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And then all of our scripture that we're going to be working through is going to come from the book of James. And specifically, we're studying and coloring and journaling and puzzling our way through the book of James using Color Me James. And one of my favorite parts of this book is every week there's a QR code that takes you to a playlist. And every week we have a song specially crafted for the verse of that week. So you can pick that up in an ebook. The perfect binding is from Amazon, and then the spiral binding, you can get that from my website. So lots of different choices for you, whatever your pleasure. If you're a coloring person, though, I would highly recommend the spiral bound version because that you can like flip open and lay flat. All right, so here's the song I was talking about.
Like a lifeline from a shipwrecked faith, but it showed me who I couldn't be and who I was without your grace. Righteous words, holy code, but it couldn't break these chains I wore. I needed more than what I knew. I needed you to open the door. But whoever catches a glimpse of the revealed counsel of God, the free life, even out of the corner of his eye, and sticks with it, is no distracted scatterbrain, but a man or woman of action. That person will find delight and affirmation in the action.
All right, now I'll let you get on Spotify and check out the rest of that. Every week it amazes me how God puts together the song and the lyrics for our verse. I was working with my mom and she was like, I do not know how you are going to put the word affirmation and what was the other one? Scatterbrain into a song. So, you know, it's not me, it's God putting it together. Okay, so this week our verse is going to be anyone who sets himself up as a religious by talking a good game is self-deceived. This kind of religion is hot air and only hot air. Real religion, the kind that passes muster before God the Father, is this: reach out to the homeless and the loveless in their plight and guard against corruption from the godless world. So I'm guessing there's going to be a little angst in the song for this week. So we'll see how God divinely touches that and makes that plan out. So you'll see the graphics this week will come out like tomorrow, Saturday, so that you can use those as a flashcard to help you memorize that verse. And just love the colorful nature of all of these images. All right. Well, if I can maybe get it to change. There we go. And so today we're going to be using two different palettes. One of them is the Afro Galactic. And I truly love this palette. It has some great shades in there. There's mattes, there's shimmers, there's light, there's dark. This is for the makeup wearer that's maybe a little bit more daring, or you want just a little bit of punch of color. So you could match this with like maybe the Nudes palette or the Dusty Rose, and that would balance it out now. Now, the other one that we're going to be using is also a Juvia's Place. That'll be in the show notes later. We're also going to be using I Love Ice, and that's a Juvia's Place palette as well. So just a couple of things for you to be able to play with. But of course, as always, use what you have. One of my theories and premise and points and encouragement here is do not go out and just buy everything. I mean, you can if God bless you with finances that way. But especially in light of the verse that we've got this week, wouldn't it be better to use what you have and take that $20, $40 you would have spent on a palette and give that to some sort of homeless charity? I know here in my neck of the woods, we have the Ellis County Homeless Coalition, and I can guarantee you they would make good use of that donation to their organization. All right, so verse is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Let me get the chat pulled up again. There we go. Y'all are being a little quiet again. So let me know where you're coming from. How did your week go? Did you do anything fun? Let me see if I can get my camera there. And the answer is yes, I did get my hair trimmed. So here we go. We are going to, hey, Anthea. So we're going to start out with the Professional Matte Primer, and this is just going to give us I was going to say a foundation, but that's not really a good word. It's just going to give us a great surface for applying all of our makeup, and you just got to drop the lid. Okay, it's a Monday, Thursday. Here we go. So we're going to, we can get it out of there. Here we go. Ta-da! Just about that much there. That is going to do your whole face. So we're going to work it between the tips of our fingers. And then wherever you experience maybe makeup separation, maybe you got, if you got a little dry patch, this will help with that. If you've got some oily patches, which is where most likely that makeup separation is coming from. Fine lines, wrinkles. So I'm going to really get that around the eye. You don't want to work it too much, but you want to get it where you want it. And then especially around your lips. You saw me do that while we were doing this. That is going to help the wearability, sustainability of your lipstick. And I don't know about you, but my thing is I want to put it on in the morning and then I don't want to think about it the rest of the day. So that's what we're going to do. Oh, we're also going to be playing with a new setting powder today. So I know maybe I shouldn't try these things live, but it's fun. So we're going to do a new setting powder and see how we like that. Okay, so let us get our Bye Bye Under Eye Concealer. I am the shade 11 Light Nude. Whatever your shade, if you're not sure, get to your nearest Ulta. They will shade match you. You want this between 1 to 2 shades lighter than what your foundation is. That way you're kind of elevating the area before you put your foundation on. So we're going to get that just in those big spots. I am using my middle finger because it is not as strong as the pointer finger, which would tug and pull on those tender eye area. We don't want to add wrinkles while we're trying to hide wrinkles. Okay, and we're just going to kind of glump that where we want it. That, yes, my dears, is the technical term, glumping. Okay. And, oh, yay, that's awesome. Well, wonderful. So we are going to be using the Juvia's Place JP102 flat rounded brush. When I was a kid, if you asked me what was my favorite color, I would have told you my favorite color was blue. So today makes me think of my childhood favorite color. It's not that I don't like blue now. I just have an expensive palette. And in fairness of diversity, equity, and inclusion, I like every color except gray. I just can't do gray. Gray is not hot. It's not cold. It's wishy-washy in the middle. It has no strength. It's like, what is this? So, I just don't like gray. Okay. There are certain shades of gray that I can tolerate, and I do love the Grace palette from Juvia's Place. Anyways, let's get on with what we're doing here. So we're using that JP102. And now that concealer has had a chance to just set for a second, not all concealers are this way, but this one is. Does better for blending out if you let it warm up to your body temperature, just a smidge. So now we're just going to use that wide flat end of this brush, and we are going to blend that out. Getting it over onto that eyelid so it can be our primer. We do have a lot of color going to be happening today. Oh, I'm so excited though, because there are now this isn't a 70s blue eyeshadow look or anything, but it is a nice blue. And one of my favorite shades in the Afro Galactic palette is that blue called Orbit. Oh my gosh, it's just spectacular. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get all our foundation stuff down, and then we are going to spend some time playing in some blues with that Afro Galactic and I Love Ice. Now we're going to be using, let me put the lid back on. There we go. This is the Lancome Tinty Dole, and this is going to be, for me, the shade 225 and neutral. I was just at Ulta, and I think they've got some kind of point multiplier thing going on. So if you love the Lancome foundation as well, I don't know how long that lasts, but get over there and take advantage of that. Oh, so I just had a comment. I didn't realize my eyes were hooded until now. So I guess the question would be then, how do you know if you have hooded eyes? So I'll just answer it now because I may forget if we go on. So you can see, I'm gonna get a little closer here. When I look forward, you can see this part of the eye is kind of, I don't want to play with it too much. I'll make it pop up. But you can barely see the bottom part of my lid at all. Like when I open my eyes, it disappears. You can't even see what's there. But then I have this nice large real estate right here. So this is a hood over that. So this is called hooded eyes. You've got like a fleshy here. And it sometimes can be people who are overweight will develop this if they get like extra fatty tissue up here, but that is not what that means. That can be that, but it's most likely not. It just has to do with the shape of your eye. You have more real estate here above the fold of your eye than you have down here below the fold of your eye. So we're going to do a couple things that are going to kind of, a lot of times what happens is you do all this wonderful eyeshadow work and then nobody can see it unless you walk around like this. So what we're going to do is play with the eyeshadows today, which will help open up that eye. And then also all the beautiful work that you've done will be able to be seen. I know, it's win-win. Okay, so back to our Lancome Tinty Dole. I'm just going to give that a little bit of a shake because this is not the new one I just bought. We're just trying to use this one up. We're just going to give a pump of that. And that is going to do the bottom part of our face here. We're just going to kind of blop it in place. Yes, another technical term. And then we're going to blend that out. Then we're going to get right under the edge of that chin so that it blends out seamlessly to our neck. And we're just going to work up to that concealer. Let that concealer do its job by peeking through. So really our foundation's only going to about right here, and we're just blending it in. That way the area that we elevated under the eye stays elevated, but then we'll set the whole thing here in just a minute. I'm making sure that I get around my lips, using the nice edge of this to go around the nose. I just love this brush. Okay, then we're gonna get another, like a partial pump there. And we're gonna, well, I would hold my hair back, but there's not really anything there. Okay, so then we're going to put the foundation up here. We're going to use that nice flat edge and just work that into that hairline so that it's blended out beautifully. Get around your brows. Make sure you get a nice blend right there between the eyes in this area. Here we go. Also, don't forget about your temple. Make sure you get that temple blended out too. Okay. Sometimes, if you experience any streaking at all, like maybe you drug your brush, just give it some light stipply taps, and that will get rid of that. For whatever reason, I had just a tiny bit of that on the tip of my nose. There we go. I like to take the edge of that and go under the eye. If you have any foundation or concealer that is kind of settled before you set it, it will get rid of that and remedy that. Okay. Now we are all blended out. Let us play with our new setting powder. So to start out with, I'm going to be using this right here. They had two sizes of this, and I opted to go with the smaller one. This is the I Am Magic Pyramid Puff, and this is the smaller of the two. So we're just going to open that up. Here we go. I love these because it's got this little right here. You can really get around the eye area, and it keeps everything from fluffing out into the atmosphere. Then we're going to be using this right here. This is the I Am Magic Silky Finishing Powder. I chose the color, the coconut flakes. It's like, I think the third lightest or something like that. It seemed like the best option, so we'll see here in just a second. But again, this is the Juvia's Place. This is called Coconut Flakes. We're probably going to need to take a little disc. Yeah. So right on the top here, you've got a little disc that's keeping it from getting powder all up in there while you haven't bought it yet. Be careful while you take this out. Wow. Okay, so now I'm wearing powder. There we go. So we're going to put the lid back on. Maybe. There we go. We're going to tip it upside down and just give it a couple of little shakes here. There we go. Okay, maybe a couple less shakes than what I just did. Okay. So I like to start around the eye area. So I'm just going to dip that tip right in there. Let's get a little bit on both sides. Okay, it does feel very silky. Okay, I like it so far. And then I'm gonna switch it around to where I've got the wide puff on there. I have dipped it in and then tapped it off. And then you're just gonna press it in. It has a different smell to it. Not bad, just different. You know how much I love the smell of the setting spray. I was just kind of hoping it smelled like that. Okay, we're going to set it in again. We're going to tap it off again. Yeah, I think this was a good color call. I just looked at the other one and they were just very, very pale. And while I am pale, I don't think I'm that pale. Nice. We're just going to press that in. We'll have to see throughout the day how this performs with my combo skin and with the aging skin. What does it do with fine lines and wrinkles? So, oh gosh, I wish I had like a news reporting sound to cute. You know. Oh. So I'll report later on how this performs. Gosh, what is going on today? Okay. It feels nice. It feels very lightweight. Doesn't really, which you don't want it to. It's just a setting powder, but doesn't have no coverage or anything like that. But I do like the cast. It's a, what I would call a soft matte. It's not like super harsh. Blurred really nice. Okay, I have high hopes. Okay, so now that we're all one color, we are going to add our contouring in. So I'm going to grab my KVD Shade Light Refillable Contour Palette and then our contouring brushes. And we are going to be living in this space here. I know I need to find where to get these from. These here, and then we're going to just dip in that one just a little teeny bit. I am using the dual-ended. This is a foundation brush from It Cosmetics. We're going to use this end here. We're going to go right here. And then that's going to go from the ear kind of in a curved right to the edge of the eye there. And I'm also trying some new allergy drops in the hopes that my eyes will not water as much during our episode. I'm using a new powder and I'm testing allergy drops. So, wow, might have been a bit much for today, but okay. We're still going to use that flat part here. We're going to go right up into that hairline. Just blend a little bit of that up in there. Kind of using circular motions. Now I'm going to switch to the flat, skinny side of that. We're going to go from the ear to the corner of the mouth. Keep a neutral face so you're getting right under that chin. And then keeping with that side, we're going to go from the corner of the eye and the nose on both sides. That is going to narrow that nose. And then we're going to right under the tip. If you have a skinny nose, you probably don't need to do that. Let's see. We're going to take the tip of this. We're just going to tap, tap. We're going to go right here on the outside corner of that and just give a little more definition. And now for the light. We're going to take kind of the edge of this side and get it in that light. We're going to go on the top of the cheek, right beside the eye socket. Okay, and while we're doing this, I want you all to think about something because I debated. There's a beautiful glitter in the I Live, I Love Ice. To glitter or not to glitter? That is the question. Okay. And then I'm just going to come back with that bronzer in and just make sure that's nice. There we go. So we've got the low, we've got the high. Now let's add a tiny bit of color in there. So I'm going to grab my MAC Brush Blush and my Juvia's Place Volume 4. We're going to have things happening. So we're going to go with the lighter color in this Volume 4 right here because it would be a little overwhelming and there'd be a little too much on the face if we go with the darker one. Although I love it, it's a little too much for today. So we're going to grab that blush brush. Just to give a little in there, we're going to go between the bronzer and the highlighter, and then between the bronzer and the highlighter. You can do that same thing on the other side. Then we're going to go right up here onto that bronzer, tip of the nose, whatever's left, tip of the nose, the chin right there. And that is just going to kind of round out the color and, unify the face. Okay, so there we go. And to glitter or not to glitter. Whether to suffer things in air. So true about that. The one bad thing about glitter is you do risk the fallout. But the great thing about glitter is that you got something shiny and sparkly to fall out. So I know it's a hidden English teacher joke. Okay, I am using the Luxe liner and this is in wine. This is going to be our lips. Actually, before we start our lips, let's go ahead and say our verse together. That should be scrolling across your screen. Anyone who sets himself up as religious by talking a good game is self-deceived. This kind of religion is hot air and hot air only. Real religion, the kind that passes muster before God the Father, is this. Reach out to the homeless and loveless in their plight and guard against corruption from the godless world. James 1:26 and 27. So the measure of a man, when you look at someone who says that they are a Christian, a believer, these are some of the fruit that you are looking for. If you hear lots of good words and you don't see some of this fruit, only God knows, but it's not looking good. All right, so we're going to grab that Juvia's Place. This is a Luxe liner. This is in wine. I'm just going to twist that up just a little bit. And we're going to do, let me think. No, we're just going to traditional ombre from the inside out. So we're going to start out with just lining the lips normal. And you know we're going to overline. We're going to grab a little bit of real estate from the bare outside of that lip. So your head at this point should be telling you, oh my gosh, you're lining outside of your lip. You're in the right space. Here we go. Okay, my chair is doing something weird here. So if all of a sudden I disappear, it's because my chair threw me. Okay, we're just going to get us a little starting point right there. And we're going to round that out to the outside edge. Okay, take a look back. Make sure you like your line. Okay, and now we're going to take just the tip of our finger and we're just going to drag right on that line. Today I want to see a little more of the snob than normal. Yeah, snob is the name of the lipstick. Correct. Okay, so we have a chiming in. The answer is always yes, glitter. There is no question. Okay. And for those of you who are being a little quiet today, feel free to chime in and give us your vote. I'm going to be using the MAC. This one is called the Maximal Matte Lipstick, and this is Snob. So we're going to start out in the center and then work out to the outside so the center stays nice and clean. And I would say bright pink, but this really isn't a bright pink, but clear, clean pink. And then blend that out to that lipstick liner on the outside. So center first. Using this particular technique is going to help your lips look more full. So we're not going to leave it like that though. Hang on. So now we've done the centers. Now we're going to work from the edge of that over that lip liner. So now just line that over the lip liner. Let that lipstick edge do the job for you. There we go. Yes, it is a beautiful color. That is for sure. This is called Snob. When this one came out as part of their Maximal Matte, so they reformulated, and when they did, they came out with a couple of extra shades. So now you have a matte that's not so drying. Prior to this formulation, the MAC lipsticks, great, awesome, but they did dry out a little bit. And so, like making your lips feel a little bit dry. So they reformulated, and now it doesn't do that. But the Snob, man, we couldn't hardly get that inside. I mean, keep it. As soon as we get it in, it would get purchased. And so it was a little bit difficult. I mean, I was even the store manager, and I couldn't even get one for my own self. Okay, so now let the fun begin. What are we going to be playing with today? So I mentioned we're going to be in the Afro Galactic palette. And so in Afro Galactic, we are going to be using Spirit, and we're going to be using Orbit right here. Look at that. I know, right? The crowd goes wild. Okay, so we're going to be using those, and then we're going to be using the I Love Ice, because we need a little diversity in the lights and the mediums. And we're going to be using this one right here, and then this one right here. So a total of 4 shades today. And we're going to go a little bit back and forth between the palettes as, oh, you know what? I forgot. Also, in this one, we're going to use the, what's that called? Stars. Just like a smidge, so we can get a little intensity on the outside. But that's like literally just a little tiny, tiny bit. But must mention it because we are going to be using. So I guess we're doing 5 shades. And then if we're going to count the glitter, that will be 6. Okay, so, I try to do simple things and it just doesn't stay that way. So, onward and upward. I am going to grab the Morphe M441. We're going to grab the Afro Galactic palette first. We're going to go into that spirit. You can tell I love it because look how well it's used. And we're going to go right up here on that brow bone, right on that eye socket right there. And this is just going to give us a fleshy color to blend into. So if you have darker pigment than I do, you might consider solar. While that is a matte, that would be pretty. You could even do the solar first and then put a little of the spirit on there so you get a little bit of that shimmer going. Don't be afraid to mix colors. So we're going to go spirit here. Oh, you know what else might be pretty? If you have darker pigment, you might also really like, no, the Bologna might be, yeah, you could try the Bologna. It might be a little too goldy, so be gentle with it. Maybe spirit and Bologna together. Okay, so we're going to go there. We're getting that up there. We're going to set that brush aside. And then we are going to get, let's do, I'm actually just going to do just a blending shadow brush. And this one is a MAC something. Just a regular brush. We're going to go into, let me get this over here. There we go. We're going to get only on one side. We want to minimize the amount of fallout that we can have, especially because this is a dark color. So we're just going to do shadow on one side. We're going to go in orbit and just a little bit. We're going to go on the inside. And we're going to make a V right here. There you go. And then we're going to V over here. So we've got a V of openness left in the middle. And you don't need to be like, extremely obsessive about it. I'm going to take just the tip of this brush and I'm going to do just a little line. Don't worry, we'll blend it out. So we're just leaving a hole in the middle. Now, here's what we're going to make sure. When we do this here, when you look forward, you want to be able to see that blue you put at the top of that opening. You want to be able to see that above the fold of your eye right now. So we're going to use up some of this real estate happening up here. So you got a hole in the middle, but when you look forward, you can see that blue peeking up. Okay, now do that same thing on the other side. So we're going to get right there in the middle. We're going to give a V. Then we're going to V it over here. Right on that tip. And then make sure that both the sides are the same elevated height upward. Now we are going to blend this out in a minute, so hang tight with me. Hang tight with me. If you do experience any fallout at this point, just grab your fluffy brush. Go ahead and get that off of there. What is this? This is a MAC. I want to say 187, could possibly be 167. Okay, so we're going to not use the stars just yet. We're going to do that at the very end. So where we are right now, we're going to grab our I Love Ice. We're going to grab another just shading brush. And I'm going to go in this medium right here. Again, on one side. and fill in that spot we left open. Okay, and don't worry too much about blending it out right now. We're not quite ready for that. I am going to grab a smudger. This is going to be this one right here from Morphe. This is a M508. Staying with that I love ice. We're going to go in this light one right here. And again, you're just getting it on the inside tip of that. We're going to add that right on the inside here. And then I'm going to take it and I'm just going to put a little, almost in a line, just right down that. Okay. Now we're going to go back to the medium blue brush that we used, and we're just going to kind of go over the edge of those. Nice. Okay. We're going to take a, I'm going to do a blending. This is a Morphe M506. This one's one of the smaller blenders. We want to give a nice soft edge to that blue up there. So I'm going to grab this one and I'm going to swirl this just on the tip into the medium blue that we used. And we're going to go the brush halfway between, well, we put Spirit up here and then, what was that other one called? Orbit, I think. We're just going to go right on that Spirit Orbit joint right there and just go back and forth until that softens a little bit. There we go. And that's also going to help bring it up a little bit and use up some of that real estate you got up here for those wide, fleshy areas on hooded eyes. Okay. Now, I think I want a little more lift and elevation of color. So I'm going to take the tip of my finger right here, and I'm just going to put it right there on that center. Let's just give that a little more vibrancy. There we go. Okay, we're going to do the glitter part last. So hang on. We're going to do that very last. So let's go ahead and take the smudger that we were using. We're going to do the under eye area. So under the eye, first we're going to start out with the darker. So we're going to grab that orbit just on the tip there, right here on the outside. Go about halfway in. And we want to bring that down just a little, and then we're going to go up around the corner. There you go, and then just up around the corner. Now I want a little punch on the outside corner. So while we've got this brush out, we're just going to take a little bit in the stars. We're going to go right here on that outside corner and just give a little something. And I'm going to just ever so slightly tap it and give it a little bit right there on that outside corner. So do that again on the other side. Just a little tap here. I feel like that side was more than that side, so let's even it out. And then just a little bit right here. Now you can see Wendy's hand might have gone a little cray over here. So I'm going to grab the blue that I had used and we're just going to blend that little crazy out. There we go. So now we got a little more punch power on the outside corners. I'm just going to make sure I don't have any fallout happening. I didn't see any, but you know. So we're going to take either get another smudger or on the napkin or tissue or whatever you got in your lap, because you never know when stuff's going to fall or when you need to wipe something off. So we're going to take this and then we're going to go back to the I Love Ice. We're going to go into that medium and then we're going to go into that light. So just on the tip, hit that middle right there. I mean, don't hit, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, right there on that light. We're going to just bring that light over all the way. Okay. So now we've got that going on. Let's do our liner. We'll do our brows and then we'll do the glitter. So I am going to grab the Killer Liner in black. This is from Too Faced. Right where we added that, oh gosh, what was the name of that shade? The dark one, whatever it is. We're going to line that halfway over right to the middle of the V that you added. There you go. Now we're going to go about, I'm going to say a third of the way in on the outside corner on the bottom. And you don't really want to see, like you can see, you don't really want to see like a line. You just want a little bit of oomph there. There you go. Again, make sure. Whoop, whoop. Okay, now we are going to wear lashes today, so I'm going to give me a little insurance. And I'm going to grab the Too Faced. Here, let me turn it this way for you. The Too Faced Better Than Sex liner. Give it a little shake. Store that bad boy tip down. And we're just going to give a thin line on the top. Same thing on the other side. So just a little insurance as we put our lashes on. Whew, I had to turn my air conditioner off because it was blowing on the microphone and making a very weird sound. And now it's getting warm in here. But a testament, look at that setting powder. While I feel shiny on the inside, it is not shiny on the outside. I'm already liking it. And I just want to make sure this is blended here because it feels funky. Okay, there we go. Now, while our liquid liner is drying, grab your brow product, whatever that may be. I am using the Bad Gal Bang, and this is in the shade Wild Plum. Let me get that over there. There we go. And we are just going to do our brow. If you need help at all, get to your nearest Ulta and to their brow bar, the Benefit Brow Bar, and have them shape your brow. You know, I got my haircut the other day. I should have had my brows done too. Anyways, have them shape your brow. If you do not love your brow product or how your brows look when they're done, tell them, show them a picture of what you want, and they'll help you find the right product to get the look that you want, and then they'll show you how to use it. So it is a beautiful situation. They can do threading, they can do waxing, they'll do brow mapping, all kinds of everything brow. They're all about brows, hence the name, the Brow Bar. All right. I just saw they've got a new Hoola bronzer in there too. So if you're a lover of the Hoola bronzer, you should go check out that new one. I was intrigued, but it is a cream bronzer, and I usually shy away from those because when you have combo skin, you already get enough of that creaminess happening. So I don't know, maybe I'll test it out one day. Yesterday was not that day. Okay, so now we have got that going on. Let's go ahead and let's lash first. Let's lash first, and then we'll do the glitter. Okay, so you can see now what it would look like if you didn't add the glitter. You've got that nice lift right there in the center. So when you look forward, you can see that blue above the fold of your eye. You can see my dark coming out there. That is going to make your eye appear more open, and also take away the appearance of all that hooded eye that you have going on. So we are going to need to curl our lashes, but alas, I did not bring a lash curler over here, so we're not curling them for me today. Okay, I am going to be using the Bad Gal Bang mascara. You go ahead and curl your lashes, though. And yes, the answer is I do still love, what was the name of that lash curler I got? That heated one from, I'll think of it in a second. It's not Glamnetics. They do a brow product called, oh man. They have an end cap in the store. Anyways, I don't remember the name of it, but it's a heated lash curler, and I am loving it. I'll think of the name in a second. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Aw. Okay, so this is the Bad Gal Bang. This is the black shade, and I'm going to use this. This is water resistant, so great for a nice combo with the false lashes. So we're just going to give, because my lashes are kind of invisible, but yet they look nice and white, cleary, blah, in front of false lashes. We're just going to give one coat of mascara just so that my lashes are black. If you have black lashes already, stop bragging, and you can probably avoid this step. It's kind of funny though. Look how just doing that one coat of mascara already changes the eye. Okay, so just one coat. This will, if you do the mascara on your eye too, whether you have black lashes or not, this will help give you a little more volume. So if you enjoy a nice voluminous lash, there you go, there's your word, then this will definitely help with that. I just like how it also helps your lashes, I think, kind of grab in and mesh in with the false lashes a little bit better when they've got a little, something substantive on them. What is with these big syllable words? Here we go. Okay, now the bottom is not going to get a false lash, so we're going to do that one like regular. So we're just going to go from the tip to the root. And I did just get a new one of these the other day, but I did not pull it out. So, and I found a magnifying mirror. Yay! Even when I was younger, I liked to use a magnifying mirror when doing my lashes, just because it helps you be able to see close up better. So if you use one as well, I even keep one in my purse all the time. I don't know about you. It always seems like something weird happens when you go out somewhere and it's like, where's my magnifying mirror? Okay, so now we're going to do the bottom lash on the other side as well. Though, you get so used to holding a mirror a certain way, and then when you get a new one, it's like, you don't work right. Because I can't... Oh my gosh. Okay, making sure I get all the way to that outside corner. There we go. Okay. So now we've got those bottom lashes done. And while I was in there, I noticed that you can close up see a tiny bit of fallout on the bottom. So let me show you a little secret. So this brush has been, they changed it, but this brush is on my website. I call this the